We're not living in yours. Why do I have to keep telling you this? And then you go to school, all of your mental questions, TV shows, cause you lose sight of the fact that you are not a good nanny.
The best damn nanny that you ever done see. Fuck top 5 nannies and fuck top 3. I'm the #1 nanny, don't fuck with me. Fuck any other nanny since they better than Ravine. Cause I'm 85 years old, 85 years old, 85 years with my family on my back, so I'll ask everybody on my fucking haters. Don't know me now, then you never know me never say. Let me in an elevator to the top, go and find your own waiter. Drinking a little water, pour for me by my waiter. Not just anyone, but the head fucking waiter. At the top where it means, got a great break, keep me fucking knees. Wrapped in the shawl just in case of cool breeze, but you never catch me, better just catch C's.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thirsty Thursday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, and MBs. It is Thursday, June 12th, 2025. I am very late. Very late, very late. It's 11:52 a.m. And, yeah. And I will explain myself right now because this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. I'm hungover. Okay? I am hungover. I will admit that. But that's not the reason for my delay. The reason for my delay is outside of my control as always. There's been Twitch outages from what I understand. There's been some larger outages in general beyond Twitch. Seems like a lot of the websites were down for a little bit and my server was down, and the reason why I couldn't go live is because of that. But I'll tell you all about it. There's a Cloudflare outage taking place. Don't know what that's about. Cloudflare's acting up. Not good. Definitely not good. But yeah, I got the Mexico jersey on. Okay, there it is. The 98 Mexico jersey. And yeah, I'm on a soccer jersey arc. That's what I'm doing. I'm putting on kids. I'm putting on a fucking show. But yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh, personal news. So this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi VODs. Between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the stop streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. And let me tell you, there's a lot that has taken place in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi Piker. Okay, football, kid. Yeah, I ended the broadcast last night. As you guys know, I ended a little bit early because, you know, I'm Mr. Half Day. I'm Mr. Hank Half Day, as you guys know. And Harry Half Day over here. Harry Half Day over here did another half day. But why? It's because we had a very special guest, Vanilla Mace, on the Fear End episode. It is a banger episode. I think you guys are really going to like it. I think you guys are really going to enjoy it. But it doesn't end there. We did the Fear End podcast, and I was invited. People's City Council is trying to reach you? What? Why? I mean, why doesn't he just DM me? He can reach me via DM. What's going on? Did he DM me? Oh, he did. The 50-51 protests are legit, effective, or just a way to control our opposition? I know it's for the liberals, but I'm curious what your thoughts are. Anything that gets the liberals out on the streets to drive discontent, the drive home, the discontent that people have is good. Okay? That's it. Anyway, what the hell was I talking about? Oh, yeah, personal news-wise, after the broadcast, what did I do? After the broadcast, I did the podcast, and then after the podcast, me, Vanilla Mace, and QT Cinderella went to a party. That's right. Your boy went to a freaking party. Do you understand? It was Jake Weber's birthday, and I was in attendance. And I hung out with a bunch of people, and I even drank alcohol on a Wednesday night. What the hell is going on? Now, of course, being 33, almost 34, I'm suffering the repercussions right now. As a consequence of going out, I am dying. I am hungover. I didn't even drink that much. And I didn't even drink that much. I didn't get like wasted or anything, but I am dying. Like My stomach hurts. I had to sleep in this morning. It's just awful. Just awful experience. Overall, I mean, the party was great, but I'm just saying, like, the aftermath is just not worth the penalty. Like, I cannot drink ever again. I'm done. I think it's partially because I don't drink at all. So when I do drink, it's just like it fucking cooks me. The party was awesome. The party was awesome. I got to see a lot of people, friends of the show. Jake Weber, Johnny Gilbert, Tara Yummy, all the FaZe boys were there, hung out with them for the most part for the entire night. Met a bunch of cool people, met some new people. I met that British girl that is on TikTok, that's popping on TikTok. Didn't really have a very long conversation with her, but I do want to have her on the podcast. Madeline Argy. The British bird. But, yeah. It was fantastic. It was fun experience overall. And I know there's a Vulture article. I know. Remember us when you're famous? Yeah, I think I'm already past that point, and I do remember you guys anyway. Cutie Cinderella was there as well. We hung out, dude. We did it. We went out. It was crazy. Like, that's real. It's a real thing that I did. I can't believe I did it. Here it is. Cutie and Vanilla did a TikTok. This one banged, dude. 136,000 likes. Look at Cutie. Anyway, but yeah. Yeah, I'm out. I'm about, dude. I'm the man around town, you know? I'm just walking around. Bro's never gonna tell us who Vanilla Mace is. So who exactly is Vanilla Mace? She is I mean, you know what? Watch the podcast because we dive into it extensively. She's just a content creator. She's a TikToker and a Twitch streamer that's like been popping recently, like exploding in popularity. And she's great. She's very funny. She's very cool. All around good vibes, all around positive vibes. Previously, she was a stripper. She was a sex worker. So we did talk about that a bunch on the episode. And yeah, she's great. And we had her on the podcast. Did you address her crush on you? What? Did she? I don't think she has a crush on me. I don't know where you got that from. I think a lot of you need to be normal about women online, and you seemingly have a hard time being normal. But yeah. Love the content Cutie has been doing lately. She's been trying a lot of creative and different stuff all around. Yeah. But yeah, I had a great time, man. Had a great time. It's good. It's good to go outside. It's really good to go outside. It's good to go outside for protests. It's good to go outside. It's good to go outside for parties and hanging out with people. I don't think you should drink though. I'm anti-drinking. I'm definitely anti-alcoholic beverages and the consumption of alcoholic beverages. I am fucking suffering right now. But yeah, I slept in. I actually did not fulfill my obligations thoroughly to playing basketball. I played like a little bit. I didn't get enough time to play, which you know, is not great, but at least, you know, Kaya and Fiona got outside time at the park. I did a interview with a very reputable magazine. There's some cool stuff in the works right now. How much alcohol did you indulge in? Like 4 total, like 2 doubles? That's not that much. I'm fucking 230 pounds. That's not like 4 shots. Like, and it's not even a shot. I just had 2 doubles neat. And I wasn't even like wasted or anything. I was just like, I was not necessarily wasted, but I definitely was like a little bit buzzed. But under normal circumstances, you're talking about a guy who used to be a guy who definitely struggled with alcoholism. Okay, this is not something that I hide. I've talked about this before. I went cold turkey, and now I don't have the cravings, and I can manage it, and I think my body manages it very well by just like killing me every time I drink, because I just don't drink anymore. But back in the day, I could down a fucking bottle easily, and I would definitely get drunk, but I wouldn't be hungover because my body was so used to just fucking consuming alcohol, and then I would just do it all over again, and I guess that wasn't very healthy. Anyway, my point is, it's just so bad. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Oh god, it's like killing my. I feel like I just inhaled poison. And I should stop complaining, but god, I hate being in my fucking 30s. It's so fucking annoying. My legs are so shot from yesterday's squatting. My ass cheeks are on fire from, again, squatting. I'm gonna stop complaining. I'm gonna stop complaining about how old I am and how much it sucks. Okay, so what was I gonna say? Other than that, that's it. That's all I got. We are most likely Moldman Raw commentary. Hold on, we're gonna check out the Moldman Raw commentary in a second. I got the link. Other than that, there's not really much else going on. I do plan on going out to some protests today, hopefully. So get excited, don't get it twisted. I did notice yesterday that it is literally, I noticed yesterday that I get more tired simply talking, and like I get more mentally tired and just like even almost physically tired just watching the chat and talking to the chat for 8 hours, as opposed to going out and getting fucking shot at by cops. Okay, I'm not even kidding. Like, it's been a very big revelation for me, is that like I would rather be out there ducking rubber bullets and dodging fucking explosive munitions for hours on end than to sit here and fucking read the chat. I don't know if it's the adrenaline or what it is. I think, oh god, it's probably not good that I'm just reading this chat all day. It's crazy. It isn't us. It's us, isn't it? We are the problem. No, I mean, I love this community. You know this already. But goddamn, I probably should try to find a way to better manage my chat reading habits, because it's so brain rotted and it cooks my brain. It definitely fries it. Anyway, let's do it. Ice out of LA protests, day 6. Marines deployed. Trump is unpopular. says he'll protect some migrants. Iran x Israel. Full blackout. Oh, we got the New York, we got the NYC debate. We got the debate. I gotta watch that too. Full blackout in Gaza. Alex Padilla kicked out. Sanctuary laws hearing right now. Meeting called. A Dem Antifa. Marjorie Taylor Greene called a Democrat Antifa and they had to take a break. Yeah. Sanctuary laws hearing. Chaos and more. Get in now. I don't know how I'm gonna fucking swing all of this. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna go to a protest and then come back and watch the New York City debate. Josh Hawley is summoning the PSL too. Oy, oy, oy. Not good. Not good. Zoran gets racist attacks. Yeah, I know Trump said deportations are hurting farmers and the hospitality industry. You said leisure industry. It's not the leisure industry, it's the hospitality industry. I'm gonna go on Saturday regardless, chat. I'm gonna go on Saturday. I'm gonna go on Saturday regardless. I wanted to go today as well. Plane crash in India killed almost everyone. No, I know. A majority in the Danish parliament. What is this? A majority in the Danish parliament has passed a basic agreement with the USA, which is irrevocable for 10 years. The agreement grants, among other things, American soldiers the authority to use force. What? What the hell is this? Can you elaborate on that Twitter reply? Oh, I saw this morning, and it's perhaps one of the most freak-like things I've ever seen. No matter how spineless and annoying Hasan is, it's impossible to deny he's hot. Agreed, I hate Hasan, but it'd be cool if he hate fucked me. Like, yeah, you like this commie dick, you lip shit, so, you know what I mean. I'd be all like, I like Obama, and he'd be like, the end of my dick justifies the means of your stomach, or like, he'd be like, yeah, I interviewed Bernie Sanders, while streaming live the back shots of doom. I have the strangest haters, and I don't know what to do with it. Like, I might be... Do we have to have a conversation about objectification of men? Because, like, it doesn't actually work that way, right? Obviously, given that we exist under a patriarchal construct, like, objectification of men don't have that same hit and reputational damage or devaluation of a person's status, of a man's status, as it does the women. But this is wild shit, you know what I mean? Like, why are so many of my haters also like weirdly sexually obsessed? It's not even a hater. It's a Hasanabi head. Oh, I thought this was like a straight up hater. I thought this was unironically like a straight up hater. Because this one is a straight up hater. No matter how spineless and annoying Hasan is, it's impossible to deny he's hot. I don't mind it if it's... This is why clipping out of context is dangerous. I don't mind if it's not a hater. I mean, I don't even mind it if it's a hater, let's be real. I'm joking when I say the fucking male, male objectification, because I said it doesn't fucking matter. Back shots of Doom is crazy. Whatever you do, do not go on AO3 and search your name. Yeah. Your fanfics must be crazy. Yeah. I feel like they call you an uggo, they would. So instead they're running the route of can't take him seriously because he's pretty. Yeah. Brother, we get it. You're attractive. Who fucking cares? Enough of the self-glazing. Why do we have to spend 20 minutes on how hot Hasan is at the start of every stream? Who cares? Bro, calm down, dude. It's a fucking funny, it's a crazy thing that a person posted. God damn. Like, this isn't, dude, calm down, dude. What the fuck? Holy shit. The stream hasn't even been live for 40 minutes. It's like, we're 31 minutes in, dog. Calm down. I didn't do nothing. Calm down. Oh, here, look at the most important political commentator instead. Okay, how about that? The number one. Let's see what this is.
What's going on kick.com, bro? Please watch Cheezer. I don't think he's live. Asmon Gold's live.
You bad me?
It is crazy that he gets 12,000 viewers on Kick. That's actually what's going on Kick.
Okay. I know what is happening. Come on, Mom. I'm live. You're trying to have a full conversation with me. Hold on. Just do it on my phone. Here, take my phone and do it. That's crazy. Oh, I forgot the order. Hold on, let me just click yes on this. Oh, high as ears. We gotta take her to the vet at some point because her ears smell so bad. I think they're infected. Yeah, hold on. Ne zaman geri geleceksiniz? Oh, okay. Okay. Al anneciğim. Al. Yok, ben kendim yemeğimi alırım. Sıkıntı yok. Ben gitmiş olacağım büyük ihtimalle siz dönene kadar. Signal calls are currently not working. Possible cyber attack blackout of encrypted comms. Please test Signal and other platforms and report back. Sorry for spamming. This is urgent. You think we're gonna figure it out here? What's going on? Çağırdın mı? Did you see the new Sabrina Carpenter controversy, which is hilarious? Gen Z has turned into such Puritans. I know. It's ironic because, like, we did. I actually literally talked to Vanilla Mace about this, but on the paywalled part of the podcast. And it's really interesting because I did talk about this. I have this theory of how Gen Z became such a puritanical force, like so prudish. Okay. Ama geldi işte kapıda zaten. It's Cloudflare having problems. That's like the provider for huge swaths of internet traffic in general. Yeah. Just finished the blast off meme, but you're already blasted off. Hasanabi first world eater. I am an eater. I'm a real ass eater for sure. That's not a joke. Anyway, we're jumping all over the place. Okay. Wait, hold on. I gotta tell my family. Oh, shit. Okay, I'm all over the place. I don't want to get into gender war stuff. Some women care more about being objectified. Gen Z gets no play, so they hate on what they can't get. Yeah, I think things are just unsustainable. The Sabrina shit is you as fuck, like too soon and too publicly humiliating. Yeah, I don't have I don't have like a brilliant take on it. I think that a big part of being an artist is if you want to put on a performance where you want to be a sexual person, or even as like a regular ass person, not even as an artist. Like if you want to be sexy and you want to present yourself in almost like what other people would even consider humiliating, that's up to you. Like, I don't know why other people would get mad at what you choose to do to yourself. I'm not gonna make like a silly take and be like, men do this too. Like, obviously there's a difference between objectification of men and women. Ironically enough, we were just talking about that, but overall, if I don't know, if a woman wants to fucking put out like a sexy photo shoot, who am I to judge? You know, I'm a feminist, guys. It's just the timing. What does that even mean? What do you mean, the timing? Why is the timing? What is the... She's setting us back? No, I agree with this regarding Sabrina Carpenter. Her and Sydney Sweeney are the new wave feminism antichrist in a way that both propagate the conservative views of the role of a woman in our society, such as hypersexuality for the male gaze pleasure and showcasing visual representation of obedience for male validation. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I that is what they're doing, but it is also their own personal choice to do so. Like, what? You wanna... I don't understand it. Like, the empowerment comes from the decision maker in this circumstance, and the decision maker here is a woman. She is making this decision to sexualize herself or position herself in a submissive manner. I know that no matter what I say, people will say, you're a man, shut the fuck up, and you don't know anything, you're just disgusting, you also, you know, consume sex work, blah, 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 all this stuff. Wait, hold on. In my opinion, it's a Monica Lewinsky reference to make commentary on the way women are treated by men and power dynamics, but young people are missing it. Yeah, I don't even know what the actual point, like what she's pointing to here. Like what this is a play on for her. I don't know what the deeper message behind this is, but what I do know is, I don't think that she is like, I don't think that this is like setting women back or whatever, you know what I mean? If a lady wants to do sexy sub dom play lightly, okay, and put that as her album art, like, let her live, you know, let her do that thing. It doesn't have to take away from anybody else. Gen Z is simultaneously very hypersexual and very anti-sexual. Popular music is just as sexual as ever, if not more blatant. But they also make think pieces on everything. I know. You know what I mean? Armenian Labubu goes crazy. Armenian Labubu? What the fuck is an Armenian Labubu? Like, the full scope. If you want to understand where I'm coming from, if ladies want to wear the hijab, great, that's your choice, have fun, you know what I mean? If ladies want to do submissive play, and do like I'm a dog or whatever, and that's what they want to showcase, great, have fun. I'm a guy, I'm seeing myself out of this conversation. I'm simply existing in society as other people are doing whatever the fuck they want to, and they should be able to. You know? Like, that's a whole ass grown adult, you know? Bro, what does the sub-dom dynamics have to do with the album? It would have been fine if it was the topic of the album, like FKA Twigs. This is just over-sexualization, which the music industry promotes. Yeah. As a Gen Z girly, I think there's a play on being a female dog or being a bitch too. Yeah, I don't even know what the intention behind it was, and I think people are just like reacting to it with an incredibly negative lens, because I do think the next generation is weirdly super hyper puritanical, and I think that the reason why Gen Z, especially younger Gen Z, are hyper puritanical is because in the early aughts of 2016 there was like a lot of pro-sex work messaging out there, and Tumblr, I think, did a number on like at least younger millennials, younger phalennials, whose understanding of sex and sexuality and kinks and sex work as well came from Tumblr, and it, I think, swung too hard in one direction, and then there was this inevitable backlash that has come from that, with younger Gen Z looking at all of the hypersexualization and going, this is gross, I don't like this, I'm overstimulated with this. And that's why you see so many people literally are they take like anti-porn positions. Like, there's so many Gen Z people that just like despise porn, and they think it's like the devil. They think it's like constantly trying to warp your brain, and they think like any kind of sexualization in media is actually completely unacceptable. And I find it strange that people have this kind of people take this kind of role, people take this kind of position. It's not being anti-sex to say how sex in media portrays women. Oh my god. No, no. I'm not just talking about this in general. I'm talking about like Zoomers that weirdly enough went so hyper woke that they actually ended up flipping back to a puritanical attitude, and that is what is being exhibited right now. It's just like I'm always anti trying to sanitize art in general. Like, artistic expression has always been immoral and degenerate, okay? Every new meta in art history comes from people being perverts and degenerates and pushing the boundaries of what was previously considered acceptable. The example I always use is from the Impressionist era of moving away from only showcasing nudity in the form of angels and like religious mythological figures to deliberately drawing prostitutes, right? Sex workers, and drawing women in their naked body. This was seen as like an insanely unacceptable act. They were like, how dare you? How dare you start drawing fucking prostitutes as naked? Like, we're not supposed to see this. Like, but that was moving the needle. That was moving the needle in the direction of a new artistic interpretation, away from just religious mythos and paintings that surrounded, like, you know, cherubs or whatever the fuck, to actual real normal human beings, right? So ultimately, I just think that any kind of artistic expression, any kind of demand to sanitize artistic expression is inherently reactionary, and I'm not in favor of it, but you can be if you want to. But my point on it is that I think we place a lot more emphasis on stuff like this because it comes from a place of powerlessness. I experienced the exact same kind of backlash in the 2016 era, where you don't feel like you have any control over your own life, you don't feel like you have any control over the systems, you have no way to demand change and go out there and you protest, but like nothing changes. So then you look to areas where you can actually have at least some semblance of influence. And what are those areas? Your favorite content creator that you can yell at and get an apology out of, or whatever kind of culture you're consuming, whatever kind of content you're consuming. And this is precisely what used to happen all the time with like the woke SJWs and what people understand as cancel culture. It comes from a place of powerlessness. It comes from a place of like hidden recognition of said powerlessness. So you seek out areas where you can enforce your power, where you do actually have some semblance of control. It's a way to try and claw back control over your environment. And I think it's wholly unproductive. At the end of the day, it's unproductive because it's not like you're not getting anything out of it. It's not like, you know, Sabrina Carpenter, let's say, people yell at Sabrina Carpenter for this photo, and then next time she just comes out with a fucking nun dress or whatever, you know, or she doesn't put herself in this like in this kind of hypersexualized submissive image. Do you think that this actually plays a formative role in combating misogyny or depictions of women in media in general? I know it's very easy to, I know that the easiest counter to what I'm saying here is to be like, you're a man, you're gross, you're disgusting, you're a pig, and you're horny, and you want to see Sabrina Carpenter in this like servile position because deep down inside you're like a toxic masculine individual who is simply reinforcing the patriarchal constructs that demand that women hypersexualize themselves and objectify themselves. That's not the reason why I'm saying this, okay? You can believe that if you want, and plenty of people will, no matter what happens, and plenty of people are going to take that as their primary takeaway here. But my point is, ultimately, it is utterly meaningless to hyper-focus on stuff like this, and it comes from a place of recognizing your powerlessness, and it is no different than, like, I don't know, yelling at Stephen Colbert for doing a joke that you found to be insensitive or something, or looking for microaggressions or whatever the fuck people used to do back in like 2016. And not only is it unproductive, but it also invokes like a tremendous amount of backlash from reactionary forces. They were going to be there anyway. They were going to do backlash regardless. It's not your fault for chirping, but ultimately this is utterly unproductive regardless of the backlash that it invites from reactionary forces in general. I think it's also like somewhat infantilizing to act as though she had no say in this process, in the decision-making process whatsoever, and that this is not like a grown-ass woman who is deliberately making this choice, but instead is either one, a victim of the exploitative and perverse forces of capital. To a certain degree, everyone is, and so is Sabrina Carpenter, but it's not, like, I wouldn't say that this goes above and beyond the normal exploitative constructs that exist. In any case, I feel like I'm not the most knowledgeable of Sabrina Carpenter's background, her history, her performance. I have, however, seen some of her concert performances where she will, bring someone out from the crowd, and there's like a lot of sexy stuff that she does, I think, and some people enjoy that, and I guess people on the outside don't enjoy that, and then they say that's not acceptable, don't do that. But like this, I feel like is in line with the image that she has cultivated for herself, and I guess at the end of the day, my point always is like, let people do whatever they want to do. If they want to be like kind of kinky, they want to be sexy, if they want to sexualize themselves, like whether it is for marketing purposes or not, like there is a line, and I don't think she's crossing it. But then again, I am once again a man, and therefore my opinion on this is null and void. I am a man, but the reason why I oftentimes will retaliate against these sorts of demands is because I think censorship and sanitation of art is always bad. Always, 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 always bad. It's always unproductive. It's always reactionary. No matter who is the person that is advocating for it. And I think like there are a lot of people I've noticed that advocate for more puritanical, more sanitized versions of art, and they think that they're doing this from a woke framework, but I think it's not. It's actually not a productive woke framework at all. It's just simply reactionary. Sabrina Carpenter talks to Rolling Stone about her being criticized for the sexual nature of her music. It's always so funny for me when people complain. They're like, all she does is sing about this, but those are the songs you've made popular. Clearly you love sex, you're obsessed with it. She can do whatever she wants, but pretending like it doesn't have an impact on culture is just silly. That's why art is art. You are a pussy. You are not a man. Do you like when women support sexism? You are a cuck. You are not a man. You are a pussy. You are a coward. You are not a man and will never be. Okay. This is like saying I'm short. You know what I mean? I have no problems saying I'm 5'10". You want to know why? Because that fucks you over. If I'm not a man, what are you? You know? Yeah, okay, I'm not a man. What would you be categorized as in that process? Yeah, okay. Like, you think that bothers me? Don't piss me off now. I'll start telling motherfuckers I'm actually 5'10". I'll start telling motherfuckers I'm 5'10". If I'm 5'10", all of a sudden, what are you? Now you're 5'2". Okay? Don't push me. People don't understand that. This hurts you more than it hurts me. I promise. Isn't this the whole point? Like, do whatever you want. She's not specifically courting a misogynistic fan base. I know it's not. She's not. Her fan base is primarily women, but then women will say, well, that's why she bears the responsibility here. Like, she needs to be more careful with the way that with the way that she portrays herself for her fans or female fans. But I don't think there's anything wrong with being sexy. That's my opinion, at least. I obviously also try to be sexy all the time, but I'm a man, so it's obviously different. It's different for women as opposed to men, because objectification is a real harm for women, whereas objectification of men doesn't necessarily impact their careers, or there is no societal expectation that men are only valuable for the way that they present themselves, for their aesthetics and the way that they look, as opposed to patriarchal constructs have dictated that women are only as worth. Women's worth are simply women's worth is simply met on the boundaries of their physical their physically desirable properties. It's fucked up, you know. I think puritanical is an unfair label. She can do whatever she wants. To be fair, I'm Gen Z, but in a society where the pendulum is swinging towards white supremacy and misogyny, where literally every woman ever is naked in every concert album and blonde, skinny, submissive is in trendy, I fear we should think critically about why women do things like this. I mean, I'm gonna ask this with all sincerity, okay? This is a serious question that I have. Do you not like looking sexy? Like, is that not something that you like doing? You know? Is that not a thing that you enjoy? You know, you work out, you diet, summer comes around, you got a fucking beach body, you want to show it off a little bit, you know? You bought a sexy ass two-piece bathing suit, right? that's the thing. Like, people want to appear a certain way. I think we should allow people to do that. Like, it's just, it is what it is. No, I'm fat. Well, you can still be sexy and fat. What do you mean? It's more about confidence. It's more about feeling a certain type of way. And I think everybody at the end of the day wants that, right? They want to feel, they want to feel hot. They want they want to be desired. A lot of people do. Please stop. This is such a dude take. Really? Maybe it is. Maybe I'm just totally off base. No, we don't. Stop projecting your gooner shit onto us. What the fuck is this argument? I mean, if it wasn't the case, then there wouldn't be entire industries designed around making you feel sexy and feel hot. The problem in this circumstance is that women get objectified whether they are I mean, regardless of how they appear. Women get objectified regardless. Okay, you try too hard, you're putting on a show, you're objectifying yourself. You don't try at all, what the fuck's wrong with you? Are you sick today? Why didn't you put your makeup on? Is everything all right? It's just like it's misogyny and patriarchy that is the problem. It's not the way that women choose to present themselves that's the issue. You know? That's it. That's why I always tell the men in this community to be fucking normal. Do not, like, that is my #1 advice when you are, for example, encountering women in the wild. What do I always tell you? Treat them as though you would treat anybody else, with kindness, empathy, and not simply as objects of desire. You're digging yourself a deeper hole, man? No, I'm not. LB spitting facts. No, he's not. Hasan is correct on this. LB says, please, Hasan. Women have always had their agency questioned when it comes to sex and media. Stop doing this. Women can make media about sex without people saying they're appealing to the male gaze. You infantilize women by taking that perspective with any women in media. I agree. No, I do. But I'm a man. So no matter what I say, I'm not only a man, but I'm a man that looks the way I do and carries myself. I'm a man who carries himself a certain way. So when I say that, everyone will say, oh, you're being selfish. You're selfishly saying this because you want a goon. You're a pervert. You want to fucking... I know. So listen to men. I am a woman. I know. Lil Bear LB is a woman. But, you know. I'm so confused. You guys are talking like he's saying we try to look sexy for men. Exactly. That was not my point. This is unironically the Jordan Peterson argument, but woke. If you think that, like, if you are a whole ass woman and you think that me as a man is saying women want to look sexy exclusively for men, for the male gaze, you misunderstood my point entirely. That's not my perspective at all. As a matter of fact, it's a perspective that I rail against quite frequently. Remember Jordan Peterson, the top dog of misogyny, the intellectual giant Jordan Peterson, who constantly would say, oh, you put on the rouge to make your cheeks look flushed for the male desires, you harlot. Like, when he used to say shit like that, he just fundamentally misunderstood why women put on makeup or why women dress a certain way. It's not to fulfill the sexual desires of men. It's because they want to fucking look hot and feel confident and feel sexy. That's it. It has nothing to do with men at all. It can in certain instances, but not always, and not for the overwhelming majority of time. And it's the that is not my position at all. So you're fundamentally misunderstanding what I'm saying when I'm talking about like being sexy. Don't you want to be sexy? That's not what I mean. I don't mean like be sexy for men. Who gives a fuck about men? Fuck men. You know? This is why what I'm saying is like this is why my criticism on this issue always revolves around you're no longer advancing discourse. What do you mean advancing discourse? Perception of being a girl boss is so male-centered. You sound absolutely insane, bro. Your opinions on women aren't normal amount. Don't let your predominantly male audience convince you otherwise. What? Bro, just stop. You have the red femmes molding. Let's move it. You're right, by the way. Yeah, I don't. My perception of being a girl boss is so male-centered. What's the female-centered version of this? Are you just simply saying like I'm a woman and I hate the Sabrina Carpenter thing, even though she's a woman herself, and you think it's irresponsible that she's using her platform to hypersexualize herself or and present herself as an object of male gaze, a sexual desire, setting women backwards in media? Is that what I should be saying? So basically it's just like any opinion that you have that I don't maintain is actually always automatically going to be wrong because I'm a man and my opinion is going to be male-centric. Is that what it is? I just think, you know, let women do whatever the fuck they want. That's my position. That's it. That's it. That's my final point on this. Let women do whatever the fuck they want. I don't think we should tell women what to wear and what not to wear. And I don't think we should tell women what to do and what not to do. If you think that that is a male-centric, misogynistic framework that I'm operating off of, I guess there's not really much I can do other than that. You know, that is literally my fundamental moral compass here. Like what is gearing me to say what I'm saying right now is coming from that principle. That's it. Connor, if the mob has its way, Sabrina Carpenter will be asexual by 2026. Not every topic is your area of expertise or requires commentary from you in particular. Not saying shut up, just saying compelling yourself to construct an opinion because this is what you do just leads to more potential noise. Wait, what? No, this isn't. Yeah, I don't know Sabrina Carpenter's whole vibes, but if we're talking about like if we're talking about commentary surrounding like what women can and can't do, no, this is actually unironically something I talk about with regular fucking frequency, especially as a content creator with a fucking predominantly young male audience. A big part of what I do is to try to fucking pull men back from exhibiting reactionary misogynistic tendencies. This is a part of the news. I'm sorry that the news is fucking stupid, but it is technically a part of the news. And as a political commentator, of course I'm gonna fucking talk about that. Most of this ultimately Y'all sound like rat femmes and it's embarrassing. No, it is though. It is what it is. Wait, what was my fucking? What was my take? What was I talking about before it like turned into this? I can't believe people try to claim your audience captured. I know. It's precisely because I'm not audience captured that people come in here and they'll agree with like 99% of things that I advocate for, and then will misunderstand something that I'm saying, and it's probably my fault that I'm not doing a good enough job addressing my perspective, or in most circumstances it is the way I look that people can't fucking move past, right? And then they will become my #1 hater, and they'll be like, Hasan simply doesn't understand this. He is a fucking disgusting, misogynistic piece of shit, or something like that. What is this? This person. You saying women do things for themselves most of the time as if they are not socially conditioned to dress and act a certain way due to the patriarchy is crazy. I'll be the one to say it. Women have been conditioned and brainwashed for so long. Do you think it's appropriate for me as a man to be like, women are dumb drones that have been socially conditioned into slutting themselves out? Like, do you think, well, first of all, that's not even my perspective, but like, do you think if I said that, that would come across as, you know, that, because that's the argument that you're presenting. Like, that's wild. It's a wild take. You are denying 50% of the population agency for the most part because they do not abide by your standards. You are a woman, I assume, and you're saying this as a woman, but that's like fundamentally misaligned with progressive values in general, and is inherently a this goes back to the fucking radfem discourse. Radfem discourse devolves into reactionary opinions. The ultimate point that you're positioning towards is unironically the same thing that like fucking Mormons want. How do woke people not realize that? Like, woke people sometimes go so woke, I'm dumb as fuck, like I have a degree in physics and I'm a dumb woman that has no agency. Please read my chats, please. Yeah. As a woman, the hijab comparison was really important, actually. Yeah, I mean, it's one that I make all the time. That's why I have a fucking rail against, like, France's laïcité, forcible secularist positions, like, demanding that women not be allowed to fucking wear a hijab. I think that's also bullshit. Like, that's my perspective. If someone wants to wear a hijab, yeah, go ahead. You are correct. While yes, women have been conditioned, I am a woman who loves to wear more revealing QC clothes as a leftist because I feel good. I'm a black Gen Z girl. Yeah. It's the same. I don't know. It's just like, for me, you idiot, hijab in a Muslim country, not France. What? I'm confused. Do you not understand that if someone doesn't want to wear a hijab in a Muslim country, ban me, you moron. If someone doesn't want to wear a hijab, if a woman doesn't want to wear a hijab in a Muslim country, they have every right to do so. That is what I'm advocating for. If someone wants to wear a hijab in France, they also have every right to do so. If someone wants to dress whichever way they choose to dress, I'm not going to be policing what women can and can't do. Yeah, right, avoid the question. No, I don't think you understand. First of all, your hate account dedicated to Brogan. So obviously you're already a mentally unstable, pathetic fucking loser who literally spends every waking moment of their life trying to make other people's days as shitty as your every waking moment is. It's not going to work, obviously. I didn't avoid your question. I actually directly responded to it. You just didn't understand it because you're too fucking stupid, because you're so angry. Now you make it personal because you're wrong? No, you didn't understand. I already told you. I already addressed it. I said, if you, as a woman, want to, well, you're probably not. But if you want to not wear a hijab in a Muslim country, then yes, that is your choice. You should be allowed to do so. Just like if you want to wear a hijab in France, then you address the wrong context. What is the, you are not even, first of all, there is no context here. I'm trying to derive context from the idiotic, angry thing that you typed. You typed it so angrily that it actually doesn't even make any sense. I actually offered you the dignity to read out and try to understand what you were saying and then respond to it. You didn't like the response to it because it actually fucking destroys your perspective. Context being France, where you can do anything. Yeah, no, you're too stupid to deal with. Sorry. That's crazy. Literally in the process of talking about France not allowing people to do whatever they want, I'm talking about how that's wrong, and even adding additional context to some other countries where women are restricted. Muslim countries, you know what I mean? Like the one you fucking wanted me to address, and you still don't like it because I've exhibited moral consistency in this argument. Connor responds to this topic. Yeah, no, he's
.com, bro. Please watch Cheezer. I don't think he's live. Asmongold's live. It is crazy that he gets 12,000 viewers on Kick. That's actually a pretty impressive carryover rate. That's how many Asmongold viewers care enough to not fuck with Twitch. 100% bots. Fair enough.
We got another report coming out right now from a trusted account. Is this a trusted account? I'm not really sure.
Are they actually going to war in Iran? Is this news? I like how Asmon's news source is searching Israel, Iran on X and then sorting by new. And he's just looking at videos that may or may not be relevant to like the current situation. Like it could just be old video. He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know, dude.
Okay.
This is literally how he gets news.
Shit.
You know what's ironic? This is what my haters think I do. Like, I'll go through OSINT accounts that are reliable and OSINT accounts that are unreliable while walking you through the process of like, this is an unreliable narrator. Like, people were constantly sending me links about Ansar Allah bombing the Ben Gurion airport, right? I knew that was fake. That was not real. But people were like constantly sending it to me, and I responded to the chatters being like, that's not a real thing that's taking place. That's actually, you know, fake news. And my haters unironically think this is what I do. They have, and for most people, because they don't understand politics enough, and because they're not well read enough or even interested enough, they just basically look at me and they look at Asmongold and they go, yeah, these two guys are just basically doing the same stuff, right? Like, I don't really understand it. It's so fucking, it's kind of sad. Keep crying, lol lol. I mean, I'm not. I don't know what makes haters lose sight of just like visual interpretation. But that's not what's going on here.
Yeah. Okay, give me a minute. Let me look at this. And so it's fake, probably? You think it's fake? I don't know.
The biggest political commentator, by the way.
The U.S. tankers are airborne over Iraq.
This is awesome.
4 hours increased activities.
This is awesome.
Air Force's high frequency.
He's literally reading bullshit.
Does it have a date?
Air Force high frequency cognitive scale. Like what?
I'm not seeing any dates on this. What the fuck?
Air Force's high frequency
But you
global
believe that-
communication system.
Where does
HFG.
but you believe the Arma 3 video thing? Where does that come from? I don't even know why. It's like something that my haters say, I think, but I don't even know what that is. Was it because someone sent me a video and I went, oh my God, what the fuck is this? And then very quickly realized that it was an Arma 3 footage? Is that what it is? No, I actually unironically don't know why people say I believe the Arma 3 footage, because I didn't. Like, it's a clip. Your haters are unironically your biggest fans. Yeah, it's always people who genuinely think that like they are brilliant and above context will oftentimes get duped by like a fucking they'll get duped by like a 15-second clip. Like, it's so shocking. Here's the Arma 3 thing from last year. What is why Apple? Wait, this is not from last year, dude. This is from fucking Ukraine. Look at my hair. This is literally from, what the fuck is happening here, by the way? This is a clip that XQC's reacting to of a clip that he initially reacted to from me covering something in 2022, in which case, how long is the clip? 43 seconds. With XQC's reaction, the clip is 43 seconds. And I'm fairly certain if we were to, because I remember this, like, the original clip, Hasan gets fooled by Arma 3, XQC 168,000 views. How long is the actual clip that he's reacting to? It's like a 40-second clip. People send me fake shit all the time. You know what I mean? People send me, I need to find the original clip of me watching this and then turning around and being like, I'm pretty sure this is fake. Fucking insane. I don't know if this is legit or not. Rip. Wait, so I said, I don't know if this is legit or not, and people are like, wow, this guy's a real fucking dumbass. They lit that fucking thing up. Look at the traces. Wait.
Look at the mods. This is from a game. This is from a game.
Wait, so it's literally 10 seconds before I go, I don't, even in the 10-second clip, I'm like, I don't know if this is real or not. And then they just, this is what they use? This is what they use to be like, Hasan is a bad political commentator?
This is literally...
All right, is he playing? Oh, God damn it! I hate it! Why? This is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean. This is what I mean.
Yeah, isn't it what this was saying? This was right. This is politics stuff shit.
What? This is what they use to be like, Hasan is a bad political commentator. For me, clicking on a link, going, I don't know if this is real or not, and then going, this is Arma 3 footage. God damn it, this is what I mean. You guys send fake bullshit all the time when we're covering breaking stories. That is what they're pointing to. This isn't that what D says? His politics are dog shit. That's what he said. That's why my politics are dog shit. For the dumbest person on the planet, this probably hits so fucking hard. So goddamn hard. Anyway, we're moving on from this and getting back to the real world. It's cool to see. So hard you have to watch it again 2 years later. I mean, yeah, that's cool, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, the guy who's trying to make a big deal out of that, by the way, unironically, is now doing a shittier version of Asmongold, whose political coverage of Iran and Israel tensions heating up is basically looking at a defense intelligence account posting AI photos and shit. And XQC can't even do what Asmongold is doing. And what Asmongold is doing is already fucking idiotic. And I guess there's a reason why no one who is a serious person considers any of these people as like reliable sources of information, you know? XQC is so fucking stupid, he thought his own Black Lives Matter tweet was fake. Like, that's how little he gives a fuck about politics.
See, yes. He is literally just reading slop. This is awesome.
That's what it's
He clicked.
But yeah, as I was saying, this is what my haters think I do. And ironically enough, when they agree with the person doing the thing that they think I'm doing, they're like, nah, he's based. All right, we're moving on from this fucking idiotic nonsense, and we're getting to the news. We had an India air crash. We're obviously not going to talk about that for the time being. Donald Trump has made statements as well about ICE raids, or at least like dialing back some of the ICE raids. Thank you for your coverage of the LA protests. I have a lot of anxiety, but you gave me the courage to go get assaulted by ICE trying to stop them from kidnapping a teenager yesterday. Congratulations. Did you see Sabrina Carpenter being a dog? Yes. We already covered it for like an hour. I think I'm done with that coverage. Yes, Padilla detainment is on the docket as well. There was a person who was arrested, by the way, which is insane. Alejandro Theodora Orellana was arrested this morning by FBI Los Angeles on an allegation of conspiracy to commit civil disorder for distributing face shields to suspected rioters on Tuesday. We are moving quickly to identify and arrest those involved in organizing and or supporting civil disorder in Los Angeles. This is insane. Okay? This is actually insane. The fact that they are trying to prosecute people for doing mutual aid at a fucking protest is so psychotic. And it's funny enough, it's something that I actually addressed when friend of the show, Alex Michelson, was also freaking out about, when he was like, oh, these guys are very well organized. They're trying to, like, even liberals themselves think that this is illegal. It is not illegal to hand out masks at a fucking protest. If you don't understand how insane this is, if you do not comprehend what is going on here, I don't know what to tell you. Here, this is what I said. Breaking, we just saw people arrive in downtown LA with trucks loads of bionic face shields that demonstrators quickly grabbed. It certainly seems like gear you'd wear while you're preparing for a conflict with police. Who's funding this? I said, Alex, this is for basic safety that mutual aid groups hand out alongside ear protection, respirators, and goggles. It is to ensure people aren't harmed by cops shooting projectiles. And he said, thank you. Now this is now officially being seen as a felony in the eyes of the state. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. This is a normal, basic function of protest. It's a good thing that people are doing this. It's for safety. It is for safety. And now the fascist administrative state has decided that basic mutual aid is a fucking crime. Do you understand how insane this is? Like, think about all the people that we see doing mutual aid at these protests, people that go out, buy, you know, pallets of water to hand out to protesters so they're not dehydrated, or people who hand out goggles, people who hand out respirators, people who hand out ear protection so that your earlobes don't implode when they're deploying explosive ordnance. What a psychotic situation this is. Like, criminalizing mutual aid is the next step in the depravity from this administration.
Right, where it just feels like something's going to happen and you're waiting for it to happen. And you can look around, you see the National Guard in front of the federal building, but as far as this intersection where we're seeing all this take place, there's no local...
I was out handing medical supplies, ear protection, and Peaceful. We got arrested illegally for no reason, and there were multiple Hasanabi heads with me. I think you watched us getting kettled live. I can't imagine if I got charged with something more for handing out those earplugs. Yeah. This is completely unacceptable. This is completely unacceptable. This is very, very dangerous. Every single fucking liberal needs to recognize how dangerous this is.
Police to be seen. Yeah. And we have people handing out masks and gas masks, and we just saw people graffitiing the sidewalk right in front of this truck, and we've seen people doing burnouts in the street. There's no local law enforcement around.
Let us clarify, because...
That's not true. There's a tremendous amount of local law enforcement around. It's just that they're too busy beating the shit out of marchers to I guess, like, tackle graffiti. There's laws that state I legally have to respond to emergencies as a nurse, and now I can't at protests. Yeah, it's like, the fuck?
We've been showing a wide shot and from a different angle. A whole lot of officers on the other side of the federal building, almost behind you, and perhaps the visual is obstructed from your point of view. But I can tell you there are many, many, many LAPD cars and officers there that have staged. They are blocking that freeway overpass, so protesters can't get on that overpass like they did yesterday.
This is the same vein as cops arrest grandmas for passing out pizza to people waiting in line to vote. Only one party does both that, and arrest people who help protest is insane. Like, there are laws around. There are some laws that are understandable around electioneering, right? Like, that's understandable, okay? But this is not one of those instances. This is very clearly, very deliberately designed to make people not have any protection whatsoever when they are protesting against not only the elements, but also cops. Like, they have all the gear. They have riot shields. They have weapons. They have explosive ordinances that they are using on protesters. Of course, for peaceful protesters to not get hit with fucking projectiles is a good thing. Like, this isn't even reaching a level of parity between protesters, the civilians, unarmed civilians, and the heavily militarized police. This is simply, like, just basic protection, so that when a dumbass cop is shooting you with a 40mm projectile rubber bullet in the head, you don't have that, you don't have your eye taken out. You know what I mean? It's the state basically saying no amount of self-defense in this process is legal. You have to sit there and you have to die. Yeah, but the protesters not vomiting and blindly stumbling in the traffic hurts the feeling of cops. They put a lot of effort into firing those chemical weapons to cause those things. They might cry if it doesn't work. Exactly. Like, this isn't even, you know, they're not giving weapons out, okay? They're giving basic protective gear. That's insane.
And throw bricks or concrete or scooters down on law enforcement that was below that and clear the 101 freeway. So perhaps they're not where you
those folks, and your photographer just gave us a great shot of the box that was left behind, which showed the brand of mask. I mean, it's not the kind of thing, thank you for seeing this there. It looks like a bionic shield.
Yeah, it's specifically so people's eyes don't pop out of their head when cops shoot them with projectiles. The government. Basic mutual aid. For unarmed civilian protesters. Having their on a cop and the militarized police. .40mm projectiles, explosive ordinances. Please use 40mm projectiles, explosive ordinances, and chemical weapons while they're in lawful exercising. They're criminalizing basic mutual aid for unarmed civilian protesters to shield themselves from having their eyes shot out of their heads when the militarized police use 40mm projectiles, explosive ordinances, and chemical weapons. Peepaw drafts a tweet ASMR. This is crazy. It is showing how donut growth President Trump had in the after the election got stolen. The first time it took him 4 years to get this kind of protest. Now it only took months. Wait, oh. Yeah. Why am I taking the apostrophe away? Because their word count.
To describe where it just feels like something's going to happen.
This is genuinely messed up. Character limit. Yeah. This is actually incredibly fucked up, dude. All right, we're gonna go to another incredibly fucked up situation. Senator Alex Padilla forcibly removed from press briefing by Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. I gotta pee real quick. I'll be back.
The fact of the matter is, a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your. I
also want to talk about specifically how many of our ICE agents have been got and what they have tried to insert into our city. So I want to say thank you to every single person that has been able to do this.
Hands up.
Also, I want to talk
Senator Alex Padilla.
specifically
I have
to the
questions for
rioters and
the
to the
secretary,
politicians in
because the
Los
fact of the
Angeles.
matter is, a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your.
I also want to talk about specifically many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty, how they have been targeted, and how their families have...
All right, volatile situation breaking right now. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is going to be with us in a minute. California Senator Alex Padilla is now speaking outside the FBI building. Let's listen in.
Los Angeles today, and I was here in the federal building, in the conference room, awaiting a scheduled briefing from federal officials as part of my responsibility as a senator to provide oversight and accountability. While I was waiting for the briefing with General Guillot, I learned that Secretary Noem was having a press conference a couple of doors down the hall. Since the beginning of the year, but especially over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions. And we've gotten little to no information in response to our inquiries. And so I came to the press conference to hear what she had to say, to see if I could learn any new additional information. And at one point, I had a question. And let me emphasize, just as we've emphasized the right for people to peacefully protest and to stand up for their First Amendment rights, for our fundamental rights. I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground, and I was handcuffed. I was not arrested. I was not detained. I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable. And we'll have more to say. We'll have more to say in the...
It's so wild that all of the most ridiculous fantasies of Republicans, the most ridiculous hysterics of the Republicans, of like the Democratic Party somehow enforcing tremendous control over their lives and being aggressive and militant, all of that is precisely what the Republicans are now doing to everyone. Like, for years, Republicans hysterically cried about how this was what was going on. This is what the Democrats wanted to do to them. And now they are literally doing it. They're doing the actual thing that they claim the Democrats might want to do in the future.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your...
Watch to the very end when they tell the senator's staffer there's no recording allowed as they drive him to the ground after physically removing him from a press conference. Yes, their position is that there is no recording allowed at a press event.
If you let my hands go ahead, put behind my back.
All right, cool. One hand, lay flat, lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
I did not know. There's no recording.
What do you mean there's no recording allowed in here?
Allowed out here for FBI, right? Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go ahead, put behind my back.
All right, cool. One hand, lay flat.
I mean, Alex Padilla is right. If they do this to a senator for asking a question, what are they doing to everybody else? What are they doing to average citizens who don't have this protection? Schumer made this announcement in the middle of a debate on a bill where Democrats were collaborating with the Republicans on crypto legislation. How can you compartmentalize these two actions is beyond me.
Without objection. Mr. President, I just saw something that sickened my stomach. The manhandling of a United States senator. We need immediate answers to what the hell went on. I yield the floor.
Wow. My goat. He's really doing it now. Chat, you done pissed him off. You won't like him when he's angry. Shifty Schiff wants an investigation. Adam Schiff, Padilla's delegation partner, says there should be an investigation for the officers who apprehended Padilla to be treated the way he has, to be essentially brought to the ground and shackled as a disgraceful action. Like, how are people not recognizing this? How are politicians in the Democratic Party not even invested in this for simple self-preservation? Like, you might be invested, you might not care about your constituents getting brutalized, right? Many of them don't. They're assholes. All they care about is power. Okay, well, this is directly threatening your life. Not just your livelihood, not just your position in society, but just your life too. How are you not recognizing the terrifying nature, the authoritarian creep? Like, you can't even defend yourself. Like, that's how it feels like. It feels like Democrats are such pussies that they don't even want to defend themselves. Okay? Noam response to Padilla being forcibly removed. I don't even know the senator. He did not request a meeting with me or speak with me. So when I leave here, I'll have a conversation with him. I think everybody in America would agree that was inappropriate. Wait, is she saying that the apprehension was inappropriate, or is she saying that the senator from California that was demanding a question from the Department of Homeland Security secretary was inappropriate?
Oh, you know what? I don't even know the senator. He did not request a meeting with me or to speak with me. So when I leave here, I'll have a conversation with him and visit and find out really what his concerns were. I think everybody in America would agree that that wasn't appropriate.
I genuinely can't tell if she's saying, oh, she's saying the senator was doing something inappropriate. Nice. Okay. I don't know. Maybe she wasn't. I don't want to think that she is saying. The interruption was inappropriate is what she's saying. Oh my God. Oh, it is. That is insane. I don't agree with what happened, but this is actually Alex Padilla's karma for dehumanizing Palestinians with pro-Israel votes. Yeah, except in this situation, what goes around comes around, but he is literally doing the right thing. He was doing the right thing by demanding answers and trying to do right by his constituents. So, you know, I don't disagree with you as far as like what these guys do and what these guys entertain in terms of what happens to Palestinians with our weapons, with our tax dollars. And our appetite for violence, overseas certainly plays a role in our appetite for violence here and our analysis of what kind of violence is permissible here. Okay? It does. What goes around does come around. Having said that, I think in this moment, you know, we have to be a little bit more tactical with our approach. because what happened here is completely unjustifiable, and Alex Padilla was tackled to the ground for doing the right thing. Foe of the show, DHS spokesperson Trisha weighs in. Trisha McLaughlin. Senator Padilla chose, oh yeah, the one who said I was lying for likes. Senator Padilla chose disrespectful political theater and interrupted a live press conference without identifying himself or having a Senate security pin on as he lunged towards Secretary Noem. Mr. Padilla was told repeatedly to back away and did not comply with the officer's repeated commands. Secret Service thought he was an attacker and officers acted appropriately. Secretary Noem met with Senator Padilla after and held a 15-minute meeting. New poll, new Quinnipiac poll shows Senate Democrats have Trump's approval rating is 38 to 53. GOP's approval rating is 32 to 61. Okay, approval rating is 32, disapproval is 61. Trump's approval rating is 38, disapproval is 53. But they have one thing going for them. Democrats are even more unpopular. The Democratic Party's approval rating is 21% approval to 70% disapproval. And the reason for why is because the Democrats have lost their own base. They have designed their campaigns, as I warned, against my warnings, against my wishes. This is exactly what I was talking about when I said Democrats are simply eroding trust within their base of support by constantly trying to bring in support from this mystical, fantastical, non-existent, middle of the road voters, or Republican Party voters that will then turn around and be like, well, I want to vote for the reasonable party, the reasonable fascist party. It's not going to happen. And here we are. And if they don't change, if they do not change their attitude, they are permanently fucked. And them being permanently fucked is not a good thing. I'm not a defender of the Democratic Party. Fuck the Democratic Party. But them having this little, and not enjoying even a little bit of confidence is warranted, but it's also dangerous. Because if there's no counterbalance, if there's no pushback against growing fascism, then it's over. I staged at a workplace raid. You guys understand we have a signed warrant to be here, worker, and here's my bag of fucks.
You guys understand we have a signed warrant authorizing us from a judge to be here. And here's my bag of fucks. I'm just telling you. You say we don't have a right to be here. Apparently a judge did. Sorry, Tommy. I don't give a fuck about a warrant. You guys understand we have a
Hasanabi is a troublemaker. This guy comes in, and I think in my head canon, this dude who comes in and says this every day is like 75 years old. But he comes in here every day and says this. Like I'm a whippersnapper, a scoundrel.
Coming days. Let me say just briefly in Spanish as well.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click.
Peter. Thank you, President. Anyway, Trump is backing away from some of the crackdowns apparently because industry leaders went to him and were like, what the fuck are you doing? You're actually impacting our bottom line. No shit. Not exactly sure what this will look like. Not exactly sure what kind of scale backs will take place. But this is part of the reason why I said, don't say taco here, guys. Come on. This is part of the reason why I said mass deportation, the way that these guys envisioned it, will not happen because it harms the bottom line far too much. From their perspective, from their calculation, it's good to shit on migrants because business owners rely on migrants being a permanent underclass, constantly in legal limbo, not getting their citizenship, so they can't actually actively fight for better wages and better workplace protections. They can be discarded and disposed of when companies no longer or when companies feel like they want too much, like back pay, or they complain too much about sexual harassment and sexual violence that takes place in the assembly line. And they can just discard of them by calling ICE on themselves, only to turn around and bring in a fresh crop of undocumented migrants. And this means that ultimately the Trump administration is not white supremacist enough to fully go through with full purges of all undocumented migrants in the country, because ultimately the real reason why that white supremacist, white nativist, anti-migrant, anti-immigration agenda, the reason why it's used and utilized is so that capital owners can continue maintaining a crop of undocumented migrants to begin with. It's still ultimately for capital. It's still ultimately for the profit margins. If they were racist enough, like if they were real ass racists, didn't you say this wasn't the case the other stream? No, I have maintained the position that full tilt mass deportation is concentration camps, and it would absolutely destroy the economy, and therefore they won't go through with this. They won't go through with the full agenda. They don't even have the logistics to go through with it. They don't have enough people to go through with it. But ultimately, beyond the cruelty, beyond the inhumane nature, and beyond the logistical issues. Yes, Aviva Chomsky talks about this in her book, Undocumented: How Immigration Became Illegal. I think it's a really, really important work, and I highly recommend you guys all read it if you have the opportunity. Aviva Chomsky is one of Noam Chomsky's children, for those of you who don't know, but that is exactly what I'm talking about. That is what I'm referencing when I talk about this issue. Immigration, like flows of migration, will always happen due to the instability that we cause in the global south and due to climate change. And therefore, we will always have a hyper exploited underclass, a permanent underclass of laborers, but they can only remain a permanent underclass of laborers, which also has the capacity to depress wages for the documented workforce as well, because there's constantly people that will do the same job, if not better, work longer hours for pennies on the dollar, as opposed to the documented American laborer, that they can only maintain this this structure as long as there is reactionary sentiment, dehumanization, and no pathway to citizenship for these people. Okay? Because if they were to become full-blown citizens, then they would be able to better advocate for their own needs, their desires. They would have better workplace protections. They would not have to constantly worry about being ripped away from their family and loved ones. That's why I always say the real solution to this problem is to expedite and offer conditional amnesty to every single migrant in this country, which is an overwhelmingly popular alternative to mass deportation. If you actually want to improve the wages and living standards of American workers, that is what you're supposed to do, because the alternative is not real. It's not a real alternative at all. The notion that you are going to set up concentration camps and pack every single migrant into these concentration camps, Did you say conditional amnesty? Yes, I say conditional amnesty, as in like work through people's backgrounds. Like obviously offering a background check in the process of amnesty is the appropriate thing to do. And the reason why I say that is because, and this doesn't mean that there's going to be a tremendous number of fucking criminal, it's not like there are, there aren't a tremendous number of criminals in the population of undocumented migrants. Anyway, let's just watch.
First, on immigration, what made you change your mind about targeting in California farmers and people in the hotel and leisure business?
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, you know, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, you know, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen and what is happening? They get rid of some of the people because, you know, you go into a farm and you look and people don't, they've been there for 20, 25 years and they've worked great and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else, and then you're supposed...
Bro, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the Republicans going, abortion is murder. And then once Roe v. Wade is overturned, turning around and being like, okay, well, maybe murder is fine in cases of incest or in cases of rape or when there's severe harm to the carrier's life. And basically winding their way back down to the position that already existed with abortion protections. Obviously, it's not the same for every state, and it's still awful for many red states. But like, this is exactly the same thing that's happening. It's like, oh, we're doing mass deportation. We are going to go after every single migrant. We're gonna fucking do concentration camps. It's gonna be awesome. Only to turn around and be like, okay, I guess not all of the people that we're deporting are criminals, because there aren't that many undeported criminals that are undocumented migrants to begin with, because obviously when someone does a crime on US soil, they get fucking prosecuted. The idea that like the Biden administration was simply letting undocumented migrants go after doing heinous crimes is so psychotic. It was never real, and the Democrats couldn't even fucking defend that on principle for some weird reason. But it's just like they're just unwinding back to the previous position, but tens of thousands of lives are harmed along the way because these dipshits treat human beings like numbers. Like, it's just simply a pawn. It's simply a pawn for a political message that you want to defend.
Supposed to throw them out, and you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers, and leisure too, hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that.
And my other question about the Middle East, as the Israelis apparently gear up for some kind of an attack, a possible attack on Iran, are you trying to talk Netanyahu out of doing that, or are you so against Iran having a nuclear weapon that you're okay, he does his thing because it is not an American war?
Yeah, it's a very fair question. Look, I want to have an agreement with Iran. We're fairly close to an agreement. We are fairly close to a pretty good agreement. It's got to be better than pretty good, though, but it's got to be...
This is very similar to the right-wing H-1B debate earlier this year. Yes, it is. It's identical. So much of the immigration issues are just completely constructed hysteric narratives that are not born out of any sort of real vulnerability or any sort of real issue It's simply just a made up problem. That's why I always ask people, like, have you ever met an undocumented migrant? Have you ever met a migrant that's like waiting to become documented? Have you ever been harmed by an undocumented migrant in any meaningful fashion? Do you know how many people around you are migrants, documented and undocumented? It's a meme, but this TikTok basically fucking perfectly demonstrates like the Christian hypocrisy of it as well. I can't believe I'm gonna point to fucking TikTok here, but hold on, let me see. I want to show this to you because I reposted it.
Lord, please deport the illegal immigrant dishwasher at my local Italian restaurant and separate him from his family so I can feel safe again.
That's it. Like, that's it. That's what you're advocating for. Your advocacy revolves around like forcibly removing a person that is not doing any harm, but unironically is a productive, a sometimes more productive member of society than you, working pennies on the dollar. You want them to be removed because you believe, you've been duped into believing that like somehow they are responsible for all of the pressures that you experience. Some people genuinely are white supremacists. They genuinely do think that, you know, having more Mexicans in America or having more brown people in America is like ruining the social fabric. Okay, fuck those people. There's a bunch of people, on the other hand, who do legitimately believe the lies, right? That's the reason why you saw so many Hispanic voters vote for Donald Trump, because they thought maybe there are some like criminal migrants out there and this guy is gonna fucking deal with the criminal migrants, right? It's just scapegoating a vulnerable population that has no legal protections whatsoever for all of the actual systemic problems that exist in society. It is the fascist playbook. It is the exact same thing that the Nazis did. Identical, except instead of, you know, instead of the process of denaturalizing German Jews, we are refusing to naturalize people that have been here for years at this point. So the cruelty begins even before the enforcement. And then on top of that, now as a simple political calculation, we have decided that these people that we have used and abused are now they're now going to be swept away, like discarded, like they're pieces of trash, simply for political points, for political posturing, for some of the dumbest, most racist motherfuckers in society. Some of those dudes who became that racist because you kept lying about these the most used and abused people in American society were actually criminals. And of course, as we know how orbit works, now that Trump is coming out and saying, yeah, maybe we shouldn't actually, you know, maybe we shouldn't actually deport all the migrant workers. That's really hurting the economy. Every single dumb fuck that said, we voted for this, will then turn around and go, yeah, isn't my president so beautiful and so brave and so empathetic? See? See?
Much prefer an agreement. As long as I think there is an agreement, I don't want them going in, because I think that would blow it. Might help it, actually, but it also could blow it. But we've had very good discussions with Iran. Whether or not we get there, I can't tell you, but it'll happen soon.
I genuinely don't understand the physical machinations of racism within thinking others are lower than you. I understand it as a concept, yes, the whole 99% of it, just not the thinking. Maybe it's simply because I care another. No, first of all, I totally get it. No, it's the most effective way to make people feel, make inferiority complex adult people feel superior. That's it. As long as there's someone beneath you, as long as there's someone you can dominate, you forget who actually controls your existence. It's divide and conquer. It's the easiest method of all time. It is the most successful method of control. You feel inferior. You feel like you're fucked over. You feel like you're not getting what you deserve. You have no control over your life. You go to work and you make money for a boss you'll never see. Your manager, working at the behest of your boss, tells you what you can and can't do. You spend 80% of your adult life in this structure. You despise everything that's going on. You have no free time. You have no disposable income. You have no savings, right? Everything is more and more expensive. You don't even have the opportunity to meet a girl and maybe get married, maybe have children, all of those things, or own a home. All those things that you thought you would get, you are no longer getting. You're angry all the fucking time. But as long as there's someone that people in positions of power can point to say, this is the reason why you're angry, it's because undocumented migrants are bad, you can at least feel a little bit more self-assured, a little bit more comfortable, a little bit like, hey, you know, as long as there's someone beneath me, I'm doing all right. That's it. My primary responsibility, my primary goal is to explain to people, to those who will listen, to those who will exhibit charitability here, that it is not the undocumented migrant that's fucking you over. It's your bosses. It's your landlord. It's those with power in society, those who own capital. The marginal amount of capital that you own in the form of a 401k is only making you feel like you're invested in the stock market and the success and the continuation of super profits for mega corporations, when in fact the system that we have designed with endless greed of capital owners in mind is the same system that refuses to give you the amenities that you deserve, the amenities that everyone deserves, the amenities that we could certainly for in this country. It's the wealthy on the fucking planet. Think about all the endless bounty of technological advancement, and then think about in 2025 the fact that in the United States of America you still don't have free healthcare. Every other fucking country has free healthcare. Every other OECD nation has free healthcare. You don't. But as long as you think that undocumented migrants are the reason for this, or undocumented migrants are what you should pay attention to rather, you will never fight for that. Because fighting for that is what unites everyone regardless of their political allegiances. Fighting for things like that is the most terrifying prospect for capital owners, for those who actually seek to turn super profits out of privatizing healthcare, creating a structure of for-profit healthcare. It's just one issue, by the way. That's just one issue. There's so many other problems similar to this. Housing has the exact same issues, but that's it. They want to keep you dumb. They want to keep you angry. They want to keep you servile. And they wanted to keep you angry at your neighbor rather than those who have fucked you over. This is why I always say class consciousness is incredibly important and is unfortunately not so common here in the United States of America. But yeah, I digress. Let's get back to Donald Trump talking about Iran.
Soon. I say this, Peter, very strongly. They can't have, whether it's going in or not going in, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I'd prefer the more friendly path.
What the Israelis told you. Of servicemen and women who are stationed in the Middle East.
They didn't tell me anything, but I said, look, there's a chance of massive conflict. We have a lot of American people in this area, and I said, we got to tell them to get out, because something could happen soon. And I don't want to be the one that didn't give any warning and missiles are flying into their buildings. It's possible. So I had to do it. You know, I had the choice. Do I do it or not? Doing it has its downside, but it also has its upside. Like, you're going to save a lot of lives if it should happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Right? Thank you.
would you like folks to take away from that day? What would you hope that they would remember? And also, Mr.
What our country is, and how strong our military is. We have the strongest military in the world. You know, it's very interesting. 3 weeks ago, it was the end of world anniversary, end of World War II.
End of the world anniversary.
Macron was a good man. I said, what are you doing? He goes, we're celebrating World War II, our victory. I said, your victory? Your victory. Tell me about that. And then I called somebody else, and I happened to speak to President Putin at the time. Now, in all fairness to him, he lost 51 million people, and he did fight. Russia fought. Sort of interesting, isn't it? He fought with us in World War II, and everybody hates him. And Germany and Japan, they're fine. You know, someday somebody would.
Okay, this is. I hate to recognize this as perhaps one of the coolest things that an American president has ever said, especially because it is correct. Attributing that to Vladimir Putin is bullshit. Obviously, it is the USSR. It is their victory to celebrate. He's not wrong. I've never heard an American president actually openly state openly state historical facts like this. I guess he's doing it in the JFK, sure. I guess what I'm saying is Donald Trump is once again saying the truth, but also for the wrong reasons. He's saying the truth about the USSR, but only because I think he just loves Vladimir Putin and he wanted to attribute that to Vladimir Putin while simultaneously insulting Europe. You know, two things that he likes. He likes sucking off Adolf Hitler, and he also loves to shit on the dumb libs in Europe. So this caused him to arrive at the correct historical assessment.
Will explain that, but I like Germany and Japan too. But Putin is a little confused by that, you know. He said, we lost 51 million people and we were your ally. And now everybody hates Russia and they love Germany and Japan. I said, let's explain that something.
Also, 51 million dead is incorrect. Yeah, wasn't it like, I think it was like 30, right? I mean, I guess 51 with the concentration camps and also total number dead in the Eastern Front. I think it's 22 million or 27 million. It was a lot. It just wasn't 50 million. I don't know what he was adding on. I don't even know if it actually, dude, he's doing victims of communism numbers, but this time victims of Nazism. He's like, that's right, Nazi Germany killed 100 billion Russians in the USSR. I have the numbers. He's doing, here it is, Black Book of Fascism. Folks, believe me, JD Pondon, you already know I got the Black Book of Fascism right here. They're calling it the reverse Gulag Archipelago. This time it's a former Nazi. He wrote it. He wrote about the crimes of the Nazis. He talked about how many children would have been born in the USSR and added it on to the collective total of dead. I like this number, 100 gorillion.
Okay, but it's a strange world. But I will say this, look, I want them to go away saying how great our country is and how great our military is. And I was making all these calls, and for some reason I spoke to like 4 different places. Sir, are you celebrating?
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, not all of the all of the USSR casualties were not Russian. But you know, that's another thing. Also, Vladimir Putin had nothing to do with World War II. Obviously, he's not. He wasn't around.
We won World War II and World War I. right? We want them. And yet we're the only country that doesn't celebrate. Everybody's celebrating except us. And I said we should celebrate too.
There are several No Kings protests planned across the country on Saturday as well. What are your thoughts on those?
What are they called? No Kings?
No Kings.
I don't feel like a king. I have to go through hell to get stuff approved. A king would say, I'm not going to get this. A king would have never had the California mandate to even be talking to him. He wouldn't have to call up Mike Johnson and Thune and say, fellas, you got to pull this off, and after years we get it done. No, we're not a king. We're not a king at all. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir,
Go ahead.
Mr. President, sir, you made a lengthy posting today on Truth Social about Senator Rand Paul. Do you expect to see him at the picnic tonight, sir?
I do. I look forward to seeing him, actually. I like him. He's the hardest vote in the history of the U.S. Senate to get. Probably won't get him, but he's a very tough vote. I mean, he's a very tough vote. He's always been a friend of mine. You know, I endorsed him and got him elected. I got him elected twice, but I don't think he understands how great this bill is. This is a great bill. No tax on tips, no tax on, you know, the Social Security payments. It's unbelievable what happens. No tax on overtime. You work overtime, no more tax. It's so, those are big, but they're minor compared to the big things. Taxes reduced. And let's look at the other side. If it doesn't get approved, a 68% tax increase, 68%, including the fact that the Trump tax cuts kick in. But it's a 68% tax increase and many other bad things. I don't even want to, some of them are so bad I don't even want to talk about them. I think it's one of the greatest bills we'll ever pass in this country, and I think that Leader Thune and this gentleman right here, what he's gone through on this with, you know, we started off with a majority of 1, now I guess we have 7, so it's like easier, but it's really sort of 3. It's 7, but it really equates to 3, right? And we have great support. I mean, I can't tell you, I can't guarantee, but when you have a majority of essentially 3, where you can't lose anything more than 3 votes, and you get it passed, it's pretty amazing. And I think it's going to haunt the Democrats because most of the bill is common sense. It's tax cuts, it's border wall funding, it's military funding properly spent. It's all things that are like common sense. They're all good. There's nothing.
It's great. Everything that the Republicans do is common sense. It's common sense to physically and violently apprehend and detain a sitting U.S. senator. It's common sense. Come on. Military parades, common sense. To be fair, I don't really mind the military parade. I think that's like one of the cooler aspects of, you know, North Korea and the like. Come on, it's common sense. Of course we're gonna rip away people that have been contributors to American society and the American economy in incredibly meaningful ways from their friends and family, simply as political pawns and a political message to give the cackling hyenas in my base, the 20% that really want to fucking kill Mexicans, we're gonna give them something, right? It's common sense. It's all common sense. It's common sense. Just like it's common sense to do tax cuts for the super wealthy, and in order to play around with the deficit, what we gotta do is we gotta make it harder for the working poor to get a leg up. We gotta make it harder for the starving children to get SNAP benefits. You don't need food, 7-year-old baby. You need a job. Come on. Put on those bootstraps and get to work. It's common sense to implode global trade after designing it in a way that benefits our interests. As the largest consumption engine on the planet, simply because I'm bored. Because I want to decouple from China. I will not build a robust manufacturing base beforehand. I don't have any trade to protect, but I will protect it. It's common sense. Yeah, it's common sense to subscribe at the top of the hour for $6 or for free. This broadcast is sponsored by you, the viewers. This broadcast is for you, the viewers, and sponsored by you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, for $6 a month, or for free with a Twitch Prime, or with your voluntary contributions in the form of gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service, also known as PBS, will continue to maintain its editorial independence. Hassan Freckles, thank you for the 10 gifted. Ebb and Flow, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thousand Informers, thank you for the 10 gifted. Real 32 Phil, thank you for the holy moly. Time Lapse, thank you for the 5. Douche Canoe, thank you for the 5. Adrian is online, thank you for the 25. Xylex, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Kizant, thank you for the 5.
Tricky about it, it's basic stuff. And we don't intend on getting one
busy poop green bass guy.
Democrat vote in the House. Mike, not one. Maybe somebody will come along. I don't know how they can run for office. So many different things. We're gonna very important.
XR and Dracule 06
are gonna be strengthened.
Turbo Daddy.
Hurt. You know, they're using fake narrative. Oh, we're gonna. No, they're going to be strengthened. We're going to strengthen them. They're going to destroy them because under their policies, Medicare and Medicaid go away. Social Security under them is going to be devastated. With us, it's going to be kept, but much stronger than before. And very interesting.
Ed T. Wiley, Pokemon Lacrux.
And I proved it because for 4
Kite Line Games, thank you for the 10.
Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security. I've already been there. But they're going to destroy Medicare.
By the way, he's literally, again, I wasn't even exaggerating when I said it's just common sense. They're going to destroy Medicare. That's why we have to cut it. That's why we have to cut it ahead of time so that we can justify through the CBO a ginormous tax cuts for the super wealthy. And also, of course, an increase in expenditure for the military.
Medicaid and Social Security. They're going to wipe them out, in my opinion, because their policies are so bad the country will have no money to pay for them. We're going to make them stronger than ever before. Thank you very much, everybody.
To the protests against immigration raids in Los Angeles and spreading to other cities across the country. Matt Rivers is tracking it all from LA for us.
Wonder Gal, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Yeah, good morning, Robin. Things quiet
less
for the
than
moment
okay
here at the
gamer
Federal Building in downtown Los Angeles. This overnight curfew that's been in place is clearly having an effect, but we are expecting more protests here later today, not only here in Los Angeles, but across the country.
Overnight protests spreading across the nation as President Trump's deportation efforts ramp up. In Seattle, flames near the Federal Building, fireworks erupting into the crowd. Police.
It's true. Think about how much more chill the White House would be. Kaya for president.
Using mace, pushing back against protesters. Here in Los Angeles, residents in their second night under curfew, protesters out after dark arrested. LAPD also seemingly detaining specific individuals from the crowd. Earlier in the day, mounted police appeared to almost trample people gathered outside City Hall as they tried to push them back. Demonstrations growing from coast to coast. Smoke filling the streets in Spokane, Washington, as protesters and police clash. The mayor there placing parts of their city under curfew. And in Indianapolis, at least 1,000 demonstrators peacefully marching outside the NBA Finals game. Our Mireya Villarreal on the scene in Texas, where things remain peaceful.
There are San Antonio police officers all around this downtown area. So far right now, things have been peaceful.
And in New York, hundreds of peaceful protesters taking to the streets. A coalition of local mayors in California calling for the ICE raids to end.
All of us represent cities in this region where immigrants are key. To have people live in fear like it is today is just unacceptable.
The raids ramping up nationwide. In Southern California, ICE agents chasing a farm worker through strawberry.
Destroying their own city is crazy. Dog. Who's destroying the city? The protesters or the federal troops that are coming in to literally kidnap humans in the city that play a incredibly important role in both the commerce and the culture and the social fabric of the city. It's so crazy that you're like, nah, Trump selfishly sending fucking Gestapo agents to black and brown communities and rip those communities apart is actually not destroying the city. People protesting against that peacefully and then being met with violent retaliation from the local militarized police force that is beating the fuck out of those people for saying, hey, we don't want this. We don't want our neighbors to get fucking we don't want our neighbors to get kidnapped. It's actually always people that are doing the right thing that are destroying their own city. It seems it's never the government. It's never any function of the state. It's always the people. Also, you are not a member of the government. You are not a politician. You are a citizen. You are just like the people protesting. So I don't even understand how you can't even fucking see this from the framework of, well, these guys are just like me, okay? These guys are out in the streets. Maybe one day there will be something that I care about that the government will take away. You just can't even imagine a world where the government could do something that you don't give a fuck about. Maybe you don't give a fuck about, you know, migrants getting ripped apart, migrant families getting ripped apart. But it's crazy to me that you can't even comprehend how this is completely unacceptable. Who the real fucking vectors of harm are in this circumstance. Support for deporting all illegals, 2016 38%, 2025 56%. It's now the majority position. A result of the Democrats' shift to the right on migration, on immigration, 100%. It's that. It's also a lack of real solutions to the economic harms that people experience on a day-to-day basis. And then desperate people, angry people are vulnerable. Desperate and angry people are resentful. They are easily duped. And when one party uses that desperation and anger born out of worsening material conditions to reappropriate that anger and redirect that anger to vulnerable populations, and the other party does not say, hey, we got to put an end to this. We have to actually solve the real issues that people are experiencing. We have to expand the social safety nets. If the other party doesn't do that, and the other party doesn't even counter message against the Republicans, redirecting that anger and resentment towards vulnerable populations, this is what you're gonna get. And I don't want to hear from anybody that says, Hasan, who could have foreseen this? I did. So many people did. I've been saying this for fucking a goddamn decade, dude. It's been a fucking decade where I've been screaming this on the fucking rooftops. And there were exit ramps on numerous occasions. Bernie Sanders was a great one. And the Democrats fucked them over twice. They're beating you down to let them use your hard-earned taxes to take your neighbors and fund endless war. They want to divide you and then stuff their pockets while you're busy fighting each other. And if you dare to try to interrupt to see your neighbors as you, they'll go after you next. What is this? Brevard Sheriff Wayne Ivey to potential rioters. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we'll be notifying your family where to collect your remains at because we will kill you. Graveyard dead. We're not gonna play.
If you block an intersection or a roadway, so I'm gonna break it down for you. All right.
Like, look at this fat piece of shit, dude. Oh my God, classic. It's Florida. It's Florida. It's Florida.
If somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will.
It's so funny that this fat little piglet is like, we're gonna run you down, bitch. The only thing you're running down is a burger, okay? What the fuck do you mean? You ain't running shit down. Shut the fuck up. You're literally barely catching your breath while talking about how horny you are to fucking shoot people. It's so funny because, like, every other guy that looks exactly like that and feels exactly like that will point to this guy and be like, well, yeah, hell yeah, baby, give him hell. Give him fucking hell, baby. I also like to fantasize about violent mobs that are attacking me, and then I can just shoot them dead all the time. Thank God for our boys in the blue or green or whatever fucking color this is. This fat pig is directly responsible for the death of my brother, who was a cop. He's a liar, scumbag, corrupt, actively working to tarnish the death of my brother, who was a deputy killed by another deputy. The fuck? I mean, Florida.
Kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. This has got to stop. You're watching what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked, being spit on, being put in harm's way. Just
it's like being attacked, being spit on, being put in harm's way. It's like, where did the spit narrative come from? Also, we are so fucking Israelified. It is nutty. God damn. These are terror babies throwing rock. These are rocks of terror. We must kill them. We must kill them dead.
For doing their jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing their jobs. And you're seeing obstructionists that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order.
Speaking of the Israelification, I know I've seen this already. It's funny. It's a funny joke. I've seen it. We watched it on the stream. It's just wild because, like, god damn it, cops are so babied in this fucking country. It's like the only job where you get Norwegian style amenities and social safety nets and a fucking fat pension plan, and your job literally gives you the opportunity to kill people without any sort of legal scrutiny whatsoever, no accountability. And even then, they still fucking complain all the goddamn time. all the goddamn time about how they're victimized endlessly. I hate it. I hate how much Americans fucking worship the police. The worst. They never do their fucking jobs. Oh my God. And it's annoying because look, policing as an institution, okay, in theory, is a necessary function of a civilized society, okay? That's just the truth. You have to have people that, you know, try to solve crimes, for example. You have to have people that manage traffic in times of need. You have to have, like, there are functions for the police. Okay, in theory, there are understandable functions for the police. I'm not one of these guys who's like, no, there is no necessary function for a policing force, because even anarchists understand that there needs to be a democratic process where I guess there's like a people's militia or something. You know what I mean? Like there needs to be some structure. Okay? But these guys don't fucking do it. They don't do the job. They're so bad at the job that they're supposed to be doing. And the only thing they focus on, the only thing these motherfuckers focus on is brutalizing the population. They're so bad at the basic functions of police work that are the most important community serving functions of police work. And we never turn around and go, hey man, why don't you do your fucking job for once, please? You know, a car gets stolen. What do cops do? They come over, they file a report so you can claim it for your insurance. That's it. Nothing else. Like, do a fucking investigation for once, dude. What are we doing? That's your job, isn't it? Like, I saw that Macklemore post from the fucking Seattle Police Department. Insane, right? Macklemore's house got broken into. And his children were in the house. And of course they called the cops. Their fucking house got broken into. Of course they called the cops. It's not like the cops actually, you know, stopped that crime from happening. They can't do that. It's not like a function of policing, even though, or was it the Arizona Police Department that posted about it? I thought it was from, okay, Glendale, Arizona, FOP Lodge 12. Earlier this year, rapper Macklemore released a song declaring "fuck the police" and calling us actors with badges protecting property in a system designed by white supremacy. Well, his house just got robbed by masked men. The actors with badges were hastily called. It's like, dude, that's your fucking job, dude. That is your fucking job. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's the one purpose that you have. Wow. Wow, this asshole who's criticizing us for not doing our jobs is now demanding that we do our jobs, and we're showing him that no, we won't do our jobs and you should still worship us. I don't get it. I don't understand how people don't go, wait a minute, but your job is to literally solve crimes and you're not solving this crime, and instead you're just complaining that this person called you to do your fucking job as a taxpayer, okay? I don't understand. Yeah, if you don't like me at my murdering unarmed black men, you don't deserve me at my 61% murder clearance rate. 61% is wrong, by the way. I'm pretty sure it's way lower than, I think it's, no, it's 40%, right? American policing is literally the fucking worst, okay, chat? Please understand this. Like, there's a different way out there. I know Americans cannot envision a world outside of the United States of America, and the only time they ever even where they ever even acknowledge other countries existing is if to prove a point that like America's better off. Like they'll compare themselves easily to like Rwanda, right? But there is a world out there where the policing as an institution is still ruthless and brutal and brutalizes and protects property, but like at least does like some of the basic functions. Just like there's a world out there where free healthcare has not collapsed civilized society. Okay? Look to most Western European states, look to Canada, you know what I mean? This isn't to say that these countries are devoid of issues. I'm just saying that like a world outside of America exists, but Americans are so deluded, they just like refuse. Crime clearance rate is 57.8. He was talking about the murder clearance rate. I'm pretty sure the murder, oh, it is murder and non, okay, my bad. It was 57.8%. It's higher. I thought it was in the 30s or in the 40s. It's 57.8, which, by the way, again, spectacularly low number. It's again, then yeah, it's chat. These are horrible numbers. Okay, can you imagine? Can you imagine your primary responsibility, your primary role in society is this? Okay, your primary role in society is to do this. Clear crime clearance rates, as in charge, conviction, arrest, charge, conviction after an investigation, right? Like you've cleared the crime. Someone murdered someone, you went there, you figured out who did it, you investigated, you prosecuted, this person was charged, this person was arrested, they went to jail. Okay? That's the job. And that is the most basic function of policing. That is what they point to when they talk about how necessary policing is. If you, at your workplace, whatever you are tasked with, was only successful in the most impactful part of your job, 57% of the time, you would be fired. They would fire you the first week. And you don't get to kill people. Like if you're a fucking pool boy, you don't get to kill people, regardless of how there's an immediate sense of danger when you're entering someone's home. You don't get to kill them, right? Cops get to do that too, on top of that. But imagine if you're a pool boy and you're like, yeah, only half the pools are getting cleaned. You're fired. Amazon delivery guy. Yeah, I have a 57% clearance rate in my package delivery. Some houses just don't. Half of the fucking houses just don't get their packages delivered. You're fired. It's insane. Amazon delivery, or just delivery drivers, by the way, ironically, do have a more dangerous job than cops. That's the other side of the story as well. Landscapers have a more dangerous job than cops. Uh-oh, frame drop. Drop top. We're good. We're back. It's fine. It chopped up. It's fine. It's a mini frame drop. It doesn't mean the end of the world. It's okay. Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine pilots? Okay. Pilots have a 57% success rate, which means you get on a flight, it's the flip of a coin whether you will survive or not. It's over. It's the fucking, it's done. It's not happening, you know? But cops get to suck ass. They get to be professionally bad at their fucking job. And then on top of that, even if you complain about it, they're like, we are the most unjustly maligned. Success rate depends on the job, though. You're right. It's too hard. What do you mean? Do you think flying a fucking plane is easy? Like, what are we talking about? They are talking about, we're talking about solving murders, man.
Berry Fields Tuesday morning, and in Omaha, Nebraska, the state's largest immigration sweep yet. Dozens arrested at a meat production plant. A group fighting back, climbing onto a law enforcement vehicle as it tries to leave. U.S. Marshals pushing them away. Dozens of workers were handcuffed with zip ties and taken away on a bus.
They just came in and said that it was a raid and we had to get everybody out of production.
And these images drawing stark criticism, pictures of armed National Guardsmen accompanying ICE agents as they conduct operations.
Now, the roughly 700 Marines deployed to the Los Angeles area by President Trump are said to have completed their training nearby. And, George, they're expected to be deployed onto the streets here within the next day or two. George.
Okay, now. Caught on surveillance footage, 2 white vehicles pull into an LA parking lot. This is President Trump's immigration policy in action. As the U.S. Border Patrol agents approach, the workers washing cars.
No, Chatter's right. I'm for ACAB, but it's just a bad line of attack. Different jobs do have different success rates. Meteorology, for example, is used in an educated rest is wrong a lot of time. Not saying cops are good, but it's just a bad line of attack. Dude, it is the primary function of the job. And the only clearance rate that we're looking at is murder. Their clearance rates are even fucking lower for other shit. Hello? Are there countries? Let me tell you something, okay? This is my point. This is my fucking point. Homicide clearance rates in most European countries, like Western European nations, is literally at fucking 90+%. You are coping. You are literally coping, where you're like, you are entertaining the ineptitude of the best paid, worst performing sector in American society that has endless, unlimited amounts of power. Finland, the Netherlands, Sweden, Switzerland. Clearance rates in Sweden are 87%, 80%, 82%. Clearance rates for homicide. Clearance rates for homicides is 95% in Switzerland. Clearance rates for homicide in Finland is 98%. And they get to do that without having the most militarized police force on the fucking planet. They get to do that with significantly less resources. How is that possible? How is that possible? What is the U.S. homicide clearance rate? 57%. Homicide clearance rate as in the USA has been decreasing from 93% in 1962 to 54% in 2020. Is the gun differential guaranteed? Oh, that's crazy, because the highest clearance rate, the second highest clearance rate in this list is a country that has a significantly higher rate of gun ownership per capita. Finland has a pretty high gun ownership rate per capita as well, but especially Switzerland. Switzerland has the highest rate of gun ownership per capita in the European continent, with the exception of Serbia. So it seems like in comparison to a country that has less gun ownership per capita, they still end up actually solving fucking homicides way better. Also, this is about clearance rates for homicide. It's not the gun differential at all. We're not talking about the likelihood of gun violence occurring, because obviously Switzerland, having the highest rate of gun ownership per capita as opposed to every other European country with the exception of Serbia, does have a higher likelihood of gun violence occurring. We're talking about murder clearance rates. This has nothing to do with like gun ownership. Large part of that rate decreasing is because SCOTUS has literally said that the police actually have no duty to protect the public. See cases Deschaney and Castle Rock, where SCOTUS ruled police have no duty to protect citizens from potentially fatal violence. It would literally be like if your house was on fire, you called the fire department, and they all just showed up in a child's wagon and started spitting on your house. Or they just used their axes to chop you down when you escaped the burning building because they were scared. Because that's what cops do. Firefighters are like, they're waiting outside of your house. They're like, I'm too scared to go in. I'm sorry. The house is on fire. Sorry, we can't put it out. Also, if you run out of your house and you scare me because you look too brown, I will kill you with my axe. It's so funny though that people immediately try to create cultural explanations for this when we're talking about the clearance rate for a specific profession doing their job successfully for a specific type of crime. Cops have a 100% clearance rate for murdering your pets. That's the only thing they have a high percentage on, okay? Police hardly investigate when brown people are murdered. They just sprinkle some crack, or they kill brown people themselves. I mean, it's not like that. It's just like also just bad. They're bad. They're bad. They're bad as fuck at their jobs. American police are so fucking bad at their jobs. It is despicable. And we are so goddamn pathetic. We are so pathetic for going along with this and being like, there is no alternative. They serve this incredibly important function in society. It's like, yeah, they should in theory, but they don't. They should serve this incredibly important function in theory, but they clearly do not. And you can't even demand that they do their fucking job.
Cars down tools and flee. 6 of them are detained.
I think you're mixing up detectives with less and more numerous beat cops. Wait, what? No, I'm not. Detectives are still a part of policing and a part of police work. Hire more detectives and less fucking militarized beat cops then. If your job, if your role as an institution is to solve crimes, okay, which is what it is, right? I'm sorry, are cops not supposed to be tasked with solving crimes as their primary function? They are. That is their primary function. That's why every fucking movie talks about that as their primary role. That is the reason why we're supposed to say, yeah, you know what? It's fine that they're getting paid a lot more than the average fucking job, and they get overtime pay. And then they also get horrifyingly large payouts from the additional discretionary spending of the city when they end up fucking murdering someone on accident. It's not their primary function. Their primary function is to beat protesters. No, I know, but you know, that's not, in theory, that's not what it's supposed to be. It doesn't say on the side of cruisers, it doesn't say we'll beat the fuck out of you or you spit, we hit. It says protect and serve, you know? Maybe they should just etch those out and write you spit, we hit on the side of the fucking cruisers.
The raids across this city have triggered days of sometimes violent protest. over a policy that now seems to be dramatically shifting direction.
Moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden.
Murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums.
Horrendous people, and we're getting them out one by one.
President Trump has long insisted that hardened criminals are the main focus.
You're just taking our people who's working.
Yeah, they need to etch that off the side of the cruiser and say, if you piss me off, I will kill you. I will kill you dead. You, the taxpayer, if you even cause a minor nuisance, if you annoy me even a little bit, I will fucking kill you dead with the department issued weapon that was also paid for by your taxes. Okay?
Really hard.
But now it's places like this. This detained worker has been with the business for 10 years.
What's your message to President Trump?
He have to stop this. We are here maybe because of the American dream, but...
Türk. Mehmet Aydoğan. We're everywhere, bro. Watch out. Türk.
I don't think this is the American dream. Everybody has a dream. Everybody has to fulfill the life to get somewhere in the life, and this changed a lot of dreams and a lot of lives.
Yeah, but it's like one person there and like a bunch of you guys.
As armed police pick up immigrant workers outside hardware stores and soldiers stand guard on the streets of LA, there's now a bitter political row over the limits of presidential power. Far less visible, though, is the human cost.
My husband had no criminal background. He's never gotten a ticket before. We paid our taxes.
Naomi's husband was one of those arrested at the car wash. Jesus has been in America for 30 years. He's now thought to be in a detention center 800 miles away in Texas.
My 10-year-old, I feel like he's still in shock. He still doesn't realize what's going on. And of course, my 5-year-old. He just keeps asking for his dad. You know? And I don't know what to tell him. Yeah.
There are an estimated 1.8 million undocumented workers in California. As the government begins to target them, two very different visions of America are now playing out on the streets of this city. John Sudworth, BBC News, Los Angeles.
So eyes open, just for you guys that just came, we did just have the military pull up on us right now.
Dawn in South Central Los Angeles.
But we haven't seen a military vehicle in South Central since '92.
Getting ready to patrol the streets are Ron Gotches and a team of volunteers for what they call Community Watch.
So we'll start here.
They're on the lookout for immigration agents.
Let's roll.
By the way, when they see fucking anyone even holding a walkie-talkie, they're like, oh, this is organized. These protests are organized. Who's paying them? It's like, dude, they're paying out of pocket. They're trying to defend themselves. I don't think people understand. This is fascism, okay? Like, this is not just things that you read in your fucking history books. This is something that is happening right now.
Emergency rooms and homeless shelters. ICE intervened as a pretext to federalize the National Guard, and then in the White House, the National Guard was complimented for the work that they did to keep peace in the city Saturday night. But I will tell you, the Guard didn't even arrive here until Sunday. They used this as a pretext to send the U.S. Marines into an American city, which will target our own citizens. They've been threatening elected officials with arrests, and they just shoved and cuffed a sitting U.S. senator. How could you say that you did not know who he was? We see the videotape, we see him saying who he was, but how do you not recognize one of two senators in our state? And he is not just any senator. He is the first Latino senator to ever represent our state. The images we have seen of our city over the past week, the rage, the vandalism, the looting, none of that is LA. Los Angeles is who you see behind me, representatives of the faith community, the business community, community organizations. Yesterday, I stood at this podium with over 30 mayors from Los Angeles County who are all concerned about what is going on. Los Angeles is a Jewish community, a Muslim community, a Christian community, and many other faiths. Los Angeles is Chinatown, Little Tokyo, Filipino Town, Koreatown, Thai Town, the South LA African American community, the Chamber of Congress, the Central City Association. This is LA, and we are united. And I just want to say that I was listening to the words of the secretary at the press conference describing LA as a war zone. It is my understanding that she arrived here late last night, was here for a few hours today, and came to that conclusion. There's no one up here that sees Los Angeles like that, and I know as the press, you know this is not all of Los Angeles. This is isolated to a few blocks in a city that is over 500 square miles. And out of those 500 square miles, the protests, and especially the protests that devolved into vandalism, represents about half a square mile. So the notion that this is happening all over our city, the notion that this city is not governable, the notion that we need the military to intervene, we have the capacity to address these problems, and I know there's not a person up here that supports vandalism, that supports violence, and that understands if you support the immigrant community, you know how to do it in a peaceful manner. We are proud to say that we have a well-established, a well-respected immigrant rights organizations that have been holding protests for years and years that have never devolved into violence. And so to characterize what is going on as our city is a city of mayhem is just an outright lie. I'm not going to call it an untruth. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to call it for what it is, which is a lie. And I just have to say, I served with the secretary. I served with the secretary for probably about 10 years in Congress. And Madam Secretary, I do not recognize you. I do not know Christy know that I served with for 10 years. So no matter what happens out of the White House, we will always uphold and reflect what Los Angeles and the United States of America are truly about. Freedom, tolerance, and for God's institution. With that, I would like to introduce Angelica Salas, the Executive Director of CHIRLA, one of the most respected and established immigrant rights organization that has been in our city for over 4 decades and is known throughout the nation. And I want to ask you, Angelica, to talk about what the letter that you received this morning. Yeah.
Thank you, brothers and sisters. See, the Los Angeles that I love is made up of beautiful people who are behind me and who are all over this city. This is a city that cares for one another. This is a city of caretakers. The people that I'm standing next to are people who work with our students and our children. They're people who work in our faith institutions, caring for entire congregations. They're the people who are fighting for worker rights. They're our union brothers and sisters. These are the people who are running to the detention centers in order to offer legal services to those who are currently detained. They're the same people talking to the families that are calling us on our hotline. This is the Los Angeles that I love deeply. This is also the Los Angeles that the immigrant community has helped build from its very, very first days as a city. And what I want you to know is the city that I love loves our people back. What I have seen come to our city is cruelty, is chaos, is violations of human, civil, and constitutional rights. What has been brought to our city has been racial profiling in a way that I have never experienced it in my career. What I see now, and based on all our reports, is over 45 enforcement actions, not just in the city of Los Angeles, but in our entire region, all of Southern California. I have never seen this. It's unprecedented, and that is an understatement. The pain that we are witnessing when we talk to the family members is unbearable. Of children being left behind. And I want this president to know that this city is tough, it is organized, it is disciplined, and will not tolerate what is happening at this moment. What was very clear to me this year was, at the beginning of the year, is that they were not just going after the immigrant community, but they were going to go after all the immigrant rights organizations that supported them. And they did. They began by defunding us, by making sure that organizations here next to me wouldn't have the resources to be able to go represent children and vulnerable adults, disabled individuals in detention. That took away legal services from those who are still trying to find their parents and their children from the first Trump administration. And now, what I see very clearly is they're coming to the organizations by then, I would say, to say the most vicious of lies of who we are and what we do and what we're about. But the truth is the truth, and it's based on our actions. Not actions of this day, but actions of decades. And yes, we have received a letter from Senator Josh Hawley. But what I want you to know is that's not going to deter us. It's not going to intimidate us from standing with our immigrant community, by standing with our families, by demanding due process, by demanding that there be accountability for the violations of human and civil rights that have occurred in our city. But I know I'm not alone. These are all the people who are here with me, and there's so many good people in LA, and we're gonna stand together. We're gonna show this country that we do believe in liberty and justice for all, and that our Constitution and our Bill of Rights are our guiding principles, and that is what has brought so many immigrants to this country, because they believe deeply in these values, and we're gonna fight to make sure that those values are upheld. Thank you very much.
Let me just say that one thing I think that is not thought about, we certainly understand it in our city. The immigrant community is vital to the economy of our city. Right. There are entire sectors of our economy that will not function if the immigrant community is too afraid to go to work and too afraid to go to school. You can talk about the construction industry, and I think there's a lot of building that needs to take place here. You can talk about hospitality, and I think that we are concerned about our tourism industry. And I could go on and on about the economic impact. That is why we have the Chamber of Commerce and the Central City Association led by Nell McCosker and Maria Salinas, the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank God. Thank you for your work and what you are doing in the front lines. On behalf of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce, I can tell you that we are deeply, deeply disturbed by all the activity that we have seen. And Mayor, you are right. We have a local economy here that is vibrant, but it's vibrant because of all our workforce. That includes our immigrant workforce that is here. And we at the Chamber of Commerce, we understand and we know that they play a role in just about every sector that you can think of. We understand that together, that we power one of the largest economies in this country. And it is important for us to recognize that if we have employees that do not show up to work, that's a problem. If they do not show up to their health appointments, that's a problem. They do not show up to their school and their education, that's a problem for our broader community. We want to see this community thrive. This is the Los Angeles that we all know. And I'm so proud to stand with all the civic leaders that are here, the business leaders that are here to say enough. We need to de-escalate this. We cannot have what happened to Senator Padilla today. That cannot be the norm. And Los Angeles will rise above this because we've done it before. And we're going to do it again. And we're going to do it with everyone in our community, including our immigrant population. I was with our chamber board this morning, affirming the work that we are doing to ensure that this community feels safe, feels supported, and that we are all working together, just like we're here with the mayor and with this entire group here today. Thank you, Mayor, for having us and for lifting up how important it is to sustain an economy that works for all. Thank you.
I started off my day meeting with representatives of the business community and the labor community, which plays a vital role in our city. And there are already reports of people not showing up to work, of empty store shelves, of people feeling that they cannot leave, kids and families afraid to go to graduations. The attendance at graduations being down by 25 and 50% because parents are...
Guys, stop saying that the work angle is bad. It's not. It's not the only contribution that immigrants give to American society, but it's still a significant one, okay? And it also universalizes the problem for fucking selfish people. That's it. Like, I don't give a fuck if someone is an undocumented migrant or a documented migrant and has a job or doesn't have a job. I don't care. They're human beings. They have families. They deserve to be here. It's just fucking paperwork. Give the proper clearance and the proper paperwork. I don't care. Having said that, however, it is correct that Trump is disrupting commerce in a capitalist country for purely racist reasons.
In peace, to pray for peace, to bring a presence of peace. And I know, as you mentioned, the children that are here and our families are feeling that this is a moment that is quite scary for many of us. But I stand here today to remind us that this is also not just a scary moment, but a sacred moment. This is a sacred moment where we as the city of Los Angeles stand up and recognize that there's two ways we can live, as if everything is sacred or as if nothing is. And we stand here today because we know that everything and everyone and every place is sacred. There are some in our government, as you know, as we have seen, that act as if nothing is sacred. Not our churches, not our schools, not our hospitals, not our shelters, not our homes, not our streets, not our parks, not every place. No place is sacred, and nobody is treated as if they were in this city by this government. And so I'm here to remind you that this is a moment where we have a choice to make. If everything is sacred, then we need to respect the dignity of all people, respect the rights of all people. We need to do everything we can to advocate and stand for that, and everybody in this room, I think, stands with us as we say that. I go to my school every day, and I hear things now that I don't ever want to hear.
Because here, the vast majority of the population is Latino, and as Ron sees it, they need protection.
This is one of the poorest communities in the country. The poverty rate here is extremely high. We have a lot of our undocumented brothers and sisters in this community, and it's under attack. And so we have to be able to have an organized resistance, and this is organized resistance.
This morning we are patrolling in our neighborhoods in South
The
Central.
Trump administration has accelerated immigration raids across the city in the last week and has been accused of stirring tensions by deploying more than 4,000 military troops here.
While we have not seen ICE presence in the neighborhood this morning, we have seen military vehicles.
There are multiple teams on patrol, live streaming on social media.
Hemos pasado por diferentes escuelas en esta área.
When they locate ICE activity, they assemble blocking roads and making noise to try to prevent operations, often carried out by stealth. The immigration raids have sparked mass protests across LA since Friday. There have been clashes with the police, hundreds of arrests, and the mayor has declared a local emergency. But in South Central Huntington Park, they want to keep things peaceful. 95% of people in this area are Latino, and they are scared.
I know people that have been separated from their families, and it's causing them to become anxious, to become scared. They don't want to go out in the streets. They don't want to send their kids to school anymore.
They're just getting everybody. Doesn't matter if you're a citizen, doesn't matter if you're born in this country. They don't care. If you look a certain way, they're gonna get you.
17-year-old Enrique feels that fear too, even as a US citizen. He lives in his 2-bedroom bungalow with his granny, his mum, and his 2 siblings, and goes to the school where Ron teaches when he's not patrolling the streets. Today is graduation day.
Now I feel a little nervous every single time I walk outside. I'm a US citizen, but like, even then that still doesn't like completely like guarantee that I'm gonna be safe.
You are graduating today into a world which is pretty much upside down. How does it feel?
It's pretty scary, like to have people going out for you, like looking for people like me and like the rest of my family.
Enrique's mom, Claudia, moved here from Mexico. She works 6 days a week to support the family. She pays her taxes, she has her papers. So how does she feel?
Pánico, estrés, tristeza. Yo he mirado muchas personas que no quieren salir, tienen que ir a trabajar y tienen miedo, entonces es muy feo. El sentimiento es triste, es decepcionante, es preocupante.
Still, having those papers means Claudia feels safe enough at least to watch her son graduate. ICE agents have become a common feature of the school gates in LA and cities across the US where they wait for undocumented parents.
So far, no activity. We know about 2 hours.
Ron has had multiple reports of ICE presence outside graduation ceremonies across the city, so he's back on patrol.
Unfortunately, a lot of the parents and family members of our students have decided to not come to graduation today, which is really, really sad. As a teacher, and I know how hard these students work, it's really sad to see that they can't have their family, their mothers, their fathers, join them on a day when everyone should be proud and celebrating.
2 decades after moving to the United States for a better life, seeing her son graduate epitomizes Claudia's American dream. Some happiness and hope for families living in constant fear of the next raid. And as the protests continue on the streets across LA, that fear has turned to anger, driving communities to an edge that will be hard to come back from.
Now we're going to turn rather to the growing tensions in the Middle East as there are new fears this morning. Israel is ready to launch a military operation against Iran.
Hell yeah. Here's another example of a selfish Trump voter who had his construction business raided in Florida and is asking Trump to legalize undocumented workers now.
So I really didn't want to do a video on this, but I've been asked by quite a few people what I thought about the immigration stuff happening at job sites all around the state of Florida, here in Tampa, Tallahassee. I've seen it everywhere. I've seen a lot of the videos, and it seems like a lot of people are just yelling and they're mad. I don't understand why this is happening. I don't understand it either. It's not what I voted for. I voted for the criminals to be removed, 100%. But
dog, what are you saying? You think there were 20 million criminals? Like 20 million, because that's the number Trump claims. That's what he wants to deport. He kept saying mass deportation.
there are a lot of hardworking immigrants in this country that are building this country. Going back to when I started building the Hard Rock, 85% probably immigrants, all hardworking people providing for their families. Talk to them, get to see their kids on their phones, hear them all interact, have great days, loving what they do. I've been to the trade schools here in Tampa. I don't see how we fill these positions. It's going to cause construction to collapse here. It worries me. I'm in a good position right now with the 2 custom homes I have coming up this year, but ultimately the shoes are not going to be filled by these people getting rushed out of here. So I'm not going to copy everybody else on this video here. I've got a solution. The solution, President Trump, is to not deport these gentlemen right away, these hardworking gentlemen and women that have been removed from these job sites. Get them legal status somehow, under a work visa, background check them, do whatever you need to do to make sure they're not criminals, but let's get them legalized in a rushed form or fashion.
Wow. I feel like I'm reacting to myself. Wow. That's crazy. What a quick turnaround, dude. Wow. Who would have foreseen this, dude? Chat. If only there was someone who was just constantly fucking talking about how the solution to undocumented migration, which is not even a fucking real problem to begin with, but the appropriate solution to this fake problem that the Republicans claim is a massive problem is to actually document these people. I also told you that the moment this comes to their fucking neighborhood, they will very quickly realize that this was fucked up. They will realize that it's fucked up for one, the humanity of it all, the inhumanity of it all, because these are dudes that he's friends with, you know, people whose families he's met. And if he doesn't recognize the humanity of it, or the inhumanity of the situation, he will certainly recognize the financial outcomes. For months, I told you. I told you that this was going to happen if Trump wins. I told you that the Democrats not positioning themselves as defenders of migrants was going to only cause people to believe that the Trump administration's agenda was true. I said it every single fucking day.
That's what needs to happen. That's the right thing to do if you care about America. It's the right thing to do because construction is the biggest industry. I'm sorry, healthcare. But we all know I won't go to health. I don't do that here. Construction is the biggest industry in this country. And you're ripping the people out of it. Robots are not coming soon enough to build this stuff. You can only build so many 3D printed homes, and they need people there to manage those too. So Donald Trump, President Donald Trump, the solution, not the problem. We all know what the problem is. The solution is to not deport them. Get them legalized as soon as possible with the proper background checks. If they have to go, they have to go. But these are hardworking people that are building this country to provide. So I really didn't want to do a video on this, but
I hate that. I don't. This is the least appealing "I told you so" moment of all time. Both on the basis of like Americans coming to this recognition, but also the dangers of not counter messaging that would cause so many fucking dumbass Americans to lose sight of how devastating it is to dehumanize migrants this hard. Donald Trump is now underwater on every issue, including immigration. Okay, and this is the most popular he will ever be on the issue of immigration. Today is the most popular Donald Trump will ever be on immigration. Tomorrow, he is going to be less popular. New AP NORC poll, Trump has a 39% approval. Overall, -21. On immigration, -7. On the economy, -22. On trade, -22. On climate, -22. He's underwater. The only fucking issue that he's like basically 50-50 on is the trans stuff. And it's because that's the only issue that there isn't even enough like public backlash. I'm not going to say the Democrats have actually positioned themselves against Trump's immigration agenda until now. And even then, they're too little and too late to the game. Day late, $1 short. But the popular discontent is the reason why his approval ratings are going down, because people are seeing how cruel this shit is. Zoomer gets deported but immediately returns. Oh, I saw this. I love this video. I don't think it's real, but I think it's fucking awesome anyway. Hold on, let's watch this.
Trump, we want to say thank you for deportation me to Mexico and give me 1 week's vacation. My boss never give me. Thank you for deportation me back to my country. 1 week I be back in US. Okay?
Not me in the Coyote van headed to the crossing point. This is the reason why I think it's fake. Got deported, but I'm on my way back. Not me in the Coyote van headed to the crossing point is what led me to believe that this is a fake video, okay? So, my point is this, okay? Let me explain something to you. I know this is a fake video. Having said that, if a motherfucker is this desperate to go back to his job, he deserves to be here more than 1 million Americans, okay? That's all I'm saying. Like, can you imagine being deported and being like, no, I have to get back to the fucking job site, dude. Sorry, I got work to do. You know what I mean? He wants to be here more than 1 million to 10 million Americans. Why are you showing fake videos? No politics? I mean, it's a funny meme. That's real work ethic right there, okay? Get a bunch of these fucking racist baboons out of this goddamn country and literally give these guys their citizenship, okay? If you are some dumb fuck, inbred pig who is scared of his own goddamn shadow, get out of the country. There are people who want to be here and who will work to be here far more than you. That's what I'm saying. Do a 1-to-1 swap, okay? Deport them. Incredible stuff, man. Did the vote on deporting U.S. citizens end up going through for real? Wait, what? An example of you saying this pre-election? Please be for fucking real. There is literally no reason for the Democrats to be this close in any of these fucking states. Like, Americans are definitely manic when it comes to their sensibilities in terms of voting. Like, they are of two minds at all times. They'll say we want amnesty now and we want it for all migrants, and then they'll in the same breath say we want to fucking deport every migrant in this goddamn country. They're all rapists and drug dealers. Okay? Having said that, however, like, there are obvious disparities with some of this polling in terms of like the way that Trump is getting fucking, you know, clobbered. Also, who won the debate? First poll came out. Ed O'Keefe from Flash PBS News poll finds 42% at JD Vance. The party is a joke. MB, 4 not dead Dems who could have voted no were not there for the vote. A Dem fumble with many fathers. Rescissions package passes. Another vote that might have failed had 3 elderly Dems not died. Terrible clip. He had to skip over it. What? Skip over it? I'm not skipping over it. We're not going to watch the whole thing, okay? And it's not. I've directly talked about the issue of migration and American attitudes on immigration and the Democratic failure 1,000,000 times over. It's a VOD, chatter. It's not a clip. You want to watch all 9 hours? Wall Street Journal on where things are with Iran. Israel could attack Iran nuclear sites as early as Sunday if U.S.-Iran talks fails this weekend. U.S. would not assist Israel in an offensive operation. Leaves question about help protect Israel against Iranian retaliation. The answer is yes, of course. U.S. thinks threat of attacks help force Iran into deal, which explains why all of this is being reported. Also seems to indicate DNI Tulsi Gabbard does not agree with other intel that Iran is building a nuclear weapon. I said they would wait Sunday not to ruin Trump parade. Just tell Israel they're completely on their own. America will not play in any part in unprovoked war. Then Israel won't do anything because while Iran is no threat to us, Israel cannot defend against. Yeah, okay. This again is wonderful. It'd be great if America said that, but Israel is America's weapon to wield against Iran. Even the talks of like Israel's going to bomb Iran any day now is a threat that they are using openly to get Iran back to concede on ridiculous arrangements, ridiculous agreements. That's why I'm so fucking resentful towards the American state. That's why I get so mad at people who go, oh, this is Zog, Zionist occupied government, or Israel controls the United States of America like puppet masters or whatever the fuck. It's like, no, they don't. I get why you feel that way. It feels, it's turned into as observable as like the earth is flat. You know what I mean? I understand why someone could come to that conclusion. It's not the truth, but I understand why someone could come to that conclusion, that the earth is flat and that Israel controls America, right? Because Israel does have a tremendous amount of influence in American discourse. That's the reason why half of the fucking questions that are being directed at the New York City Democratic mayoral primary candidates is about how much they love Israel. Do you love Israel? Do you love Israel? Israel number one or is Israel number two? Do you love Israel or do you love New York? No politics here. Yeah, I already posted this meme on my Instagram. Leaked copy of tonight's questions. Questions for Zohran Mamdani. Second televised debate. Confidential and not for public distribution. Do you support Israel? Do you support Israel's right to exist? Do you support Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state? Do you support Israel in a house? Do you support Israel with a mouse? Do you support Israel in a box? Would you support Israel with a fox? Would you ever give Israel up? Would you ever let Israel down? Support Israel tonight? Support Israel tonight, Queen? Why do you hate Israel? Like the tremendous amount of enmity towards Israel, and also by way of Israel, Jews, because Israel is often falsely conflated with Jews, is inevitable at this point. It's like how SJWs or like leftists leaned into the memes that they are actually annoying woke scolds, right? They were like, no, you don't understand. This is who I am. Like, Republicans are not memeing about ridiculous, hysterical woke people. I am the ridiculous, hysterical woke person. And it feels like sometimes people who defend Israel lean into the dual loyalty tropes. Like, they're like, no, you don't understand. It's not like, it's real. It's dual loyalty is happening, is the way that they operate sometimes. And I'm like, how the fuck do you do this? Like, do you not have any care or consideration for your fellow Jews in America? Okay? And speaking of which, the video that comes to my mind is the one lady The video that comes to my mind is that one lady that was like yelling at Zoran in the middle of the street or something, and Spectrum, I guess, considered it to be Spectrum considered it to be newsworthy. Do you know the video I'm talking about, chat? You cooked Ted in the basketball? Did he actually show the full tapes? Yeah, this. Max Blumenthal also says, it's refreshing to see an American Zionist acknowledge that even their local political decisions are not based on concerns with the community in which they live, but on the well-being of a foreign apartheid state engaged in genocide. Okay? Like Spectrum News released this like newsworthy footage. Let's see.
You lose the election because you do not support Israel enough. You lose the election.
New Yorkers.
Pix 11 on New York City mayoral campaign trail. Voters tell Mamdani New York City has the most Jews in the population of the country.
We're looking closely at his record, including his stance on Israel.
New York City has the most Jews in the population of the country.
He's still new to me.
It's like you're gonna lose this race because you don't support Israel enough is so psychotic. It's so psychotic. Like, even from a silly perspective, like imagine being like, you're gonna lose this election because you don't support Lithuania. Okay? Like, put any other country in this equation. You don't support Italy enough, you're gonna lose this fucking election. Everyone will be like, what are you saying? New York City has a shit ton of Italians. You know what I mean? Probably more Italians than Jews in New York City, right? More Italian Americans than Jewish Americans. By the way, Jewish Americans are not fucking Israeli either. Make no mistake. They're Americans from numerous different parts of the fucking planet. Certainly not Israel, considering that Israel's only been around for 77 fucking years. Okay? That's why I don't even like the Jews in diaspora narrative. Like, the idea that, like, they're supposed to be in Israel, but they're simply stuck in diaspora. No, motherfucker. They're American. Shut the fuck up. But, like, it's additionally psychotic when you're... It's additionally psychotic when you talk about a country that is literally doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. Like, you have to support this country doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, and on a good day when it's not doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, it's literally an apartheid, a Jewish supremacist apartheid. Like, you have to support them. That is insane. Yeah, I saw this. Voice of Rabbis agrees with me. Targeting Jewish voters based on their stance towards a foreign country has nothing to do with protecting Jewish rights. Judaism is our religion, not a political loyalty test to Israel. Stop conflating Jewish identity with Zionist nationalism. Campaign mailer targeting Jewish voters by pro-Como super PAC. Fix the City says Mamdani rejects Jewish rights for refusing to recognize Israel as a Jewish state. And they did the thing where they like tried to make his beard bigger, but they even flubbed that, which is really funny. He still looks hot. Also, given the way Israeli society looks, like, he could be an Israeli Jew. Like, there are Israeli Jews that look like this. Okay, the idea that this is like, ooh, scary Muslim guy is extra funny. Yeah, they thickened his beard to make him look scarier. Ooh, so scary. Except he still looks hot. Andrew Cuomo is afraid. Andrew Cuomo is afraid to lose, so his donors want you to fear me. His super PAC just sent out a mailer that artificially lengthened and darkened my beard. His blatant Islamophobia, the kind of racism that explains why MAGA billionaires support his campaign. In addition to multiple Trump-backing billionaires, the single largest donor to Cuomo's super PAC is DoorDash, a clear effort to influence labor and street safety regulations. Will they stand by this Islamophobia? The answer is yes, by the way. They did this meme? Yeah, this is...
Facial hair. There's someone else, North Carolina, that has facial hair. Marty Huggins. Right. Why doesn't Marty Huggins answer the question? Is he a Taliban or an Al-Qaeda? Are you kidding me? Why does Marty Huggins refuse to take a lie detector test? And where exactly was Marty Huggins on 9/11? Bingo. Okay. There's just too many questions.
Oh, and that is solid too. Real solid. Yes.
I mean, this is the world we live in is a reality, unfortunately, that like onion headlines are reflective of the reality that we experience. This is just how it is. Fantastic. Video comp of all the Zoran anti-Semitism, but he's spitting facts. Oh, Canary Mission came out with a video compilation that's 3 minutes and 31 seconds long. One of the beautiful parts about Zoran and the way he carries himself, the way he conducts himself, is that unlike someone like myself who speaks for 10 hours every single day, and is oftentimes having contentious conversations, Zoran gets to present himself in a way that is undeniable to liberals, in a way that like he frames himself in a way that I think is appropriate within a liberal framework, even if he has I guess like opinions that others would consider radical because they haven't really examined those opinions hard enough. And that is something that I totally value, which is why whenever they clip Zoran, or whenever they present what Zoran is doing as like a negative, it's the coolest thing ever. Yeah, 6 sentences summarizing Zoran's candidacy for mayor of New York City. All three of them, and 3 of them are about his stance on Israel. Mr. Mamdani, 33, is a state assemblyman representing Astoria, Queens, increasingly noted for his rousing viral videos. Mr. Mamdani is a democratic socialist who is pursuing outside-the-box and expensive proposals to persistent city problems. Oh my God. This is the most negative garbage. The most negative garbage framework you can have. Like, all of the good provisions that would help the working poor in New York City is presented as expensive and too crazy. Okay, he's drawn criticism for his rivals about being unrealistic about financing his policy proposals. Okay, great. Mr. Ramdani has been more outspoken than the other candidates in his criticism of Israel's government. Great, awesome. He has called Israel's actions in Gaza a genocide. True. Okay, so he says the truth. He has also said the first official primary debate that he believes that Israel has a right to exist as a state with equal rights. Wow. The New York Times actively presenting a state with equal rights as a bad thing. Incredible work, man. Incredible fucking work. Yeah, we hate that. We hate equal rights. Anyway, but what I was saying is, like, every time you hear about Zoran in the fucking news, they always showcase his, like, incredible takes. And you are like, because they're so echo chambered, and this is something that happens to me as well sometimes, right, by my haters. When people are so unimaginably echo chambered, into believing that their positions are shared by everyone else. And this is particularly damning when it comes to Israel-related issues. They often will present Zoran's positions thinking that other people will also have that negative association and consider it to be radical, when in fact, most people that look at it go, oh, this is awesome. E.L. Jacoby will regularly just present Zoran's campaign ads and will post it as is to be like, look at how bad this is. And then you look at the campaign ad and it's him talking about how, like, we're gonna do affordable grocery stores that are cooperatively owned and operated by the city. And it's like, okay, yeah, no, he's saying that. And that's a good thing. Like, this is it. Look, Zoran Mamdani has announced he wants to implement government-owned supermarkets in New York City. He's literally trying to implement communism in New York. New Yorkers need to get out and vote. Okay? To which Crank T. Nelson said, why is this foreign government propagandist who doesn't live here trying to stop New Yorkers from getting more affordable groceries?
Resource.
Like, they're just posting his awesome campaign ads and his policies with the false idea that, like, people will be resentful and disgusted by them or scared by them. Like, who the fuck? Like, this is the type of shit that you post, and like, even there might be even members in your community that look at that and go, okay, I don't really fuck with Zoran because he's Muslim and that scares me, but honestly, I love the idea of affordable groceries. You know? Yeah. Zoran Mamdani is literally trying to implement communism in New York. A vote for Bart is a vote for anarchy. A vote for Bart is a vote for anarchy. The news was more successfully able to paint MLK in a bad light than they can do with Zoran. They've lost all their sauce. I wouldn't say the news has lost all of its sauce. Don't make that mistake. No, it's certainly still, it's not devoid of motion. Okay? It's not. News media is not devoid of all motion. And therefore, you should not be comfortable. You should be door knocking. You should be phone banking. You should be getting all your friends and family to rank Zoran number one. Here's Zoran posting about Cuomo. Cuomo already sounds defeated by Trump's authoritarianism. I will stand up for a city of immigrants because I'm not funded by the very same mega billionaires who put Trump back in the White House.
Send in ICE in New York. They are going to do things that are illegal and unconstitutional. But let's not overreact.
Zoran Mamdani says he's going to be ready to deal with Trump if he gets elected mayor.
What we deserve in this moment is a mayor who can look that authoritarianism in the eye and not see a reflection of himself. A mayor who has a plan to not just call it what it is, but to stand up and fight back.
Mamdani called for hiring more lawyers to represent immigrants in court.
They're going to send in ICE in New York. They are.
It's so funny that he literally reacted with like, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? That is hilarious. He sucks so bad. He sucks so fucking bad. Oh. All right, let's see Canary Mission and how they're presenting Zoran as a dangerous radical.
Pro-Hamas activists are fueling unprecedented levels of anti-Semitic attacks in New York City. Terrorist flags flood the streets while protesters openly call for America's destruction.
Okay, none of this is Zoran. Where's Zoran? I don't even think Nardine likes Zoran. She's like pretty critical of Zoran. I got no issues with her though. Within our lifetime founder and leader, Nardine Kiswani, she's but I don't even think she fucks with Zoran like that. Also, Also, where are the terrorist flags?
Now, an extremist from within their ranks is running for mayor, Zoran Mamdani.
Wow. Look at this dangerous extremist standing up for New York, a city with a fuck ton of immigrants, standing up for those immigrants, community members of New York, as an immigrant himself, standing up against Tom Homan, Donald Trump's monstrous border czar, Tom Homan. Wow. I can't believe it. He's so bad. Wow, he is such an extremist. He's so dangerous. He's so bad. Hey, by the way, this is the Democratic Party primary, you fucking idiots. This is literally posting his W's. All right, let's see what else.
3 critical reasons why Zoran Mamdani is not just unfit for office, but poses a serious threat to the very people he claims to serve. Number 1. Mamdani is affiliated with numerous terror-connected organizations that aim to transform New York City into a battleground.
More important than that, I am someone who co-founded my college's first Students of Justice in Palestine.
As an
Oh wow, I can't believe he did that. That's really scared. That's scary. I'm scared. Wow. How dare he be on the right side of history and identify with, again, this is the Democratic Party primary for the record. I'm on the bus right now. Someone is blasting Ethan. I thought everyone was joking about his fan base being millennial women. No, there are definitely a lot of millennial white ladies who are in the fan base. Yeah, I can't believe that Zoran was on the right side of history and was literally a leader in this, okay, in this movement that, once again, 80% of Democratic Party voters agree with. Wow. I'm gonna repeat this again. This is the Democratic Party primaries, okay? Literally, these guys are so fucking stupid that they think that they're cutting like really scary, dangerous propaganda warning about Zoran to an audience that literally also agrees with Zoran on this shit.
Grad at Bowdoin College in Maine, Mamdani co-founded a Students for Justice in Palestine chapter. This group openly supports Hamas, and its activists seek to overthrow the U.S. government.
We must organize at every level.
Mamdani participated in Within Our Lifetime rallies in New York City, which led to vandalism, traffic disruptions, and chaos. Within Our Lifetime also supports terror organizations and endorses violence towards the police.
We will invest in disturbing your peace.
Mamdani also proudly belongs to the Democratic Socialists of America, which demands dismantling the prison and policing systems.
No! Stop it.
Condemns U.S. imperialism and calls for Israel.
If you support this so much, why not openly fund the movement? Wait, what? Brother, I do. What? I don't know if you know this, but I fucking flew out of pocket to New York to interview this guy that they're criticizing right now. We did like a 3-hour stream, and then also on top of that, we can't even do fundraisers for him because he's already maxed out on the donations. He already hit the funding cap. And as far as like funding pro-Palestinian movements, we also do that as well. Fundraised for charities working on the ground in Gaza to the tune of like 2 million, 3 million. Don't threaten me with a good time. I'll fucking do it again. Yeah. Chowder's like, if you support this movement so much, why don't you fucking live stream about how much you love this movement 8 hours a day, every single day, 7 days a week, and even go out and fundraise for this movement? How about you do that? I bet you would never do that, huh?
Israel's destruction.
Will you give up? Will you stop coming?
Following October 7th massacre, the DSA promoted a rally endorsing Hamas's right to resist. Number 2, Mamdani comes from a family deeply rooted in anti-American activism and anti-Semitism. His father, Columbia professor Mahmoud Mamdani, equates both America and Israel with Nazis and demands that Israel should be destroyed.
Awesome. Again, the coolest and most correct position. Damn, sick.
The Jewish people, they arrived at what I would call a neo-Nazi solution.
Number 3, Mamdani is a dangerous extremist himself.
Are we ready to fight back?
The day after the
One of the funniest aspects of like Israel defense is simultaneously literally saying that you are anti-Semitic if you don't believe that you know, Israel has to exist as a Nazi state, but then also complaining when people go, hey man, what you just required me to say sounds a lot like you're a Nazi in defense of Nazi positions. And they go, whoa, 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 what is this anti-Semitism? It's like an impossible position. If you don't believe in Jewish ethno-religious supremacy in an apartheid state, you're fucking anti-Semitic. And if you say, wow, you guys want to do Jewish ethno-religious supremacist apartheid and an ethnic cleansing, then you're also anti-Semitic. It's like the expectation is you have to give unlimited money to Israel and never talk about it unless you're just saying they deserve more money. Okay? Hey, just tuned in. Are we watching a pro Mamdani ad? Yeah.
The October 7th massacre in Israel, Mamdani publicly called for Israel's dismantling. In the weeks that followed, he joined anti-Israel protests and blocked traffic outside Senator Chuck Schumer's home, resulting in...
Chuck Schumer. Oh, no. No, not Chuck Schumer. You mean the least popular politician in the country? Wow. Wow. Even amongst Democrats. He's the least popular Democrat amongst Democrats. Who is this for? Lovers of Chuck Schumer and Israel? I don't even think lovers of Israel like Chuck Schumer that much. He has no constituency remaining. Canary Mission is now stating Zohran Mamdani is not only on board with the overwhelming majority position amongst the Democratic Party, but is also against the least popular politician that is seen as an ineffective leader within the Democratic Party. Okay, sick.
His arrest for disorderly conduct.
We have to take every action in front of us.
Mamdani built his short...
Yeah, Chuck Schumer's approval ratings are so in the gutter that even the fucking fictional family he invented in his mind, the Baileys, don't even fuck with him anymore. Okay? For those of you who don't know, Chuck Schumer has a hypothetical family that he's invented in his mind called the Baileys, the fictional family, that he gets his notes from. This is real. He literally has talked about this before, where he says like, he says that like in his mind there's like a middle-class suburban Long Island family called the Baileys, and like that is who he's positioning his policies towards. Nah, you're lying. No. That is a real thing that Chuck Schumer has openly talked about. It's not a joke. Israel has the best marketing minds working on its PR issues right now.
And I'm here. I was in Israel years ago. And
dude, it's awesome. It's fucking awesome. It's awesome. It's so sick. It's so sick. A very Bailey farewell. Chuck Schumer's imaginary friends come back to haunt him. Oh, Francesca Fiorentina wrote this. Okay, this is humorous. This is a humorous quip. Where is the actual fucking Bailey family shit from? Like, there's an actual quote. Your retweet of Mamdani, the comments are hilarious. Which one? What did I retweet of Mamdani? I don't remember. Oh, this one? Oh, yeah. It starts with government-owned groceries and ends with Che Guevara lighting up Times Square. You live in Israel. Enjoy your free government healthcare and shut the fuck up, lol. He's trying to make groceries more affordable. You are just too stupid to see it. You need to read more carefully. I support Mamdani. Oh my god. Even blue check marks that have the right ideological convictions are still too stupid to understand. What is this? Austinox leaked your past birthday party? Look at this shit and tell me that half of America isn't suffering from undiagnosed schizophrenia. This birthday boy's birthday wish just came true. Who the fuck would want like a fat orange rapist for their child's 7th birthday party? Like an impersonator of a fat orange rapist. What the fuck is happening, dude? What is going on? Ah! I don't understand it. I can't deal with this, man. Stop. Let's watch Israel's latest and perhaps greatest defender. Yeah, here it is. Keeping up with the Schumer's Baileys. Charles Schumer devotes much of his new book, Positively American, winning back the middle-class majority one family at a time to an imaginary family, the Baileys. According to the tome, he runs every policy decision he makes by the average middle-class swing voting family. Yeah. He made up a hypothetical, fictional family that he runs his policy decisions by. It's so insane. He's like, I would rather hallucinate a family that agrees with my policy positions than to go out and meet my voters and constituents. Okay? Like, here's a really easy thing you could do, Chuck. Talk to your fucking constituents. Nope. Gonna make up a totally fictional group of people that seemingly always agree with me. The debate has started already? I thought it was at 4 p.m. The fuck? And yeah, now the Baileys hate him too.
And I had such a wonderful time. And I met the nicest, friendliest people, I think, in any country I've ever been to in my life. Everybody had a smile on their face. Everybody was having a good time.
Yeah, because they love doing a genocide. So that's it. It's like the overwhelming majorities are like, oh, it's sick that we're killing a fuck ton of Palestinians, so they're just happy all the time. That doesn't really mean that, you know, it's a good country. Amazing that Israel is so desperate for any sort of pro-Israel position from anyone they can find that they're going to, again, one of the least popular figures. Like, you know, we were talking about Sabrina Carpenter earlier, and I don't think that like one singular person can take down a fucking movement, but I think Caitlyn Jenner has almost single-handedly caused like a noticeable increase in transphobia. Like, not obviously there's an unimaginable sea of transphobia, so it doesn't even matter, like the noticeable blip, but it's like single-handedly she is literally the fucking Rabbi Shmuley of defending trans rights. I mean, she's transphobic. She's literally transphobic. She's not even pro-trans. So as like a very visible figure of notoriety and a trans woman, she has unironically, like, obviously it's nowhere to the same degree as like J.K. Rowling, I don't think, but like it's shocking how insane she is. It's so wild. What do you mean she's transphobic? Genuine question. Oh, you didn't know this. First of all, when she first came out as trans and got like a lot of praise and everyone was like celebrating her bravery, obviously a lot of people were like, fuck this, whatever, why are we celebrating this, whatever. They're fucking insanely transphobic. And at first she was like a little, I think she was like slightly homophobic, if I'm not mistaken, or was she not homophobic? Oh, I think she like had a statement about gay marriage or something. Like she literally said like marriage should be between a man and a woman. Oh, also she killed someone, before we forget. This is before she went through gender confirmation surgery, but she did kill someone, vehicular manslaughter. Okay, but then everyone was like celebrating her bravery coming out as trans, and at first she like was kind of entertaining the reactionary side a little bit by being like, oh yeah, like marriage should be between a man and a woman, and everyone was like, what are you saying? You're trans? Like what the fuck? What do you mean? Right? And then slowly but surely throughout the years, she just became this insanely transphobic person who thinks that like trans athletes should not compete in any athletic endeavor whatsoever. Like I think she went through the motions of being like first a trans medicalist, where she was like, you can only be trans if you like fully go through, and then she said you can only be trans if you are passing. Okay, and now she's just like full tilt. Yeah, she said trans women aren't really women. I mean, this is really fucked up, but also kind of funny when you think about it, but it's so fucked up and so damaging. This is why I'm saying like I normally don't say like a singular force is capable of like creating a noticeable animosity towards a marginalized identity, except for Caitlyn Jenner. Like I think she has, with all of the notoriety that she had, using all of the prominence that she had cultivated to be as transphobic as she possibly can be, has created at least a decent percentage of the transphobia, like a marginal percentage of the transphobia, but a noticeable one. I do think it's interesting though, because by my estimation, she is the only woman, trans woman, that says stuff like this that hasn't detransitioned. Because like, this is what you usually do if you go through the detransitioner grift, right? Like there are people who detransition and they're, you know, still pro-trans. They're like, yeah, it just wasn't me, whatever, it's fine. But no, not even Blair White is this transphobic. I think she's more transphobic than Blair White. I mean, I haven't really kept up with Blair White, so I don't know. I don't know. No, there are more Debbie Hayton is the one from UK. Online weirdos were saying that was the case for Ava Chris Tyson, like they aren't going to support trans people because of her. This person's entire worldview just collapsed. You had no idea how fucking deep the well of depravity goes, okay? There's no avenue for trans women to be a D-trans grifter because they think we are all pedophiles. The D-trans grifter are female to male because they paint this as innocent women was tricked into this cult thing. You know what? You're probably right. I never really thought about it like that. my God, Brianna Wu's also doing the Caitlyn Jenner route now. Anyway, the mayoral debate is soon to begin.
In 2021, it was covering her campaign. Nobody thought she was really going anywhere. She was the sanitation commissioner. People were surprised that she was even running, and then boom, one day on a Sunday, the New York Times came out for Catherine Garcia. It changed the entire race, and she became.
Caitlyn Jenner is dividing LGBTQ Israelis as Tel Aviv Pride's guest of honor.
Lander's going to try to use this and push this forward with the same momentum, but it's not the same. The New York Times has decided not to weigh in.
It's not the same, but I do think it sort of starts to get into the inside baseball territory. Like, we know it's not the same. We're watching it each and every day, but if you're a New York Times subscriber and you have been waiting for them to give, their seal of approval to a candidate, are you parsing whether or not it was the editorial board or this panel? I'm not sure. It will be very interesting to see. I think this is an experiment that the New York Times is engaging in. I would have certainly liked to see them do a full-throated endorsement. I'm sure the candidates would have liked it a lot sooner as well. But I do think it's a test. And I do think it will be hard for the candidates on stage tonight to explain it the way you just did if Lander does proclaim that he is the New York Times editorial panel endorsed candidate. How do you take that away?
Greg, you're shaking your head. You don't think this matters?
I don't think endorsements have the weight that they did even 4 years ago. Why? Because there is an absolute cataract of content that is shot in everybody's phone every moment that it just doesn't have the impact that it used to have. And again, I agree with you that did they make?
Yeah, I talked about Alex Padilla already.
7 people. Brad Lander definitely has 7 votes. I can say that definitively.
The timing on this, though, is tricky. There is a little bit of indication in some of the polling that Lander's got a little bit of momentum. He's clearly sort of in 3rd place, but Adrienne Adams also just went up on air because she was late into the race and just got her public matching funds. I think we're going to see some very interesting polling at the beginning of next week. Early voting will have already begun, but in this final week, 10 days, I think we're going to see some indications that things have shifted. Even in one of the polls that came out this week, not necessarily indicative of exactly where the race is at. In the next to last round, Lander was within 3 points of Mamdani for who would go on to be against Cuomo in the final round. There's a lot of potential movement here, and I think the question of whether Cuomo's numbers come down further in these polls to come is really something worth watching, because that's some of the trend here, I think.
Yeah, I mean, even in some of the internal polls have been flying around. People are putting out tons of polls about how he's the winner, she's the winner, etc. But the last legitimate poll that was out there was from Emerson College a couple of weeks ago, and it said that Andrew Cuomo's unfavorables were 47%. And everyone in New York City, I would think, mostly everyone in New York City knows who Andrew Cuomo is. So how do you even change any of those minds?
Well, that leaves 53%. If all 53% rank him ahead of Mamdani, then he's in good shape. Adrienne Adams, by the way, there was this weird episode yesterday where she put out a post on social media attacking Mamdani, sort of, and then took it down, but then later said that she still sort of stood by. Meanwhile, Mamdani actually encouraged people to give her money, so I don't really know whether she's decided whether to attack him or not.
Her team had said that she did not write this tweet. Basically, it was a video of Mamdani on MSNBC a couple of days ago saying that ICE should be abolished.
That's worth watching tonight.
Yeah.
Adrienne Adams, Mamdani, I think.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for now. We are going to head to John Jay College in just a minute. You can join us online at ny1.com or on the Spectrum News app during the debate. Courtney, Bernadette Hogan, and I will be live blogging our commentary throughout, and let us know your thoughts using the
I can't believe he's said abolish ICE.
Back at 9 o'clock as soon as the debate wraps up for our post-debate special with reaction from the candidates and our own analysis. Now here is Errol Lewis, Brian Lair, and Katie Honan with the candidates at John Jay College.
Welcome to the final Democratic primary debate in the race for mayor of New York City. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor for Spectrum News New York 1, and we're coming to you from the Gerald W. Lynch Theater at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, located on the west side of Manhattan.
I do think there will be more attacks coming Zoran's way now that he has a, not a commanding lead, but like at least one poll that shows him leading.
The candidates have been making their pitches to New Yorkers for months now, and we are only hours away from the start of early voting across the 5 boroughs, starting on Saturday.
Over the next 2 hours, you're going to hear from the 7 leading Democratic candidates on their proposals on issues directly affecting the lives of New Yorkers. A reminder that the mayoralty is currently held by Eric Adams, who is withdrawn from the Democratic primary and is running in the November general election as an independent candidate. Tonight's debate is brought to you by the New York City Campaign Finance Board, the city agency that administers the Public Matching Funds program. It's also sponsored by Spectrum News New York 1, WNYC Gothamist, and The City, and Spectrum Noticias. And our co-sponsors are John Jay College of Criminal Justice, the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY, the Center for New York City and State Law at New York Law School, and the Museum of the City of New York. And you can watch tonight's debate without a paywall on ny1.com. It's also being broadcast on NYC TV, WNYC Radio, the Spectrum News YouTube page, and C-SPAN, and in Spanish on Spectrum Noticias and YouTube.
The candidates joining us tonight have met a polling or fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board in order to take part in the debate. In alphabetical order, Adrian Adams is the City Council Speaker representing parts of Southeast Queens. Andrew Cuomo previously served as governor of the state of New York. Brad Lander is the New York City Comptroller. Zoran Mamdani is a state assembly member representing parts of Queens.
I really hope the first question is about Israel. Please, I need to know. I need to know how much people want to.
And Manhattan.
I really need to hear about how much they love Israel. Please ask about Israel. Oh my God! Look at the ribbon.
Now for the rules. The rules that you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds. Answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds.
Wait, is Cuomo not attending? Did I miss him?
Moderator. And candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent
is the ribbon bigger?
Question during our cross-examination round. We're going to begin with opening statements. The order was determined by a random drawing this morning, and so we'll begin with Scott Stringer. Good evening.
Well, good evening. Look, I love New York City.
And
I was born and raised here.
And I love Israel.
And I believe the future of this city can be limitless. But let's face it, people are feeling that it's getting tougher to live here. People who built our neighborhoods are leaving the city. Young people who want to lay down roots here do not see enough opportunity. I say enough.
I hope everyone declares their allegiance, because otherwise I don't know who to vote for.
We need a mayor who has competence and a mayor who has a vision to build affordable housing, to enact universal child care, to build a public school system so that kids can thrive. I've seen the best of this city in every neighborhood, as controller, as a borough president, as a state legislator. And I know that right now at this moment, we need somebody who has the ability to make sure this city can rise again, and I'm going to do it.
Okay, next is Elmo Myrie.
This morning, I was on Flatbush Avenue getting my hair cut so I could be fresh for this debate.
He loves the anecdotes.
And didn't talk to me about politics. She said, "What are you going to do to fight for immigrants like me and my husband?" I got on the train as I left, and I ran into a mother who said, "What are you going to do to fight to help make our schools world-class?"
He loves his anecdotes.
So here's the thing. You're going to hear a lot of promises, a lot of nice and cute things on the stage tonight. But when you put your head to the pillow, you want a mayor that is going to fight to keep your family safe, fight to keep that roof over your head, and fight to give you opportunity. I know that because that's what I think about every single day. And I'm ready to put the gloves on as the next mayor to fight to make that a reality.
Thank you. Next candidate is Whitney Tilson.
Good evening. I'm Whitney Tilson, and I'm not a politician. I'm a businessman and philanthropist, and I entered this race because I love this city, but right now it's a mess. It's not talent that we lack. We've got the best and brightest, nor money. We spend double that of any other city in the world. It's leadership, and we can't afford amateur hour in City Hall anymore. It is rightly said that being job of mayor of this complex, enormous city is the second hardest job in the world. That's why we need a mayor who's experienced, competent, and can get things done. Not a social media phenom with cute videos. Someone who can balance the budget and make tough choices, not pie-in-the-sky promises that there's no realistic plan to pay for, and someone who will keep us safe by ending chaos, not inciting it, by supporting law enforcement, and by not threatening to defund and dismantle our police. I will be that mayor, and so I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
Okay, our next candidate is Adrienne Adams.
Thank you very much. My name is Adrienne Adams, and I'm running for mayor because I'm an everyday New Yorker, just like all of you are. When I open my front door, I see what every New Yorker sees, and that is we are in need of a change. I raised 4 children in Southeast Queens in the same home that we live in. I buy my own groceries, so I know the costs of groceries for everyday New Yorkers. Look, as the leader of the city council, leading the most diverse city council in the history, led by a women majority, I realize what leadership truly is. I'm already doing the job. I have successfully negotiated 3 city budgets. I'm now in the middle of negotiating my 4th city budget. I continue to lead and step in where our current mayor has not, where we have fought through the city council budget cuts. We have saved public libraries and pre-K. I'm Adrienne Adams, already doing the job, asking you to rank me #1 to be the first woman mayor of the city of New York.
Next candidate is Brad Lander.
If you watched last week's debate, you already know I'm not the flashiest candidate in this race.
Damn.
I don't have a famous father. I'm not the best at TikTok. My daughter's here. All her videos do better than mine. But I love this city. I believe in its future.
God, you are so zesty, Brad.
Government work better.
You are
As
so.
controller, I've saved taxpayers
He is dork maxing every time, dude.
Manage the pension funds to record highs. I've built or saved over 50,000 affordable homes. As mayor, I'll deliver 500,000 more. That's why today the New York Times opinion panel said I'm the best choice for mayor. I've got the public integrity that New Yorkers deserve, the progressive values that New Yorkers share, and the management chops to deliver on them.
Next is Zohran Mamdani.
My name is Assemblymember Zohran Mamdani, and I am running to make the city affordable. I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. And before you ask, I'll pay for it by taxing the rich. The same billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House, the same ones who are funding Andrew Cuomo's campaign. Like many New Yorkers, I wasn't born in this country, but I grew up in this city, and it's one that we're in danger of losing. We're under attack from authoritarianism from the outside and an affordability crisis from the inside. Yet if you turned on your television 20 years ago, you'd have heard the same tired, failed policies you'll hear from politicians tonight. It's time for a new generation of leadership. And that's exactly what my campaign is building. A movement of more than 36,000 volunteers who have knocked on nearly 1 million doors and left us just 2 points away from City Hall. So join us, and let's win a New York you can afford.
Next is Andrew Cuomo.
Good evening, and thank you all very much for having me here today. I do have a very famous parent who I'm very proud of, Matilda Cuomo, and I hope she's watching. Everyone has a plan, as you've heard. Everyone always has a plan. That's always the way. But the question for tonight is, who has the ability to get the job done? That's really the question. Who can build housing? I built housing across the nation as HUD secretary. I built LaGuardia Airport, Kosciuszko Bridge, 2nd Avenue Subway, and more. Who can do public safety? While my colleagues were defunding the police, I was adding more police. Who can manage the city? I manage the state that has double the budget of New York City. And who can take on Donald Trump? That is the big question. And he sent troops into cities all across this country, but he never sent them into New York when I was there, and he never will when I am mayor. A job looks easy when you haven't done it. Experience matters. I will get the job done. I will work for you 24/7.
Thank you for your opening statements, candidates. Mr. Cuomo, many New Yorkers are concerned about what's happening in Los Angeles. Workplace immigration raids and deportations, protests with some violence, the president's deployment of the National Guard and the Marines over the objection of the governor and the mayor. The Trump aide Stephen Miller said the mayor has no say. If you were mayor of New York right now, how would you handle this situation if something like that happened here?
Yeah, we had this situation before, right? This is not a case of first impression. President Trump did this in Trump 1. He did it a number of times. He sent troops into cities all across the country. This is him being macho authoritarianism. He's the commander-in-chief. He never sent them into New York because I said to him, you better never send troops into New York. We don't need them. It would be a hostile act. It would be a problem. Right now, in this situation, we're going to protect our immigrants. This is a sanctuary city, and we are going to defend the laws of the sanctuary city. We have an NYPD that is the largest police force in the United States of America. Donald Trump only picks fights that he can win. He cannot win a fight with me.
Yeah, because you're aligned. He also already has a DOJ case on you. You're compromised.
You know, what is so troubling to see right now is we also have the NYPD assisting ICE in some of those very missions right here in New York City. We saw the Strategic Response Group arrest a pastor who was peacefully observing the arrest of a migrant at Federal Plaza. When I am the mayor, the NYPD will serve public safety of New Yorkers. They will not assist Trump's ICE agents. And furthermore, though Donald Trump may not believe in the law, we have to be clear that we do, and we will in fact bring back our law department to its pre-pandemic staffing levels, 200 additional lawyers, and start to provide lawyers for immigrants who are in deportation cases, because we know that by doing so, we in fact increase their likelihood of coming home to their families in New York City by 11 times. Finally, we can see examples in previous mayoral administrations where the mayor's team, like Steve Banks in the last administration, took every single step they could to ensure that none of the personal information the city had would be turned over to the Trump administration. I would follow that example through all of our agencies.
Say that he's compromised by the DOJ. Ooh, big claps.
On this topic, but with kind of a follow-up. If the president sees what he thinks is disorder in the streets and believes that local and state law enforcement officials are not doing a good job at protecting citizens and property, why shouldn't he step in? His supporters say that's his responsibility.
We are right now dealing with a lawless president enacting lawless behavior across this entire nation. As one who continues to speak up and out against Donald Trump, currently Donald Trump would like to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island, which has been illegal since the year 2014. Through an executive order put forth by the deputy mayor of the city of New York, not the mayor of the city of New York, which is unprecedented. They want to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island, and the person that is endorsing me, she is the baddest AG in the nation. Her name is Tish James. She said, Adrian, if Donald Trump starts to get in your way, sue him. So I am suing him. I am suing the mayoral administration and Donald Trump's ICE. We will continue to protect immigrants when I am mayor, just like I am protecting them as the leader of the city council. We will make sure that Donald Trump's ICE obeys the law. We are a sanctuary city. I am here to protect that in the city council, and when I am mayor, I will continue to
No, she got more emotion than Kamala. She has more passion than Kamala.
Continuing on the same track, but if the president says the mayor has no say, which seems to be the case because he did deploy the Marines and the National Guard, what would you do? What could you do?
Let me tell you about how the mayor could have a say. Last Thursday and again this morning, I went down to the federal building to observe immigration court and then accompany immigrants out past ICE agents so they could get out of the federal building and back to their families. One was a couple with kids in our city school system. They were worried they weren't going to see them again. So I stand up to bullies. I don't back down from a fight, and I will make clear that we're going to protect the 40% of New Yorkers who are immigrants, and we're going to keep them safe, and we're going to keep New York City safe. You can de-escalate conflict. What Trump wants is to strike fear and escalate conflict. We're going to make clear we stand up for immigrant New Yorkers, and we de-escalate and keep the peace. I do want to tell you, though, about some immigrant New Yorkers that Andrew Cuomo screwed when he was governor, and we're defending in my office. A couple of hundred immigrant subway cleaners who he made clean the subway cars, but cheated out of the prevailing wages and health care that they were due. We're fighting right now to get it back. I stand up to bullies. please, and I'll stand up to Donald Trump.
Mr. Cuomo, you were named, so we may not be able to do this every time all night, but you were named, so you get a brief response.
I don't know what Mr. Lander is talking about. The MTA contracted for cleaning services. I assume that's what he's talking about. The MTA goes through a rigorous contracting process. They should never have hired illegal immigrants if it is true. But obviously I had nothing to do with them hiring.
I'm sorry, is that what you said? What did you call them?
If anyone was undocumented or they didn't pay the proper wages...
Oh, they're laughing at him in the room.
You didn't pay them the proper wages. You cheated them out of the prevailing wages they were due and the health care they were due.
I didn't contract with them at all. The MTA contracted with them.
Who appoints the chair of the MTA?
Oh, I see. So every contract that the MTA contracts, you want me to be held responsible?
This one, yes, because workers got cheated out of $2.5 million and their health care, and the orders came from on high.
Yeah, so you
boomers hate when someone just says, it's not my responsibility.
$6 billion per year. They have multiple.
Why the fuck do you want to be mayor then, jackass, if you're not going to be responsible?
The state of New York, who audits the books, I'm sure he's almost.
Okay, Brad. Okay, Brad, I take it back. He was dork maxing, but he's now cooking.
Workers under city contracts.
But
nerds rise up.
Trump. And Mr. Stringer, you can reply to that if you want. But my moving on question is, his administration has made deep cuts to some programs that directly fund services for New Yorkers. A listener to my radio show asks, how do you propose addressing funding shortfalls for critical services, or which programs will you prioritize above others, assuming you can't make up for all the funding gaps? And please tell everybody how you think your approach would be better than the other candidates.
Sure, Brian. Well, look, I was in Trump 1 when I was a city controller. And during that time period, I didn't let him get this city down. During my time, I managed to divest $4 billion from fossil fuels controller. I divested from gun manufacturers. I divested from private prisons. I put the line in the sand with that guy, and I will do the same as mayor. Look, when you grow up in Washington Heights, everything comes your way. And you understand the only way to deal with a bully is to draw the line early and fight back. So here's specifically what I'm going to do. First, as mayor, we're going to establish a very, very rainy day fund. We need to get $500 million from the state and $500 million from the city so that we can continue to replenish the money that Donald Trump is taking from us. $80 million is taken in the dead of night. We need to keep the social safety net alive until Hakeem Jeffries becomes the speaker, and we can dismantle the Trump organization in just 2 seconds, just to straighten out the two of them. I was the one who brought the prevailing case with the MTA on those workers, and I believed very strongly then that we have to make sure that we pay wages so people can live and stay in New York, and that's why I did it.
Mr. Myrie, same question about dealing with the defunding of the city.
First let me put my lawyer hat on for a second. What Donald Trump is doing right now is flat out unconstitutional, and we got to say that very clearly, because they are counting on the chaos being normal. They're counting on us being relaxed about this approach because we see it in the headlines every day. It is flat out unconstitutional, and we should not, as a city, hesitate whatsoever to bring it to him when he's coming after our folks in this city. So look, I want to hire 50 more lawyers to our law department so we can go on the offensive. And the best way for us to be independent of the Trump cuts is to expand our tax base. That is why I want to deliver 1 million homes over the next 10 years. It's why I want to extend pre-K and 3K to 6 p.m. It is why I want universal after school for everyone. This has to be a city where you can raise a family, where people can make the choice to stay here, when they can spend their money in our local economy. We can create $18 billion over the next 10 years if we create 1 million homes over the next decade. That is what I plan to do, and I plan to go on offense every single time this bully comes after my city.
Mr. Tilson, you'll get the last word on this. People are talking about standing up to President Trump. Can it ever be smart, in your opinion, to hold your tongue about your worst opinions of him so that New York could possibly get better treatment, or would that not be effective?
Yes, possibly. There's a grim anniversary coming up on Tuesday. It is the 10-year anniversary of Trump coming down that escalator, spewing hatred and xenophobia, and I've been fighting him tooth and nail every day of those 10 years. That said, he is a childish bully, and getting into a Twitter war with him needlessly would hurt our city, I think. He tweets a lot of crazy stuff, and most of the time, if you simply ignore it, he moves on to his next childish foolishness. So, to your question, I will fight Donald Trump as mayor, stand up to him, sue him if necessary, but my job is to serve the people of New York, and that sometimes involves not provoking.
You guys are booing the guy with the biggest ribbon, a community of anti-Semites, clearly.
10% of our city budget.
The ADL was right. The ADL was right. Ethan Klein was right. I've manifested a community of anti-Semites. You are not supposed to boo the candidate with the biggest ribbon who says to ignore Donald Trump. Just ignore him. It's fine.
Elected to any office. So, and then if we consider age, one of you would be, if elected, the oldest person ever to be sworn in as mayor, while another would be the youngest mayor to take office in more than 100 years. So let me start with you, Mr. Mamdani. What do you say to critics who think that a 33-year-old assemblyman who's only been in office 4 years needs more experience before becoming mayor?
Oh, my mistake. I didn't realize you guys were saying you're booing him because you want a bigger ribbon.
Judge me by the campaign that I am running. A campaign we began with about 2 full-time employees polling at 1% that has now grown to be one where we manage over 36,000 volunteers that have knocked on nearly 1 million doors. And ultimately, what I will deliver to New York City is what I've been delivering in this race: innovation and competence. And I will do so by hiring the best and the brightest. Because for too long, we've had an understanding of leadership where you simply want to replicate each one of your ideas and hire the people who will be quickest to say yes to whatever you say to them. I will instead hire the people who have the track records, the excellence, the fluency, and it has been a pleasure to meet with incredible officials like Maria Torres Springer, like Patrick Gaspard, like Steve Banks, like Amit Baga, so many who have delivered that public service and that public excellence in this city, and that is what I would be doing as the next mayor of this city of New York.
Mr. Myrie, similar question. What would you say to New Yorkers concerned that your legislative record, however lengthy, is not the same as running an organization of 300,000 employees?
Listen, I think New Yorkers want a mayor that is going to deliver results for them, and to do it when it is difficult to achieve. I've passed over 60 bills that have become the law. But when I ran for state senate back in 2018, Albany was dysfunctional. Some rogue Democrats, propped up by Andrew Cuomo, prevented so many legislation that would help everyday New Yorkers, whether it was protection for tenants, whether it was reproductive health, whether it was climate legislation, whether it was your right to be safe in your neighborhood. And on day one in the state senate, I passed something called early voting, which all of us are going to participate in on this Saturday. So I am about the results and about the work. I have built coalition. I have listened to stakeholders. I've done really difficult things. That is the job of the mayor, to get everyone at the table and to achieve something that people said was impossible. I've been in the business of delivering for the people of my district. I look forward to doing the same thing for the people of New York City.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo, if elected, you would be the oldest person ever sworn in as mayor. If you served 2 full terms, you'd be 76 years old upon leaving office. Is somebody in their 70s the ideal age for holding the second hardest job in America?
Let's do 1 term at a time if we can. I think you raise a very important point. Experience matters, and I think inexperience is dangerous in this case. Mr. Mamdani has had a staff of 5 people. You're now going to run a staff of 300,000.
He never says his last name right, by the way.
He's never dealt with the city council. He's never dealt with the Congress. He's never dealt with the state legislature. He's never negotiated with the union. He's never built anything. He's never dealt with a natural emergency. He's never dealt with a hurricane, with a flood, etc. He's never done any of the essentials, and now you have Donald Trump on top of all of that, and he's never dealt with what I think is the greatest national threat that we face in this president. To put a person in this seat at this time with no experience is reckless and dangerous. To Mr. Lander and his experience, remember, this was the fiscal watchdog under the Eric Adams administration, which was like the bookkeeper at Tammany Hall.
Mr. Mamdani.
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never hounded the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani. M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it because we got to get it right.
Yeah.
Mr. Landon.
May I respond?
My response, or is this my
I don't
60
care
seconds on the
about your
question?
last name.
Let Mr. Landon speak, and then you can respond to both.
Just to be clear, is
Those
this my
women
response
deserved
to
it.
Andrew, or
I'm
is this my 60
Italian.
seconds?
It's my
This is your
culture.
response if you choose.
Thank you. So I've gotten so many Eric Adams contracts canceled, we can't keep track. You tried to put a $432 million no-bid crony contract, and we audited it, and we got it canceled. We have done it time and time again. Andrew knows a lot about corruption. That's part of the experience he had. He created a corruption commission and then killed it as soon as it got too close to him. But his senior aides had to resign in corruption disgrace. And let's be clear, he has experience, but leadership is not inviting 25-year-old young women into your office, as he admitted he did, and then asking them about their intimate life and whether they would date older men. I lead by building the best teams, not through sexual harassment, corruption, and disgrace.
Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Mamdani's right. He's never done anything, period.
Mr. Mamdani.
This is a man...
Mamdani. Just say the name right, Mamdani.
This is a man who has done nothing. He's accomplished nothing. 3 bills are all he passed.
City full of immigrants.
He has the worst attendance record in the New York State
City
Assembly.
full of immigrants.
He
They've
has never
all fucking
held
experienced a guy
job.
like Andrew Cuomo
He has
fucking up their
0
name
accomplishments.
deliberately.
I want to be very
And now he thinks he's going to be ready to be mayor of the city of New York. It is laughable. It is laughable, and it is dangerous.
I want Mr. Cuomo to look out into the crowd and look at Richard Chow, who lost his brother to suicide because of the taxi driver debt crisis. I went with Mr. Chow over many, many months organizing to push this very city to finally reckon with its complicity in that, and we won $450 million in debt relief. And I want you to look at him and tell him that that's nothing.
Okay, let's move to...
Oh, he used personal anecdote. Oh my God. Oh my God, he had a crowd placement, personal anecdote.
Tell what's really going on here. So, truth be told, experience matters. And Andrew Cuomo has experience. I know that. He does. But vision matters. And Mamdani, I said it right? Mamdani,
almost there.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Almost there.
But you have the vision, and you have articulated it during the campaign. The problem is we need somebody who can do both.
Oh,
and my experience and my vision, when you combine it, is the third lead to win this race. And that's what we have.
Laughing.
Very good, very good. We cannot have a mayoralty on training wheels, but we also have to have a mayor who's willing to go to town hall meetings, to meet with the voters where they are. And that hasn't happened with the experienced candidate. Now, one last thing. Every job I've had, state legislator, I introduced rules of reform in the assembly and got it passed. As Manhattan Borough president, I actually built affordable housing. I didn't do 1 or 2 rezonings. I did that as my life's work and made a difference. As controller, I built the best controller's office that...
This is where Mamdani is supposed to turn around. This is where Zoran is supposed to turn around and basically be like, listen, experience is negligible because Andrew Cuomo's entire experience amounts to New Yorkers experiencing failure and a quality of life diminishing. We don't want that. That's why I'm running. We need people who are dynamic. We need candidates who are younger. We need candidates who are actually experienced with the life experience of what it's like to be working poor in this city.
Currently doing this work.
Not someone who comes from a political dynasty that has cursed the New York State and New York City for their entire lives and is directly responsible for all the pain New Yorkers feel in this affordability crisis.
As one that has seen 120,000 units of affordable housing coming up in the city, as one who has championed the largest victory for affordable housing in a generation, as one that is already doing this work, as one that has taken private skills from the private sector in management. I have trained people that will make more money than I will ever make in a lifetime. And bringing those skills with me into the public sector, into the New York City Council, now leading a body of 50 council members as the one with the experience ready to go to work tomorrow, because where I work is where everyone else on this stage aspires to work, in City Hall in Adrian Adams, New York.
Okay. I have a question for you, Mr. Tilson, related to this discussion. You have frequently said on the campaign trail that, quote, career politicians have caused many of the city's problems or made them worse. You said tonight, in fact, that this is no time for amateur hour. Explain why a lack of experience running a city agency would make you a better manager than some of your rivals here.
I actually view not being a politician as a feature, not a bug. It is possible to hire people into administration, of course, who have the experience of running a big bureaucracy. I would point to Mike Bloomberg as my inspiration when I decided to run for mayor. He had never held elected office before. I think he was one of our greatest mayors. He steered us through the global financial crisis, and I believe that having someone like him, who I saw was independent of all the special interests, who in a low turnout off-season primary like what
Who is this
right
for?
Now,
Like, this guy is for no one. I can't in good conscience believe that there are people out here that look at what this guy has to offer and goes, yeah, that's my guy. I really want like a fucking soulless technocrat, VC guy, a hedge fund guy to run the city. That's really going to fix the problems. Well, at least got the fattest ribbon, you know.
Which I think is more relevant to managing one of the world's largest bureaucracies.
Okay. Thank you, candidates.
It's also funny because, like,
are asked their top concerns, one of the biggest issues is always affordability, particularly the high cost of housing. Millions of New Yorkers in rent-stabilized apartments are currently awaiting a final ruling from the Rent Guidelines Board about how much they could pay more each month in rent. But first, we'll get to a crucial question about the production of housing. We want you, the candidates, to address New Yorkers with your top proposal to ease the housing crunch. And I'll start with you, Mr. Myrie. We know you've been vocal about a plan to build and preserve 1 million units of housing. You mentioned it earlier. Is that a realistic possibility given the current dynamics in the city?
Let me tell you what's real, Katie. People are leaving the city because they can't afford to stay here. They can't afford the rent, can't afford to own a home. Like me and my wife, who were looking to put down roots in the same neighborhood we grew up in, people are struggling. And we've had leaders of the past that have put their solutions forward, and things have only gotten worse. So yes, 1 million homes over the next 10 years, because we can't keep nibbling around the edges. That is the only way we're actually going to bring down the cost of housing. And listen, is it going to be challenging? Of course it's going to be challenging. But anything worth anything is going to be hard to do. We built the Empire State Building in 13 months, and we did it 100 years ago. Come on already. Of course we can do 1 million homes. I want to change our public land to be affordable housing. I want to convert our industrial areas to residential. We have commercial real estate space that is laying vacant that can be converted as well. We have opportunities to revitalize NYCHA. We got to be bold in this moment, but we need the leadership and the courage to get it done, and that's what I'm going to do.
Mr. Stringer, your housing model, your housing plan is to model a highly successful plan from the 1950s. You call it Mitchell-Lama 2.0. It sounds ideal, but how would you pay for this expansive plan?
Okay, this is where we just got to have an honest conversation. I get 1 million. I could easily say we could do 2.5 million given my experience. It's all, put that aside for a second.
I love him.
People need affordable housing now. They need,
like, not for mayor, but just I love him in general.
Is we take the 1,000 vacant lots I audited as controller, and we give that land back to the people, to not-for-profits, to limited profit developers. We don't ask the luxury developers to build the low-end and affordable housing we need. We get a generation of people to come in and build the tens of thousands of units of housing. See, it's not just about building housing. The second question, or the question that I care passionately about, is who are we building housing for? We got to build more housing, 2- and 3-bedroom apartments for families, so that after the second kid, they don't leave, they stay here. We need to do what we did with Mitchell-Lama housing, a housing stock that is the best practice in the world. We got to build more of that housing, integrated housing, because the people who moved into those buildings, you know what they did? They didn't just exist in those apartments. They built communities, schools, and daycare centers. And this is a promise I can keep while I'm alive, while I'm mayor, and we'll see what happens going forward. But let's do that immediately on day one when I'm mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Lander, as mayor, you declare a housing emergency which could help you build 500,000 homes, including on city-owned golf courses. How do you get the citywide support for this plan?
So the New York Times opinion panel today said I was the best choice for mayor because I combine clear and bold plans and a real track record of delivering. That is especially true on housing. In the neighborhood around the Gowanus Canal, when I was council member, I organized the community to support redevelopment. More housing, more affordable housing is going up there than anywhere else in the city, and the community's supporting it because it's coming with open space and affordable art studios, as well as 3,000 genuinely affordable homes. We're even fixing up the NYCHA units nearby. As controller, I saved the 35,000 rent-stabilized units that were put at risk when Signature Bank failed by investing to buy the mortgages on them. I know how to do this. I have a detailed plan for getting 500,000 units built. That's around the Interborough Express, where we've got new opportunities for transit-oriented development. And we can build great new neighborhoods on 4 of the city's 12 golf courses because people will be excited about courtyards for families, about daycare centers, about new schools and libraries, places they could own in neighborhoods they will love.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo, you were HUD secretary, you were governor for more than a decade, you managed a nonprofit housing organization. What would you say to voters who wonder if all that experience might end up being, in the end, the wrong experience, since after decades of work, we've ended up in a housing emergency here in the city?
I would say, Errol, I would say, look at
That's what I mean.
Right?
That's why you can use experience against Cuomo like this.
Everyone has a plan. They had a plan to build LaGuardia Airport.
But it shouldn't be coming. But that shouldn't be coming from the fucking moderator. It should be coming from Zoran.
But nobody could do it until I did it. They had a plan to finish the 2nd Avenue subway, but nobody could do it until I could do it. Now we have plans to build affordable housing, and we do need hundreds of thousands of units of affordable housing, there's no doubt, but we're going to need a different model. The city HPD does not work to create this volume. The state housing program does not work to create this volume. We're going to have to accelerate the ULERP program, and then we're going to have to open every option available. NYCHA units, office to residential conversion. Every city-owned piece of property we have to look at, air rights, how do we maximize it? We are going to have a full-on assault to build affordable housing. And yes, it's one thing to have a plan. It's another thing to have the ability to do it. And that's where New York City has fallen down time and time again, not the managerial ability to complete a plan.
Ms. Adams, you mentioned the recent City of Yes rezoning that you were instrumental in helping to pass. It's supposed to create tens of thousands of units of housing, but the experience of past rezonings, like the one in downtown Brooklyn, suggests that it can take as long as 10 years or longer for rezonings to result in actual construction. If you're elected mayor, what would be your plan to get units built more quickly than that?
We're going to build it faster, and just to let Mr. Cuomo know, I've got a plan. It's already in the works. It is called the City of Yes, the City for All, something that I have already ushered in. So the work is already being done. We're hearing a lot of plans and policies, but this is something I'm already doing this work. We have already begun the works for the City for All, and in that proposal, it is the most aggressive rezoning proposal in a generation for this city to build upwards of 82,000 affordable units for New Yorkers. We want to keep people here. I want my children to stay here. I'm an everyday New Yorker. I don't want them leaving because New York is not affordable for them. And so I have made sure that there is $5 billion that is put into the City for All proposal. So, Mr. Cuomo, we are going to take care of the HPD vacancies within that $5 billion. We're going to make sure that communities like mine in Southeast Queens are protected, infrastructure is protected. We're going to make sure that we've got extended and expanded access to City FEPS vouchers. We're going to make sure that there are repairs available for NYCHA residents and Mitchell-Lama residents. And we're going to make sure that homeowners also have access to funding to make sure that the homeowners have repairs. We won't have to look at foreclosure in the volume, and we don't have to look at deed theft in the volume. I'm already doing the work. I'm already there.
Thank you.
And still on housing, and to bring the last two of you into it, Mr. Tilson, you said in the last debate that your housing construction plan is the opposite of Mr. Mamdani's. More private sector, less public. Can you elaborate on that in your 60 seconds, and then we'll hear Mr. Mamdani argue for his approach.
Notice how everybody is going in the public direction?
4 words, it'd be unleashed.
Except for the hedge fund guy?
That is the
That is because of Zoran, by the way.
Built anything like the scale that we're talking about. I said it's the opposite of his plan because his plan is to spend $100 billion city dollars
The counter to this is so simple. It's like, oh, if the private sector was supposed to help New Yorkers, it would have by now. What you're describing is the past 30 years of private-public partnership. And I think every New Yorker that doesn't make $20 million a year like you recognizes a very different reality than someone who is out of touch, such as yourself, experiences.
But 15% in 3 years, and rents drop by 20%. I don't just want to stabilize rent. I think we can drop rents in this city. That's the objective. But right now, it's outrageous that businesses and real estate developers have to hire expediters to deal with the city bureaucracy. So it's a much bigger problem, and the mayor controls most or all of this.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
I met a grandmother in a senior center in Brownsville, and she came up to me and told me that she'd been on a waiting list for 7 years for senior housing, and that she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to stay in the city any longer. The reason that my campaign is committing to building 200,000 truly affordable homes is because if we don't, we will lose the very New Yorkers who built this city. And we will lose them unless we rapidly scale up the programs we already have. Programs in HPD like SARA, Senior Affordable Rental Apartments, ELA, extremely low-level affordability, the very kind of programs that are built for the New Yorkers who are being priced out of the market. And we do this while also ensuring that it is easier to build even for the private sector. We end the requirement to build parking. We end this piecemeal approach that we've taken, instead having a city-wide comprehensive planning approach. These are the kinds of ways in which we can actually ensure that we start to build more than 4 houses per 1,000 people, that we actually start to get up to Jersey City and Tokyo and build the housing that's necessary in this city.
To finish this round, by a show of hands, I will translate for the radio audience, how many of you would support a rent-stabilized rent freeze this year? Hands up if you do. Okay, the ones whose hands are up are Stringer, Myrie, Mamdani, and Lander. Not up.
State the question, please.
Would you go against your donors who gave you $2.5 million to freeze the rent?
In the rent stabilization system. This year, a rent freeze this year. Yes or no, Mr. Cuomo?
Would I vote for a rent freeze this year?
Yes.
I'd leave it to the Rent Guidelines Board.
The mayor.
We appoint them, the law controls them. You should read it.
Ms. Adams, your hand
the law didn't control you, did it?
You should read it.
Ms. Adams, your hand was not up, was it? Why not? Oh, it was
There has to be a balance there
so only
between the
Mr.
homeowners and
Tilson's hand was not up.
Oh my God.
That was a yes or no.
Oh my God.
And finally also...
She went half up because she supports a balance for the homeowners.
To my show asks, would you be open to tying rent increases to landlord rates of return, their profits, rather than simply on 1 year's costs?
The last time we had a rent freeze, it was terrible.
No, if you're open.
Okay. I'm gonna figure out where you live, and I'm gonna call up your landlord, and I'm gonna tell your landlord to increase your rent because it seems like you're not paying enough. I mean, by your own admission. Are you chill with that?
Already.
It's part of the formula.
It is part of the formula. Now you look at a variety of factors.
I own my house. Yeah, there it is.
Relative to cost.
Well, then this doesn't.
Mr. Landers,
this doesn't worry you at all. This shouldn't bother you at all.
Incurring, and that's how you set the
fucking asshole
increase if you do.
But also the profits.
Yes,
profit margins.
Yeah, they do an economic analysis. That's what the Rent Guidelines Board does.
Thank you. And this question is from Mr. Cuomo because it did come up earlier.
My grandmother is a landlord. Of course it does.
To disqualify you or not.
Yeah.
After the sexual harassment
Yeah, I
findings
hope.
that led to
I'm
your
sorry to
resignation
say this,
as
but I hope your
governor.
grandmother is not going to be able to have a higher
the other candidates give their
higher profit margin next year.
I would ask them to look at the facts and not the political rhetoric that you hear on this stage. I said when the report was issued, it was all political. That's what I said. And I said nothing was going to come of it. 4 years later, we've had 5 district attorneys, Democrat, Republicans, upstate, downstate. They've all looked at them. Nothing has come of them whatsoever. There has been one civil case that's been resolved. I was dropped from the case. So absolutely nothing has come except political fodder for my opponents and political fodder at the time.
Do any other candidates want to chime in?
Andrew, you admitted at the time that you called a 25-year-old staffer into your office and asked her questions about whether she'd had older partners and whether she was available, and intimated that you were looking for a partner. Everybody here knows that you sexually harassed women, that you created a toxic work environment. We're here with all these CUNY students, many of them young women. I went to the City College commencement. There's the valedictorian is going to come work at the Department of Homeless Services.
I'm gonna be 100% real, by the way.
Don't go work at City Hall.
It's kind of crazy to say this, but I don't think women give a shit about rape, like voting for rapists. Like, at least looking at the current margins for Cuomo, there are a majority of women who don't give a shit.
A camera and lie.
And also Trump too, obviously.
I never said that. I never said that. And by the way, that has been totally disproven.
Obviously, men don't give a shit at all, even though, ironically enough, white men are the only demographic that's more pro-Zoran than pro-Cuomo. But
a report was issued. The DAs looked at it. They all disagree with you. I was dropped from the case. So those are the facts.
The Biden Justice Department and the Attorney General of the state of New York, and again, it was reported that you admitted at the time that it was a mistake to call that 25-year-old into your office. Folks can check the record.
And the Attorney General,
know if he worked for you, you would fire him.
Hang on. Attorney General's, just the Attorney General's report was determined by a court to be hearsay and not a finding at all. I understand Mr. Lander is just a paw.
The women accused you of sexual harassment. That's what you're calling hearsay.
The district attorneys looked at all those complaints, and not a single case.
We're going in circles. Let's move on. Candidates.
Better than the facts.
Obvious that this is disqualifying.
Candidates.
The man resigned. Should be obvious. The problem is we do not get to address the issues that New Yorkers care about.
Yeah, that's just what we're going to do. That's just what we're going to do. Just hang on. We are done with this topic. We're going to move on to the next one, candidates. Let's talk about quality of life, concerns about disorder and public safety. The number of complaints about disorderly conduct in New York City have nearly tripled compared to the pre-pandemic year of 2018. Arrests for disorderly conduct have risen significantly. But New Yorkers still say they are less satisfied about their quality of life than in the past. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Lander. Do you want the NYPD to address quality of life violations, or is there some other way to do it? And how would you address concerns about quality of life without violating constitutional rights or opening the door to accusations of illegal profiling.
As mayor, my #1 priority will be to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. When I talk to people about what's influencing their quality of life, what would they like changed? They would like to be able to get on the subway and feel safer. Last week I talked about a friend whose middle school student was pushed to the ground by a mentally ill homeless person. But we don't have to be a city where a couple thousand of our mentally ill neighbors sleep on subway platforms and the sidewalks and stoops of our buildings. And yes, of course, NYPD have a role to play in keeping neighborhoods safe, getting guns off the street, but no amount of policing is going to connect a homeless mentally ill person to the housing and services that they actually need. The plan that will is called Housing First. It's working in Houston and Denver and Salt Lake.
Guys, he's not here. Don't get caught up in the language. He's not wrong.
I will use it to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness.
He's not wrong, and he wants to do housing first. Like, he's dork maxing, but he's right.
Okay, Mr. Stringer.
Like, what are we doing here?
Your direct question, which is the issue of quality of life.
The goal is to get people the care that they need, and the starting point for that is housing first policies.
With trash, they don't want to live with broken sidewalks. They don't want a 311 system that can't resolve the basic day-to-day issues that New Yorkers face. We've gotten away from that kind of work. You know, swagger to me is different than swagger at City Hall today. Swagger means I feel satisfied when we help somebody get the services we need. How I'm going to do it specifically, we got to have a deputy mayor.
The fact you have to hurt your followers and then they comment, yeah, he's right. Or maybe there's 50,000 people in here and some people disagree with me and some people don't.
For the day-to-day running of the city and resolving complaints and issues. We need to measure that. We need to look at the data at 311. We need to do the follow-ups. I'm going to be the mayor.
No, you don't think about anything. You're a fucking moron.
That comes to town hall meetings and communities, just like Ed did as controller. Roll my sleeves up, go in front of hundreds of people and say, let me have it. What do you want? What's going on? And I will resolve a complaint in 24 hours. That's the kind of mayor that we need in this city to keep people here and to make sure that we become the beacon of the greatest city in the world.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I speak to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, what I hear time and time again are these very kinds of complaints. Complaints around the cleanliness of our streets, complaints around whether the parks that they love can actually be maintained. And so many of them come back to a mayoral administration that has underfunded city agencies time and time again, literally requesting to take garbage cans off of sidewalks. That's what we have had for the last 4 years. I'm proud to have been endorsed by DC 37, the single largest labor union representing municipal workers in this city. The people who run this city trust me to lead this city. And what I will do is fully fund each one of those agencies to ensure that we are not just providing public service, we're providing public excellence so that each and every New Yorker is finally receiving the quality of life that they deserve living in this city.
Okay. And so, Mr. Myrie, really in a lot of ways what I'm getting at is that the city government and a lot of voters, frankly, will reflexively reach for the NYPD as the best tool to handle what they perceive as disorder, which some people say is kind of a stepping stone towards crime, or in some ways a precursor to it. What's your take on that, and how would you handle it?
Yeah, let me first say, Scott, you got a little bit of swagger. You got some sneakers on today, so I don't want you to discount yourself.
Oh my God.
All right, very good.
No one laughed.
So let me say this. Look, I walk the streets, I take the subways just like you do. And part of the reason that people are frustrated with politics is because you walk the streets, you take the subways, and then you listen to folks on this stage, and it's completely divorced from your reality. Here's what I want to do. I think we need police and clinician teams in our subways and our streets 24/7 to get people on the path to real recovery. New Yorkers are compassionate people, but we want to ensure that people are actually getting that help. So I want stabilization centers in every borough so that we can deliver that help. Public safety requires us to do 2 things. We understand that police officers are necessary, but we also have to invest in the things we know prevent crime and disorder in the first place. That's why I want 50,000 more summer youth jobs, so that it is universal. We have no young person on a waiting list. Stop telling our kids what not to do without giving them something to do. I want universal after school as well, so that we can have a safe place to be and have our families have a place where their children can stay.
Okay, Mr. Tilson.
Yes, to answer your question directly about enforcing more quality of life issues. For example, I ride my bike almost every day in the city. The e-bikes are fast and dangerous, and we're riding up on the sidewalks, blowing through red lights, and cops started enforcing it, and I can tell you, being out there every day, they're now obeying the law. That is the kind of thing that contributes to the feeling of lack of safety.
Cuomo's winning in most polls. Zoran is winning in one.
What I would not do is
but not by Cuomo's not winning by a wide margin.
Corrupt by threatening to defund and dismantle them, as Zoran has done. And we are at a 34-year low in the number of police officers. There's only one candidate on this stage, him, who has not said that he would try and build that number back up. So I think his Department of Community Safety, which he talks about, is just backdoor code word for continue to defund the police. They are demoralized. They are understaffed.
And, oh no, not the cops,
we've created a revolving door where an officer at the Midtown North Precinct, very close to here, actually told me she is still filling out the paperwork for most of her arrests, and the criminal is back out onto the street before she's finished.
Did you want to respond? I want to say it very clearly, because both Mr. Tilson and Andrew Cuomo's Republican billionaire donors have been lying about me on our television screens and right now. I will not defund the police. I will work with the police because I believe the police have a critical role to play in creating public service, public safety. And fundamentally, when I put together our proposal for the Department of Community Safety, it was built upon the many conversations I had with rank-and-file officers who had told me that they signed up to join the department to take on serious crimes. And yet what they were being asked to do is play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And that is part of the reason why 65% of crimes in the first quarter of this year are still not solved. We need to ensure police can focus on those crimes, and we have mental professionals and social workers to address and tackle and resolve the mental health crisis.
Whitney, did you not talk about my police retention plan, or you didn't?
Come on, Scott. Ms. Adams, I want to bring you in the conversation because you were at City Hall when the funding question came up that has been interpreted by some as defund the police. What was happening then in that particular session with that particular proposal? And if you're elected, what would you do about this question of where and when and if the police get involved in quality of life policing?
Thank you for asking the clarifying question, Errol, very much. The FY 2021 budget season was a very, very tough season for the New York City Council and, quite frankly, for the mayoral administration as well. We were still masked up in the pandemic, and New York City was very, very underfunded as a city. We were looking towards going in the hole, if you will. So several city agencies had to take a haircut. The NYPD was one of those agencies, as were many, many city agencies. Heck, the New York City Council, we had to take a haircut. So there was funding reallocation that happened across the board for New York City because of the pandemic. So, I mean, services were cut. Many folks out there realized that some of park services were cut and other services were cut as well, unfortunately. So that was the climate that we were in, quite frankly, during the pandemic season. As mayor, though, I know that New York City is fiscally found. Our issue right now is going to be Trump-proofing the New York City, Trump-proofing New York City, which I am doing right now as one who is negotiating the 4th New York City budget, something that no one else on this stage can say. And we've already put aside in reserves through my leadership on the council $1.9 billion to begin to protect the people of the city of New York from Donald Trump's harsh cuts. We want the administration to not match us, go above us. We're going to need to make sure that our resources...
Some chatters in Tehran are saying that they're hearing explosions.
That our children, our seniors, our health care is protected.
Be safe, chatters.
And as leader of the City Council,
chatters.
I've already made a start in doing just that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, if we wonder why the people watching this are frustrated, is because of the disconnect of what they're hearing. They are afraid on the streets. They feel unsafe. You can quote statistics all day long. They get afraid walking into the subway. They get afraid walking down the street when they see a mentally ill homeless person. We did defund the police. We did. We cut $1 billion from the police. People on this stage said, defund the police. That was the chant. And $1 billion was taken from the police department. Mr. Mamdani says he would dismantle the police.
He still says it wrong. Everyone's laughing now.
That's his expression. Mr. Lander said, I'll admit, progressives like me were slow to recognize the problems of crime and quality of life and mopeds.
See, it's not so difficult to take responsibility, is it?
That's what he said, that they were slow to realize the crime that people were living with. We have to get back to safety. I would add 5,000 police officers. Yes, we need mental health professionals who also help work with the mentally ill, and they're two totally separate things. But this city has to be safe. Opportunity for youth is part of it. But if people don't feel safe, Errol, they're not going to stay. End of story.
Okay, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think New Yorkers want accountability. They want accountability when people commit crimes. They want accountability when officers use excessive force. They want accountability when top brass violate their office. And they want accountability from elected officials. So yes, I said we were slow to reckon with rising disorder. Here's how I'm gonna actually deliver it. You've never taken responsibility for one single thing you've done wrong in your entire life. You should try it sometime.
Okay, Ms. Adams, real quick.
Yeah, I just want to clear up the whole defund mystery here that keeps on being used as far as the New York City Council and the FY 2021 budget is concerned. Let's just be clear. The budget is negotiated with the mayoral administration. The NYPD is a part of the mayoral administration, and the reallocation of funds was done with the knowledge of the NYPD, not in any far-off land, far away. I don't know how long you've been out of it, Mr. Cuomo, but it's been a while. So I just want to make sure that we are clear here tonight. Old slogans and scare tactics aren't going to make anybody in New York City safer.
Okay, candidates, thank you. Candidates, we're going to move on to our lightning round. That's where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to start with a show of hands one. Despite changes in technology, do you still have a Metro card in your wallet? Show of hands. Mr. Myrie, Mr. Cuomo, Ms. Adams still have the Metro card. God bless you. Let's go down. Name one department that you would make cuts to. We'll go right down the line. Mr. Tilson.
Israel has declared a special state of emergency in the home front. Following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran.
I think there's a lot of fat to cut in the DOE budget.
A missile and drone strike against the state of Israel as civilian population is expected. They literally started bombing Iran and then declared a state of emergency, claiming it's a preemptive strike against Iran. What the fuck?
Efficiencies in every city agency to make them more run better and efficient. So it's not about cutting or targeting one agency. It's really about doing due diligence in all the agencies.
Mr. Myrie.
Yeah, Holy shit. New Yorkers experience city services every day. It's not about who has what. It's about how we're delivering. So I think it's important that we are efficient in that. I think we can shift some funding from the Economic Development Corporation to our city's general fund.
Mr. Mamdani.
I think we have to end our city's addiction to consulting and contracts. We're currently paying McKinsey millions of dollars to design a trash can. We don't have to do that.
Mr. Landon.
Last year, we paid out $2 billion in claims against the city. I'll put them on the books of city agencies so they have an incentive to reduce them. They can keep half the savings. It's hundreds of millions of dollars we can save.
Mr. Cuomo.
City government hasn't been properly managed in 12 years. It needs an overhaul from top to bottom. That's what I think has to be done.
Where'd you start? Where would you start?
I think if housing is a top priority, I would start with HPD because that's one of the first jobs we have to start.
Okay, Ms. Adams.
You know, I'm still negotiating the city budget, the only one on the stage that's doing this thing. So let's just be real about it. The mayor actually
Israel is not maybe attacking Iran. Israel is attacking Iran right now. They have officially declared a preemptive attack against Iran and also officially declared a state of emergency. Breaking as of 3 minutes ago From Barak Ravid, Israeli Minister of Defense Israel Katz declares a special state of emergency in the home front throughout the entire state of Israel. Following the state of Israel's preemptive strike against Iran, a missile and drone strike against the state of Israel and its civilian population is expected in the immediate future, says Israel Katz. Israel officially conducts strikes in Iran. So the chatters in Tehran that reported hearing explosion sounds were correct. It is not yet clear what Israel is targeting. Also, statement posted by the IDF to Telegram just now, changes the Home Front Command defensive guidelines. Following the situational assessment, it was determined that as of today, at 3 a.m., immediate changes will be made to the Home Front Command guidelines. As a part of the changes, it was decided to shift all areas of the country from full activity to essential activity. The guidelines include a prohibition of educational activities, gatherings, and workplaces, except for essential sectors. The public is required to follow the guidelines published on the official Home Front Command channels. Full guidelines will be updated on the National Emergency Portal and the Home Front Command app. After hours market closed 5 minutes ago. Holy fuck, did Israel just strike? They struck right on the dot. Now, America has said that it won't participate in an Israeli strike on Iran. But, of course, this does not mean that America won't defend Israel. Let's be real. America is defending Israel.
Park every day. We circled the park and had a number of favorite playgrounds. I'd say the favorite we called playground number 1, which is at 96th and 5th. And I've actually called for permanently making the park's budget 1% of the city budget, so it increases with the city's budget. Their parks are our gems.
Mr. Stringer.
1% for parks, because every kid deserves outdoors, and we have got to make sure we fix all the parks, not just in wealthy communities. But look, my favorite park is where the kids want to play. So if it's on a basketball court, I'm there. If it's Central Park, I'm there. Rockefeller Park, I'm there.
Commercial jets that were heading to Tel Aviv have begun to turn around over the eastern Mediterranean.
My favorite park is Prospect Park, and my parents... Let's go, yeah, Prospect Park in the house. My parents are here in the audience with us, and it is where I learned how to ride a bike. It is where they took me throughout my childhood. So I absolutely would commit to 1% to our city's parks. It's a shame that we have not done that already.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would absolutely commit 1% of the city budget to the Parks Department. I'm proud to have done so over the course of this campaign, and I have to say that my favorite park is Astoria Park.
Mr. Lander.
Zelnor Myrie is right on this question. Prospect Park is the best park in New York City, and my kids are here, and they played baseball and learned to ride their bikes, and I was just at the Celebrate Brooklyn concert opening. Yes, we'll do 1%, but we've got to focus it on the parks that need it most. I passed a law that helps us do that, and as mayor, I'll make sure we focus on those parks that have been way too long neglected.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Yes to the 1%, and I'd also like to see the private sector.
I'm in Tehran. We heard a really loud explosion followed by several faint explosions. My parents are in Karaj, and they're also hearing explosions. Trump posted this right at 7-2. The Trump card? Ain't no fucking way, no. Mike Fuckabee is in Jerusalem right now. Obviously his favorite place on the planet. At our embassy in Jerusalem and closely following the situation, we will remain here all night. Pray for the peace in Jerusalem. What was targeted? How will Iran respond? They said they will target U.S. bases. So many uncertainties. I know. And there's a lot of people posting footage, but we don't know. Like, I don't know if this is confirmed. You understand? So we'll wait for more trusted resources. I'm not gonna go with like BNO News, you know what I mean? Israel's not striking the capital, Tehran. Israel lacks the heavy bombers needed to destroy deeply buried Iranian sites like Fordow and may resort to repeated raids. The Pentagon canceled a top general's visit to Israel, signaling distance from any strike plans. Why Israel can't destroy Iran's nuclear program alone. Hardened nuclear sites, buried under 80 to 100 meters of rock. Only US GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator B-2 bomber exclusives can reach it. Israel lacks both the GBU-57s and the B-2 bombers. Israel's GBU-28 can penetrate 6 meters of concrete, insufficient to destroy Fordow or similar deep sites. There's also operational limitations, over 2,000 kilometers one way, requires multiple in-air refuelings, tanker capacity. Israel's fleet is too small for sustained long-range operations. The conclusion, Israel can carry out targeted attacks, but destroying Iran's nuclear program outright is beyond its solo capacity. U.S. help is essential for such a mission to succeed. This is from Axios. This is from Axios. Tehran, sounds of explosion heard in Iran's capital. Israel's defense minister. I already covered that. Yeah, here's also another ominous development. Per a cable obtained by Dropsite News, the State Department is creating a Middle East task force to coordinate crisis-related support to U.S. citizens, public messaging, and diplomatic engagement due to increased tensions in the region. As in, they're setting up a specific task force for manufacturing consent to potentially go to war with Iran. Considering that they didn't set this up for the past 19-20 months of genocide to defend Israel's image, this means that America will get more hands-on involved, and in order to deliver their hands-on involvement to the public with a more appealing message, this could be the reason why they're setting up a task force. The Iranian journalist is posting more video footage as well of more sites that were bombed, seemingly. Is the debate over? No, but I'm tuning away from the debate for a second because this is, you know, this is a developing situation. It's has a high priority. Well, obviously, the debate is coming back from break right now, but also no NOTAMs for civilian flights in the area. Planes are still flying. Commercial airliners have started turning around. But I think when they declared a state of emergency, that also comes with a NOTAM, right?
From John Jay College of Criminal Justice. We're more than halfway through the debate with the 7 leading Democratic candidates. Now it is time for the cross-examination round. That's when each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. Our order was selected at random, and we'll begin with Scott Stringer.
Thank you, Earl. My question is for Adrian Adams. So during the City of Yes negotiations, you successfully brought billions of dollars in benefits and opportunity on top of City of Yes. As you know, I've been campaigning because I really do believe we can have a realistic opportunity to take those parcels of land and turn them into affordable housing. Do you envision, or would you sort of signal that that idea could be coupled with funding, the funding that you obtain when you start thinking about your own housing, implementing your own housing agenda if you were mayor?
Well, Scott, thank you for the question, and thank you for recognizing that I have ushered in billions of dollars for housing for the people of the city of New York.
Stock guy says it was time to be exactly after the U.S. post-market close so no one could get ahead of the commodities or futures. I'm inclined, just so you're aware, they waited until right after the post-market close. That's what someone in the chat was saying as well. Normally, under other circumstances, if it was another country, I would say, like, there's no way, and it's just a coincidence. But Israel is so fucking lasered on American politics and whatever the fuck's going on in America. Like, they will use uncertainty or moments of panic in American discourse as an opportunity to fucking shelter themselves, and will, like, they're super dialed in. Oil and gold spiking, stock futures falling. not to... Obviously, they didn't time it for the New York debate about questions against Zoran chatters. The fuck? S&P 500 dropped in the last 2 minutes after market trade. Someone new and sold, hence the big price swing. At a time when there's growing instability in the United States of America, where people are experiencing like there's too many different things to hyper focus on in day-to-day American existence, I feel like Israel could have seen this as a unique opportunity to strike, especially as it's the Iran denuclearization agreements with the maximalist position that the Trump administration pushed forward was seemingly going nowhere. The only reason why I'm shocked that they did it now, after signaling that they would do it sometime before Sunday, was because of Trump's military parade on Saturday. I know that sounds really fucking stupid, but Trump is really fucking stupid. He's exactly the type of guy. He's exactly the type of guy that would get mad at his birthday parade getting fucked up by a ally. But also, once again, Israel is an extension of America. So nothing Israel does, I think, is considered you know, on its own, independently from without American supervision.
And the organization's platform is not the platform of this campaign. The platform of this campaign is the one you can find on the website at ZohranForNYC.com. That's a platform that is going to deliver an affordable city for New Yorkers who are currently being priced out of what is instead the most expensive city in the United States. It's one that we're going to deliver public safety to each and every New Yorker, and we're going to do so by recognizing the critical role that police have to play in that, and also by creating the Department of Community Safety so that police do not have to do the work of mental health professionals, and that we can follow the example, the evidence-based policies we've seen be successful elsewhere in the country, and start to divert those mental health calls outside of the police department so the police department can focus on the 7 major categories of crime.
Okay. Next is from Ms. Adams.
Yes. Thank you. I was looking for Errol.
Who's this?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I have a question for Assemblymember Mamdani. I know how to pronounce your name.
Thank you very much, Speaker Adams.
Assemblymember, I've raised
Preemptive strike is just a strike? Whoa, dude. Dude. Dial it back with the anti-Semitism. Excuse me. No, a preemptive strike is actually an act of self-defense if Israel is doing it. Anyone else doing it to Israel or anywhere else would be considered a direct escalation of violence. But if Israel is doing it, then it's actually anti-Semitic not to consider it a preemptive defensive act. Perhaps the most moral and the most woke and the most kind thing to do. I will not allow this kind of anti-Semitism to manifest in my community. I'm sorry. You are taking a second off, sir. Please.
That we are the most qualified to lead this city, because if we didn't believe that, then we would have no business running for mayor. And ultimately, I believe that because I believe the most pressing crisis we're facing here is one of affordability. And that is something that my campaign has been laser focused on. And that is why I'm proud to say that we are going to address it by freezing the rent for millions of rent-stabilized tenants, by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, and by delivering universal childcare to each and every New York family.
Yeah, the reason why I keep muting this stuff, wow, you got a big applause. The reason why I keep muting this stuff is because none of them are talking about how they want to visit Tel Aviv instantly after this debate is over. And I feel like this level of unprecedented anti-Semitism cannot go on in the New York City mayoral debate. It's like kind of fucked up.
Disastrous order, sending people with COVID into nursing homes. Then, as you admitted this week, you personally altered the state health department report to undercount the death total, to hide the death total, and then evaded and lied to these families for 5 years. So tonight, will you finally apologize apologize to Peter and other grieving New Yorkers, or will you just keep gaslighting them with blather about what a great job you claim you did?
Maybe where you come from in St. Louis, facts don't matter, but here they do. So let's talk about that.
Where you come from?
On nursing homes, 1.2 million people died of COVID in the United States. It's horrendous. 83,000 people died in New York State. It is horrendous. It was a pandemic unlike anything we have ever seen. When it comes to nursing homes, we now know the facts because numerous studies have been done. New York State implemented...
I'm not gonna lie, I think they have to visit Tel Aviv even more now that Israel is preemptively defending itself in an act of combating anti-Semitism, which is when there's just another nation existing in the region and is trying to do a separate denuclearization agreement with America. So if these guys don't leave the debate saying, Am Israel Chai, I'm going to, translated, I'm going to Tel Aviv to defend Tel Aviv with my body, with my life, that's the maximum anti-Semitism.
And does not give enough credit to the women and men in those nursing homes who work so hard. Mr. Arbini lost a father. I am very, very sorry for that. He brought a legal case against the state. The legal case was dismissed. When you look at the papers on the case, there was no COVID positive person sent from a hospital to the nursing home while Mr. Arbini was in the nursing home. So it is factually impossible, Brad, that he got COVID from someone coming from a hospital.
Okay.
Mr. Mamdani.
You know, I want to address something first, which is that...
You're going to ask a question or not?
I'm going to ask a question, but Brad Lander is more of a New Yorker than Andrew Cuomo is, and to hear all of this... To hear all this about St. Louis, we have to just make this clear. Now, all of us on this stage...
Wait, who are you going to ask your question to?
I'm asking it to Andrew Cuomo.
Okay.
I feel like most people would have known I'm going to ask Andrew Cuomo a question.
I knew.
He's charismatic. Zoran is very charismatic.
We agree.
All of us on this stage have spoken about how Donald Trump is an existential threat to democracy, to this city, to this country. And Andrew Cuomo, you have received millions of dollars in funding from the very
near Devori of Channel 12. The operation is coordinated with the U.S.
Will you now look at the camera and tell your super PAC
hold on, I want to see this.
to return those millions of dollars, and to your own campaign to return that close to $500,000 to ensure that this is not a race that is bought by those same Trump billionaires?
I know you don't understand the law, but it would be illegal for me to direct an independent expenditure committee.
Is it illegal for you to direct your own campaign?
One question, one answer.
That's the law, okay? Number two, I dealt with Mr. Trump as governor. We had very, very difficult times. I got more help for New York from Trump than anyone expected. New York was one of the few places that he did not send.
Israel launched preemptive strikes against Iran
because he didn't want to deal with me. That's the fact. I got him to send us masks.
So are you going to return the $500,000 to your own campaign?
And then on your point about, billionaires, let's remember this. I am the candidate on the stage who is supported by more labor unions than any other candidate. 650,000 working men and women support me.
Then why is it that J.D. Vance went to...
Let me finish. Because they know me and they know my record. The firefighters worked with me in storms. The utility workers endorsed me because I was in Puerto Rico putting the power back together after the storms. Every major union that has endorsed has endorsed me greater than any candidate on the stage.
You get the final question, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah.
you get the final question to anyone on the stage. Yes.
My question is to Mr. Tilson. We learned today that, shockingly, Mr. Mamdani is not part of the DSA, but we've heard his plans over and over and over. You're a financial man. You're not a politician, Mr. Tilson. Probably smarter than the rest of us in that regard. But you've heard his plans for how to build housing, how he's going to finance the housing, free buses.
This is her shitting on the unions, by the way.
And he said he can do all of this, and our taxes will not be any higher than New Jersey's taxes.
Question.
You're a financial expert.
By the way, this is the reason why he's on that stage, so they can double team Zoran. No, dude.
Is telling the truth.
He says he will raise the revenue to pay for all the things that I can't even keep track of, all the spending promises he's making, by raising the corporate tax rate to New Jersey's level. What he is failing to acknowledge is that there are already many other city and state taxes that, in fact, if his plan were implemented, would result in New York City businesses paying double the tax rate of New Jersey, triple that of Connecticut, 5 times that of Florida, which would lead to an exodus of businesses and jobs and crush our city. But even more preposterous is that this all has to go through Albany. There is no appetite for what he is calling for.
This is a double team. This is the reason why he is literally on that stage, so that Andrew Cuomo could attack Zoran without directing the question to Zoran. So they're doubling down and double teaming him.
That's truly delusional. So I want to double taxes in New York City. I want to double spending in New York City, but I want to do it the way Mike Bloomberg did it, by doubling the size of the economy, which he did over 12 years. It's economic growth that we need, not destructive policies that would crush growth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, candidates. We're going to move on to a new topic.
It's a way to attack Zoran without Zoran being able to respond. That is literally his primary purpose. He's running just to fuck Zoran over.
Unofficial but important task of every New York City mayor has been to bring New Yorkers together, even on issues of passionate concern where finding common ground is difficult. So let's talk for a few minutes about what kind of job you would do in this area. Mr. Mamdani, what is your message to Jewish New Yorkers who are supportive of Israel and fear for their safety in this current political climate?
That I hear them, and that I have heard them over the course of this campaign and before that. After the days of the horrific war crime of October 7th, a friend of mine told me about how he felt sitting in his synagogue for Shabbat services when he heard the door open and a chill went up his spine as he turned around, not knowing who would be there. And I heard that even just recently from a Jewish man in Williamsburg who told me how he locks the very door that used to be unlocked for so many years out of a concern for his safety. I will protect Jewish New Yorkers and deliver them that safety. I will do so as the next mayor of this city. And ultimately, what I will also say is to New Yorkers who have a disagreement with me on any issue, but also on the question of the Israeli government's policies, that disagreement, I know, is rooted in a shared sense of humanity. And in the words of Ed Koch, if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist.
And just as a follow-up, Mr. Mamdani, when it comes to the boycott and divestment movement,
okay, I gotta see a psychiatrist.
In Israel, which you have supported even before this campaign, what would you say to people who feel that that is an existential threat, and that despite your position of wanting to keep people safe, they feel like you actually either have a different agenda or are in league with people who have an agenda that makes them feel fundamentally unsafe?
I've been very clear, and I will continue to be so, which is that at the core of my politics is a belief in nonviolence, and that my support for compliance with international law is support for nonviolent movements that seek to do so and build on the example that we saw with South Africa. And ultimately, what my focus will be, however, is not on what is happening outside of this city. It is going to be on making sure this is a city that is affordable for each and every New Yorker. What is currently the most expensive city in the country finally be one that the working class New Yorkers who built it can afford to live in, and to ensure that each and every New Yorker feels represented by me as their mayor. Because you can win an election with a majority, but it is your job to represent every single person across the city.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo, according to Muslim American organizations, you never made a public visit to a mosque during your 10+ years as governor. Why the reluctance?
Yeah, I believe I have. I would have to check the record. But let me correct the record here, if I might. The Mr. Mamdani is dangerously.
But wait. Let me ask you about this. Because this was an issue in the 2018 campaign when you were running for re-election, when they said that in 7 years you had never visited a mosque. Did something happen in the several years beyond that?
I believe I have. I know I've participated in many forums with imams. I am not, off the top of my head, I can't tell you where I went, but I'll check the record and I will.
So let me just get to the point then. I mean, what would you say to more than 760,000 Muslims here in the city about whether or not you would reach out to them, make them feel welcome, make them feel protected at a time when...
I would say we are a city of immigrants. I welcome them. I love them. I'm not Mr. Mamdani. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not divisive. I didn't say I would boycott Israel. I didn't say I would divest from Israel. I didn't say I would sanction Israel. I don't give forums to anti-Semites.
What does this have to do with?
I don't give forums to extremists who blame America for 9/11. I didn't say that I would boycott Cornell Technion because they're pro-Israel. He is the flip side of the coin of Trump. Trump says he'll boycott Cornell because they're anti-Israel.
Was he talking about me?
I'll boycott Cornell because they're pro-Israel. Division is our death in this city, this state, and this nation. And division is what Trump sells. We should be selling unity, not the division that this man is spreading.
Mr. Mamdani, you...
By the way, question about Islamophobia.
Ridiculous to hear Mr. Cuomo talk about himself as a man of unity when just yesterday we found out that his super PAC was sending mail that artificially darkened and lengthened my beard to stoke the very fears of that division in this city. The reason he doesn't have a message for Muslim New Yorkers is because he has nothing to say to us, because he doesn't see us as if we are every other New Yorker. And ultimately, the campaign that I am running is a campaign that seeks to go beyond the politics of the Trump era, where candidates on the stage describe me as a monster, describe me at the gates, where they say that I am, in fact, the other. This is a campaign to bring people together. It's why we have the support of Jewish and Muslim New Yorkers. It's why we have the support of people across the 5 boroughs.
Real quick. Yeah, you don't bring New Yorkers together by saying President Obama is evil and President Obama is a liar. You don't bring them together by saying Hakeem Jeffries is like George Wallace and the DAS sending ads to Hakeem Jeffries with watermelons. Koch didn't say what you said he said. He said, anyone who threatens Israel, I would never support.
Okay.
That's what Koch says, and that's you.
We're going to bring in the other candidates. I want you to tell me, and we'll do this 60 seconds and keep it a real 60 seconds. What would you do as far as bringing people together around this particular issue, which has brought people into the streets and caused so much controversy in New York?
Errol, all New Yorkers deserve to feel safe, no matter who they are. As a city council speaker, I have allocated millions of dollars to combat anti-Semitism. As mayor, I will fully fund to protect all New Yorkers, something that our current mayor has not done. We're going to fully fund the Commission on Human Rights to make sure that we are taking care
looks like a
of
targeted
all
assassination
of the
attempt.
citizens of the city of New York. Right now, that commission is significantly understaffed. 20% of their headcount is lacking. And as mayor, I'm going to make sure that that headcount is appropriate and that we are truly looking forward to unifying this city. Anti-Semitism has grown and it is at its peak in New York City. That is unacceptable. It should be unacceptable to everyone on this stage. And it is something that as mayor, we are going to unify this city once and for all and treating...
Ugh, this topic is so fucking annoying. Trump is convening a cabinet-level meeting as Israel launched what it called preemptive strikes against Iran. A White House official and 2 sources familiar with plans told me and Kylie Atwood the meeting was planned before the strike, the sources said. The meeting was expected to focus on U.S. response to developing events in Iran. Trump was seen leaving the congressional picnic at the White House shortly after 8 p.m. The White House declined to comment. Times of Israel correspondent with the IDF talking points. The IDF confirms it has launched an aerial campaign against Iran's nuclear program. Dozens of targets across Iran related to the nuclear program and other military facilities are being struck by the Israeli Air Force. It says the operation is dubbed Strength of a Lion. The IDF says Iran has enough enriched uranium to build several bombs within days. Within days. Oh my God. Since like the fucking 90s, Iran is 3 seconds to midnight from building a nuclear weapon. They have enriched uranium. They are literally one day out. Sirens that sounded across Israel a short while ago were a preemptive warning issued by the IDF ahead of a possible reaction by Iran. It's so crazy because it's like U.S. regularly castigates Iran as a key threat to Middle East stability for the third, fourth, fifth time since October 7. Many in Washington are counting on Iranian restraint to prevent spiraling bloodshed across the region. And there is, of course, serious reason to doubt Tehran. Key context in the moment. Netanyahu demonstrated lack of concern for Israeli civilian life. The U.S. under both Biden and Trump declining to use this huge leverage to force restraint from Tel Aviv. Make or break moment for a new nuclear deal Israel opposes is in less than a month. It's crazy, man. Oh yeah, I saw this list. Look. 1992, Iran is 3 to 5 years from nuclear capability. Okay. 1993, Iran is pursuing nuclear close to capability. Iran 3 to 5 years from in 1995. 1996, Iran's nuclear acquisition could be catastrophic. Deadline extremely close. Iran's nuclear program a global threat. Iran aggressively pursuing nuclear weapons. Since 1992, Israel has released, every single year, Israel has released another statement about Iran being 5 seconds away from having a nuke. They have always. Iran is days away. Iran days away from enriching uranium for a bomb. And of course, today, they struck Tehran. Residential buildings. An apartment building in Tehran was torn in half as a result of Israeli missile strike. No word on the casualties yet. Okay, this is a direct attack at civilians. Elant News says among the targets of the Israeli attacks in Iran are senior Iranian figures within the Iranian regime. They struck the capital. They struck the capital with. They struck they struck Tehran in a densely populated civilian area. And clearly, I mean, they used some imprecise and some more precise weapons targeting capabilities. Here is one of the examples of the more precise ones that like blows up an entire apartment, just the apartment itself. Still obviously very dangerous for everyone else involved as well. And the reality of the matter is, if Iran were to do the exact same thing, if Iran were to respond in kind, if Iran were to fucking think about it, imagine Iran attacking Tel Aviv and blowing up an entire fucking apartment in the middle of Tel Aviv and killing an Israeli official and their families. Like, imagine what that would look like. Imagine what kind of chaos would unfold in that process. And of course, as always, as is the case when the manufacturing consent machine has to kick in the high gear, notice how Naftali Bennett is on. Immediately, we get like, whether Israel is attacked or whether Israel is doing the attacking, and in usual instances is Israel doing the attacking, we immediately go to an Israeli official for the contextualization of why this attack was a necessity and why this attack was actually at the behest of defending Israel.
The whole Middle East, I mean, the world would become hell if Iran gets nuclear weapons, and then it would cast.
I mean, he's right.
Everyone, because Turkey would want nuclear weapons. Egypt would want. Everyone would want. And we'd have literally a nuclear heaven, nuclear hell in the Middle East.
But just to be clear, you do believe that Israel has the capability to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities that may be underground or otherwise hardened?
Look, you know, I'm finished being prime minister about 3 years ago, so it's, I can't tell you precisely. I certainly believe that we have the ability to destroy major parts of the nuclear program and to throw them back a lot in their race towards acquiring weapons.
Okay, going back to the debate, Zoran is talking about Gaza after he's being attacked, and I guess he had a really good statement because everyone's fucking clapping.
Leading the largest public school system in the country with more than 900.
Okay, well, they moved on. I missed it. Sorry. Let's hear what they have to say.
The breadth and the scope of them from an Israeli military official.
We'll catch the clips later.
Put out some information. This was indeed a strike against Iran's nuclear program and other military targets. That military official called it.
I know I can rewind. We'll look at it later. I want to see this.
Offensive in terms of the operation itself.
Chatters,
this,
shut the fuck up.
Series of strikes, it seems, went after its nuclear program and the regime's long-range missile capabilities. Dozens, quote, dozens of targets in different areas across Iran. In terms of the reasoning behind why Israel carried these strikes out now, especially right before the U.S. and Iran were set to hold their 6th round of negotiations when it comes to trying to reach a nuclear deal, Israel believed that Iran had significantly advanced towards obtaining a nuclear weapon. According to Israel's intelligence, the military official says that Iran has been advancing its secret operation to accelerate obtaining a nuclear weapon, and that Iran, and we just heard this from former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, essentially a very similar line. Israel believes Iran has enough fusion material to create 15 nuclear bombs within days. The Israeli military official said, quote, "We are nearing the point of no return," and that thousands of missiles have been created. This is ballistic missiles, which are an existential threat to Israel. So there you have it. And you might be able to hear that from my phone. That's the emergency alert going off, indicating that there's an alert coming in from Homefront Command. We'll take a look at that and let you know what it means in a second. But an Israeli military official acknowledging that this set of strikes, what the defense minister described as a preemptive strike, was indeed targeting Iran's nuclear facilities and its ballistic missile capabilities. In terms of what Brett McGurk has said, this was on the far more escalatory side of the targets, the options Israel had at its disposal. And that means that the region has just taken a big step towards a much broader regional war. That's been a concern here for such a long time. Now, of course, we wait to see how Iran retaliates for this, and we'll wait, of course, to see as the sun rises there in the next couple of hours, the damage from those strikes and how broad they were in their results.
And Orna, I just want to make sure we have the wording right on that. Direct strikes on nuclear facilities and what?
Iran's nuclear program and other military targets were the target of these strikes. Quote, dozens of targets in different areas across Iran.
Okay. Oren, continue to gather information. I'm here with Jim Shudo. We're also going to bring in...
What are the targets? Performance versus nuclear scientists?
Jim, what do you make of what is happening?
Well, it's significant that they are striking not just missile sites as they did.
They love killing nuclear scientists. Israel's favorite thing to do is kill Iranian academics. After killing children, that's Israel's second favorite thing to do. Okay, is to assassinate Iranian nuclear scientists. Breaking: Israel has detected missile launches from Iran. There's chatters in Tehran and Iran saying that they're hearing that there is potentially some retaliatory strikes coming. War with Iran: the defense establishment detects launches towards Israel. They love doing, what is it called? A scholasticide as well. Explosions reported in towns in Fordo, Iran's major nuclear... Wait, really? So they're targeting nuclear facilities and nuclear scientists and potentially like military command. But in any case, is this very different from previous missile exchanges between the two? I mean, it's larger. Israel has never directly struck Iran with this level of intensity since this last skirmish, since like post October 7. They have struck Iran before, but this is the largest. This is the largest premeditated escalation coming from Israel beyond like striking an Iranian embassy compound in Syria. Senior Israeli officials, high probability that Iran's chief of staff was eliminated. Yeah, Israel has also canceled school and all non-essential activity, knowing full well that they were going to hit Iran and then Iran was going to retaliate. And now more American tax dollars struck Iran. American munitions struck Iran. Now more American tax dollars and American defensive capabilities will defend Israel because Iran will understandably retaliate. So that's where we're at. Secretary Rubio is too busy fucking gargling Benjamin Netanyahu and the entire Israeli war cabinet's dick, saying tonight Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Bullshit. Israel does not do anything without America's go-ahead. Israel does not do anything. I cannot stress this enough. Israel is America's weapon to wield in the region. Make no fucking mistake. This is Peaceful Dawn, okay? This is Peaceful Donnie saying, go ahead, strike Iran. Maybe it'll give us a better position in the fucking nuclear agreement, okay? It is bullshit. America offers additional targeting capabilities that Israel might not have. America already gives the weapons. America already gives the munitions. And America's defensive shield against Iranian retaliation is what gives Israel the confidence to fucking behave this way and put the lives of their entire population in danger. Okay? So for all the Israeli chatters in here right now, remember that. I'm sure you're already aware of it. But remember that, tell your parents, tell your fucking neighbors, it is Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government's own personal ambition and America's go-ahead and America's targeting that has allowed this to happen. So whatever kind of retaliation that comes from Iran as an act of understandable self-defense, it will literally happen because America and the Israeli government does not give a fuck about anyone. Clearly America cares more about its own soldiers at least and its own like embassy staffers and shit because they knew this was going to happen. Clearly they've been planning this kind of military action doesn't happen overnight. It obviously is planned ahead of time. That's precisely the reason why suspiciously America was moving its embassy personnel away from Kuwait, Bahrain, and also moving its troop positions away. Israel is doing this. Israel is doing this with America's go-ahead, with America's knowledge. Make no fucking mistake. Don't let anybody tell you like, oh, Israel controls America. That's not the fucking truth. Israel's not behaving as a separate entity here. Operation expected, according to Manny Fabian. The Israeli military expects this operation against Iran's nuclear program and long-range missile capabilities to last for several days. The IDF is preparing for heavy fire from Iran in response to its airstrikes tonight. At the end of the operation, there will be no nuclear threat. We are in the window of strategic opportunities. We have to reach the point of no return, and there is no choice but to act now, IDF officials say. It's suicidal. It's just suicide. Israel is a suicidal, genocidal, fascist country. Fascism is a death cult. Israel will literally bring everyone down with it. Either it will complete its genocide in the region, directed by the American government, or it will bring everyone down with it. Truly a cancerous government. CNN also confirming, Oren Lieberman reports that the sources say this is not going to be a one-day attack as suspected the last several days. First statement from the Trump admin emphasized the lack of U.S. involvement. America's such pussy cowards, by the way. The American government are such fucking cowardly little dogs, for the record. They are so weak. They're so fucking weak. They're such pieces of shit, okay? First, they attack some of the most vulnerable internally, some of the most vulnerable citizens in this country, some of the most vulnerable people living on U.S. soil, undocumented migrants. They try to fucking sick the goddamn military on people who understandably don't want their neighbors to be fucking black-bagged and kidnapped, taken away from their families, away from their places of business. Then they fucking turn around and do this pussy-ass bullshit like, oh, we're not involved. Fuck you mean we're not involved? Of course we're involved. There is no world where Israel operates like this. Because guess what? If you didn't like what Israel was doing, you would tell them to fucking stop. Okay? You would come out. You wouldn't even have to come out. You would just make one fucking phone call and be like, what are you talking about? You're gonna strike Iran. Get the fuck out of here. So if you are Iran in this situation, and you have seen, as every other regional actor has seen, that Israel only responds to violent retaliation that actually causes them to second guess how restrained they must be and how little they must do in retaliation, you have to retaliate. Like, from their perspective, they leave no choice but violent retaliation. Very rare L take. Why is this a very rare L take? Can you explain why the U.S. is so insistent on claiming not to be involved? Feels like unnecessary PR when you make the point that the U.S. is of course involved. The reason why they're saying that is because I think they don't want Iran to attack American bases and, like, I don't know, hurt America's logistical capabilities in the region. Or if Iran does attack American bases, then America can say, see, they attacked us without us attacking them. Okay, and then if Iran does actually end up attacking American bases, they go, oh, well, we have no choice but to join the fucking war. Yeah, strikes between two major powers. Let's pause for a Twitch chatter's perspective. What is happening? I mean, I do that regardless. They want the attack, but they know the voting populace doesn't want here at home. It's performative for both defense and electoral reasons. Yeah, that's the other side of it as well, because I believe there is it is one of the least favorable positions that any party could engage in. Americans widely, at least until this, what is it, the military task force, the Middle Eastern task force kicks into high gear and starts manufacturing consent, the American position is, the American appetite for going to war with Iran is unimaginably low. Unimaginably low, for understandable reasons. Why the fuck would anybody want to go and die for Israel's genocidal campaign? Are you out of your fucking mind? Would you be down for that? Do you think that's good? Of course not. Israeli military official says Israel striking dozens of sites across Iran in an operation called Rising Lion. Israeli military official told Reuters the operation could take a long time and is also targeting Iranian commanders. They're trying to kill Iranian nuclear, they're trying to kill nuclear scientists. They're trying to kill military commanders, and they're trying to pummel the underground nuclear facilities that are deep underground. And as far as we know, Israel does not have the capability of striking. They've destroyed one residential apartment complex, and they've also done a more precise targeted strike on another residential apartment. Like, you know those bombs that they use, like the super precise ones that only take out the entire apartment, but not like the whole building, just one floor? They did one of those. Yeah, I mean, the timing is perfect, yes. It's also not exactly a mystery for Israel to do this right on the heels of Netanyahu's government barely squeaking by a vote to disband the Knesset, and the opposition was planning to try again, being 2 votes away. And the reason for that disbanding that's taking place is because secular forces in Israel want the Haredi population, which is numerous, which is large in size, and also the largest growing faction in the country, to serve in the military, to serve in the Israeli occupying force, especially at a time when there is a tremendous amount of reservists that are refusing to fucking go back and do another tour of ethnic cleansing. And it's not even on humanitarian grounds. There are, however, some Israeli soldiers that say, I don't want to do, I've had my fill of genocide. You know, there's only so much children I can murder. Having said that, however, plenty of people are just fucked up. They're wounded, they're fucked up. They just literally don't want to get smoked by an 18-year-old wearing Adidas, okay? So they don't want to go back into Gaza. So, given that there is a little bit of a crisis in the number of reservists that they can deploy into Gaza to continue killing children, they have to deploy the Haredi population and then try to quickly train them and bring them into the Israeli occupying force. The Haredi population is the Orthodox population, for those of you who don't know. They usually get a religious exemption by the secular forces within Israeli society. The Haredi population are seen as lazy, uneducated, welfare queens that don't actually give anything to Israel. Remember, we look at the Israeli occupying force, understandably, as a exterminationist force, but within Israeli society, most Israeli liberals and everyone else involved considers the IDF to be a force of good and a secular force in general, like a liberal force, a force actually for defense. You are wrong about Israel not having capabilities to hit UGVs. Israel has reportedly been able to modify F-15s to carry the GB-57 MOP, which Trump approved for transfer to Israel. These can hit the sites given some type modifications. Netanyahu does a 7
moments ago is
wow, notice how it's in English. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, we know who the audience is. That's just so strange that Benjamin Netanyahu would deliver a 7-minute address to the nation in English. I'm sure there's a Hebrew one as well, but let's take a look.
Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons.
Bro, what are you saying? You're doing a genocide, like literally, not words, okay? This is the thing that frustrates me to no end. When motherfuckers that are in the process of doing a genocide, like war criminals, like actually designated war criminals for the crime of genocide, by the way, in a state that is currently doing an ethnic cleansing campaign and also conducting this ethnic cleansing campaign with a full-blown internet shutdown. There is no internet in Gaza right now. Okay, they have greatly escalated their conquest in North Gaza for a permanent occupation, and we don't even have information coming out of Gaza right now because they've shut off the internet. It's a full-blown blackout in Gaza since yesterday. This motherfucker, on the one hand, is saying that Iran is using genocide language while he's doing a genocide, and also desperately trying to open up another front. It is so psychotic. Why aren't normies more openly upset with Israel? This is comic book levels of evil. I think people have just checked out. A lot of people have checked out. They just don't like Israel and they don't want to even think about it.
In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before. Steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the...
Oh my God, bro, what the fuck? Dude, you are doing a Holocaust right now. And not even to the perpetrators of the Holocaust. Like, you're literally, oh my God, brother, Jesus Christ. This guy will literally bring up the fucking Holocaust in like a traffic incident. You know what I mean? Holy fuck. It's just like everything. Yeah, I'm assuming he's gonna hit October 7 right after this, obviously. First, he's going to talk about the Holocaust, then he'll be like, and then remember October 7, which was kind of like a Holocaust, you know, but not what we are doing currently, which is literally also infinitely closer than October 7 to a real live-streamed Holocaust.
Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never...
Damn, that's kind of anti-Semitic. You're right, man. Yes, I'm being an anti-Semite for saying that Benjamin Netanyahu weaponizes the memory of the most horrific act of violence perpetrated against Jewish people in an effort to literally justify his bloodlust against people who are not even fucking related to the Holocaust in any meaningful capacity, except for currently experiencing the modern version of one.
For our annihilation, to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program.
The latest death toll stands at 62,614 Palestinians. How is this comparable to the Holocaust? 62,000 is a Holocaust? What number of dead Palestinian children will you actually, at which point will you say it is just like the Holocaust? Is there a finite amount? Is there a number that'll satisfy your appetite for this comparison? You fucking animal. Yeah, I mean, you were probably saying this a couple months ago, being like, oh, it's 40,000. Now it's 62,000. And by the way, that is a severe underestimation, okay? That is the most conservative estimation. That is just directly killed and logged in a hospital. Millions is way different. Oh my Lord. It is a fucking genocide, okay? It is a genocide, and the systematic death and destruction and starvation campaign basically puts this at the equivalent, not of the totality, not at the total number of murdered, of course, because the Holocaust was completed, okay? Except technically, you being a fucking Nazi-style Holocaust denier for the current ongoing Holocaust would probably say, well, not all Jews died in the Holocaust, so 6 million. Yeah, but that doesn't mean every single Jew died, right? Is that because that's what you're doing with the Palestinians here? There's a reason why the prosecution of genocide revolves around intent. Because looking at the collective, looking at the totality of deaths means that we're far too late, okay? Imagine if you talked like that, chatter about the Armenian genocide, people would be up your ass like crazy. Exactly. Yo, Haas, Iranian chatter here. They also hit Iranian streamer's house, who's also one of your fans. His Twitch ID is Cena Crash. He posts a video on Telegram. I can share it if you want. Wait, what? Like, can you imagine saying... Can you imagine fucking saying it's only 20,000 children that Israel has killed? Like, shut the fuck up. Like only 62,000. Majority, overwhelming majority, women, children, and the elderly have been assassinated, at least directly assassinated with bullets or bombings by the Israeli state that has been calculated. That number does not factor in all of the people that die because the entire healthcare system was also collapsed by the Israeli state. And people just didn't have access to medication or access to the normal medical care that they would require. This does not factor in the deaths of famine and famine-related diseases, deaths of malnutrition. How many images of starving children do you have to see that is identical to the Holocaust, by the way? Like the kids in the fucking death camps. Identical, one-to-one, verbatim comparison, direct comparison, until you go, yeah, this is a genocide. It's actually pretty fucked up. Maybe Israel should stop. There are tens of thousands of bodies under the rubble that will never be recovered because Israel usually does two-tap double strikes, double-tap strikes when people are trying to recover bodies.
Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000s of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped.
Again, a hypothetical attack on Israeli soil justifies Israel preemptively, and by their own estimation, preemptively fucking bombing Tehran. Imagine if Iran, understandably looking at what Israel has done so far in the region, to every single country, including Iran, turned around and said, listen, we have to do a preemptive strike on Knesset members in the middle of Tel Aviv. It doesn't matter how many people we kill, because what are you going to do? We don't want Israel's doing a genocide right now. We don't want that genocide to come to our backyard as well. And they just fucking glassed Tel Aviv. Obviously, everyone would be disturbed by this, right? Everyone would be fucking righteously angry about this unimaginable death and destruction. But when Israel does it, it's totally fine, you know?
Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel,
yeah, there it is. He said, Holocaust, October 7, we have to do 1 million Holocaust to everyone around us now.
Of Israel rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year.
Yeah, according to a Harvard dataset study, the IDF estimates the population still alive in Gaza is 1.85 million. The population pre-October 7 was 2.2 million. Obviously, a big chunk of that number also is people who fled the Gaza Strip, who were allowed to flee the Gaza Strip. But the number of total deaths is far larger than 62,000. Make no mistake.
We struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors.
Israel shot a fucking Palestinian child in the neck at one of those supposed GHF aid sites. A little boy. I'm not obviously going to show you the image because it's horrifying. I've seen it already, and it's a TOS violation. They shot him in the neck, a little boy who was trying to go to the GHF site, knowing full well that, you know, they've been killing people at the site every single fucking day, but he still took a gamble to save the lives of his family. And a sniper trained its sights on this little boy and shot him in the neck and killed him. Felix says, I'm praying for Allah to find a stash of tridents, and I'm praying for a Haredi riot against the draft and the concept of literacy.
They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you.
Yeah, it's with your children. Our fight is with your children. We're gonna kill your children. You have babies, and everyone knows Tehran has babies of Hamas and Hezbollah.
Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient...
Yeah, when he fucking said that, by the way, he said this about the Palestinians too. He's like, our fight is not with you. Our fight is with Hamas. We all know who the fight was with, okay? Bro, what the fuck are you saying? Bro, do you not hear what the fuck he's saying?
Ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that
Dude, I mean, I don't think any part of the civilized world is actually civilized because of its contributions to Israel's genocide. But Israel definitely is not civilized. You know what I mean? I think Israel is so uncivilized that it is basically showcasing how uncivilized every other Western nation is to its own citizens at this point that are paying a little bit of attention to how much they are defending Israel's barbaric actions.
Nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chance of death to Israel and death to America.
Yeah, I wonder why, dude. I wonder why. I mean, are they wrong? We are literally the big Satan. I know this is a tough concept to grasp for Americans living in the comfort of their own suburbs, but close your eyes for a moment and imagine the most powerful force on the planet. It would have to be like an alien force with superior technology at this point, because there's no more powerful force in America. Just consistently fucking destroying, consistently wiping out other countries in the region, and then, or even using like Canada to, with regular frequency, blow up parts of America. You have no retaliation. What would you think about that alien force? You would think that they are the greatest evil of all time. You would unite in arms. You would say death to that alien force every fucking day. Okay, dude, stop. Why are you sending me shit like this, man? Fucking Christ. Mods, ban that chatter. Are you fucking stupid? Jacobin writer Branco says, Israel is completely out of control. This attack on Iran is coming while Israel is not just continuing a nearly 2-year-long genocide in Gaza, but still bombing Lebanon and illegally occupying a large part of Syria. That's 4 different wars simultaneously. Yes. Speech by Netanyahu, the preemptive sirens. They want this to be the start of the final war, the ultimate war they have been preparing for ages, that will realign the entire Middle East under Israeli subjugation. There has never been a more pliant president for this. Yeah. This is decades in the making. This is Israel's final ambition in the region. And it's not just Israel's final ambition in the region, it is America's grand design in the region. And here we are. Trita Parsi from Quincy Institute says this was not a preemptive attack on Iran alone. This was Israel preemptively seeking to kill Trump and America's chance to secure a deal with Iran that prevents both an Iranian bomb and was with Iran. No other ally of the U.S. behaves like this. Yeah, no other ally of the U.S. behaves like this, because Israel is not just an ally of the United States. It is a part, an extension of the United States. When Netanyahu raised possible attacks on Iran in Monday's call, 2 U.S. officials said Trump responded that he would like to see diplomacy run its course before turning to military options. I can totally fucking say, Hasan, I'm at your house. Don't freak out. Okay. Why would I freak out? Wait, why are you here? Oh, fear ended an upload. Okay. Yeah, this is not just, this is America's grand design of the region. I think it's dumb. I don't think it's, streamer near the blast. That's so fucked up, dude.
Why? بچه چیه بچه صدا چیه اینجا یه چیزی بمب زدن بچه من قصد میکنم اینجا رو بمبارون کردن وای دارم سکته میکنم وای لحظه وای وای.
She's saying they're raining bombs. I feel like I'm having a heart attack. Translation, boys say, what happened? Did they bomb? Did the bomb hit? Boys, I'm shaking. She said my hands are shaking. Just unbelievable evil, by the way. Not terrorism, by the way. What Israel is doing is not considered terrorism. Per CNN Axios correspondent Barak Ravid, there are very high chances that several senior Iranian military commanders, including the chief of the military staff and lead nuclear official, were eliminated. Trump is such a fucking pussy, dude. He's evil, but he's also a pussy. Like, while this is, while America gives the go-ahead for actions such as this one, the calculation of letting Israel do this is coming from a place of fear, okay? While he controls the cards, he is still clearly fearful of losing support from the Israeli lobby or massive massive amounts of money that he's gotten from Miriam Adelson. Like, they're able to convince him that this is the appropriate thing to do. He's such a ginormous dumbass, surrounded by moronic military officials who also think this is great and this is smart. He's both evil enough not to care, evil enough to think that this is appropriate measures, but also weak enough to not make up his own mind. Is it just Tehran they're bombing? No. They're also bombing the nuclear facilities as well. Man, glass it all and be done with it. I can't tell you what I think should be done with you. You can say this and probably avoid getting a fucking site-wide ban, even though you're a genocidal freak. And I can't even fucking respond in kind. I can't even tell you openly what I think should be done to you and your family, so that maybe one day you can understand how careless you are about the lives of others. You know? I can't. I can think it though. Yeah, the Natanz nuclear facility. I don't know if this is real or not, but the likelihood is increasing that Israel eliminated the top echelon of the Iranian military. Mossad is also believed to have carried out a number of operations in Iran, says Amit Segal from N12 News. Second rain of Israeli missiles are now flying over Iraq, Iran, and about to be hit again, but with way more bombs, according to Middle East Observer. Iran declare war? I don't know. But the reality of the matter is, if this is a final push, and it seems like it could be, then, like, Iran is backed into a corner, because if it doesn't fucking retaliate at all, or if its retaliation is restrained, and clearly its retaliations in the past were restrained, that kind of demonstration of restraint did not win them any favors with America. They also saw the United States of America literally fuck over Hamas in the process of the Gulf arrangements that Trump was making while he was in the region, while he was doing his Middle Eastern tour. They went to Hamas directly. They did a back channel agreement sidestepping Israel. This showed a little bit of promise for incredibly desperate people at this point, that maybe Trump would be reasonable enough to stop Israel if these forces were to show that they were willing to cooperate. They released Idan Alexander, the Israeli American soldier from the Israeli occupying force, a prisoner of war, with nothing in return. They only simply got assurances from Steve Witkoff, assurances that Steve Witkoff did not actually follow through on. I think that played a role in Iran's calculation as well, that like America is fully invested in the continuation of Israel's ethnic cleansing and fully invested in Israel attacking whoever it wants to. Iran being the big prize here. Iran has been Israel's final ambition. It's its biggest conquest, its biggest prize in perpetuity. It is the most powerful force in the region that is not within the periphery or influence, within the umbrella of American control. So from America and Israel's calculation, Iran is the most significant actor. But because it's the most powerful one, and not just like a brigade or a non-state military actor like Hamas or Hezbollah, or a civil faction that won the civil war that is aligned with Iran, like the Ansar Allah movement, comprised of the Zaidi Shia family of Houthis in Yemen. Iran presents a significant threat to both America and Israel's interest in the region. However, because of its power, they can't actually react in the same way that they do to Hezbollah, or react in the same way that they have to Hamas or the Palestinian population as a whole. But this is precisely the reason why Iran is left with the calculation of either continued restraint, which has only increased Israel's hostility, or a real retaliation that will incur penalties for Israel and the Israeli government. I don't know what will happen. I suspect that it will be a more significant response than the previous one. But who knows? Tonight Israel took, I already covered this. It's fucking bullshit. America is saying we are not involved over and over again so that Iran doesn't fucking retaliate against American troops or American positions in the region. That's the reason why they keep saying it. And I mean, if you have a limited time window to fucking respond back, and you're Iran, you would probably attack Israel instead of American facilities anyway. But if they were to in the process attack American bases or American families and kill Americans, this will create an opportunity for America to say, see, we were not involved with Iran at all, and they attacked us first. We have no other choice but to go to war with Iran at the behest of Israel, of course. This is, I suspect, it's a nefarious propaganda purpose it serves the role of propaganda to try to get Americans on board with going to war with Iran. And the reason why they have to do this is because no one in America has appetite for going to war with Iran.
Days. I want to bring in Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley of Oregon, who sits on the Foreign Relations Committee and is joining me tonight. Thank you, Senator, for being here. Can I just first get your reaction to what we are seeing play out in Iran tonight?
This is absolutely what we've been expecting for several days. All the signs were there. We were removing all of our personnel from Iraq. We were keeping forces stationed in the area. The president was making kind of vague statements about the possibility.
Can Iran win any support from Europe in any way? Fuck no.
Kaylin, what really strikes me here is this is a tragedy that never had to be. I just think it's worth reminding folks that we would still be under very severe restrictions on Iran's nuclear program had we stayed in the JCPOA agreement. They had to put 97% of their nuclear materials outside the country.
This is the streamer I was talking about?
They proceeded to cap on enrichment was a little over 3% as compared to 90% necessary for a nuclear weapon.
Oh my God, they're all talking about how necessary this was. Oh my God. Receive video of their streamers, Mr. Sina Rahimi near Amirabad.
این خونمونه. طبقه 3 ما بودیم. اون برای خونمون نیست و نابود شده. فقط اتاق خواب سالمون که ما توش بودیم. من وسایلمو برداشتم. داریم میریم. ولی ظالمیم. خودمون زنده ایم با اینکه نیست و نابود.
This is their account, Sina Crash. Exactly. I don't think that's Israel played to drag the U.S. into this won't work. The American people with the boots are not going to be down. It's not a 0% possibility Israel will have to do this more on their own than they planned. Well, considering that Israel doesn't do anything without America's go-ahead, I suspect that the Israel Defense Force is calling up thousands of reservists at this time. Another wave of Israeli strikes on Iran reportedly have began 6-7 minutes ago. Of course, just got to push Ynet on how following the orders from Interior Command, Tel Aviv Pride will be canceled and thought, fuck, horrors and all, what an unserious country we are. Yeah, oil is up 8% already as of 30 minutes ago. He says, guys, me and someone else are fine. This is my house. We were on the 3rd floor. We're okay, even though our life is gone and destroyed. Unconfirmed, but Israeli sources tell me that the Iranian president... Okay, bro, come on. Don't send me unconfirmed shit. Buy cryptocurrency ASAP. No, it'd all be bullshit. Don't worry. Nothing will happen like last time. All the shit before GTA 6. Selfish bastards. Nothing will happen. Just chill out. They don't want no smoke. Let them kill each other. Who cares? Brilliant. The Knesset potentially dissolving over the Haredi IDF, the Haredi draft into the IDF is a point of pressure for Benjamin Netanyahu, not because he is going to lose his grip of power and possibly go to jail, and he's very scared of that. I'm sure that's a personal ambition that he has. But if the Knesset dissolves over that, over internal political turmoil, then Israel can't conduct his ethnic cleansing campaign, and Israel can't actually use this last opportunity to fucking strike Iran. That is why I think the timing of the Knesset dissolvement over the Haredis being forcibly conscripted into the IDF was what accelerated Israel's attacks. What accelerated Israel's attacks was because if the Knesset dissolved, then then Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't have the same power or has any power at all to conduct any sort of military campaign. At which point, America's ambitions in the region would be thwarted as well. Yeah, I saw Israeli security officials claim that along the strikes, the Mossad carried out numerous assassinations in the heart of Iran. Piran Shah from western Iran. Israeli strikes reportedly hit Iranian ballistic missile bases. Game on, pray for Israel. Bro, I don't understand. Yeah, I'm praying for Israel, okay? I won't say in which direction. What do you mean pray for Israel? Israel attacks Iran and we still have to pray for Israel? What the fuck's going on? Israel attacks people. Oh no, they're the victim. Incredible stuff. Incredibly stupid. I think it's despicable. I hate our politicians so much. No protest today? Bro, what do you mean no protest today? Do you understand what's going on right now? America should not be pressuring Israel to show restraint against Iran. We should be working to stop Iran's nuclear drive. This has been 2011. Yeah, I mean, he's always been a fucking pro-bombing Iran kind of guy. This is why I got so annoyed with dumbasses that kept claiming that he was like a restrained individual, you know? That he was somehow going to do things differently. He was a peaceful dove. Great peaceful dove, right, by the way. APAC issues text alert. Israel has hit targets in Iran. Jewish state declares state of emergency in anticipation of Iranian missiles and drone response. America must stand with our ally as it takes action to protect its families. Whoa. Multiple official U.S. statements denying any involvement with Israeli attacks on Iran. Absent rapid, decisive measures against Israel by Washington, such statements will rightfully be dismissed as smoke and mirrors. I mean, they did do rapid and decisive statements, except they did those rapid and decisive statements in the direction of... Edit your tweet? Why? What did I... The rapid and decisive statements that they made was in the direction of allowing Israel to do
where
that.
Everybody is in the region, what people are going to do, and then trying to do the bomb damage assessment as well on what has been wiped out in Iran and how does that affect their ability to fight back.
Beth Sanner, thank you for joining us tonight on the Breaking News. Also here, Brett McGurk, the former White House coordinator for the Middle East and North Africa under President Biden. And Brett, I heard you talking earlier about waiting to see what it was exactly that Israel was targeting. I mean, we now know that it's key parts of the nuclear program, it's nuclear scientists, it's top military commanders in Iran. Some of them, they believe they were successful in eliminating. What do you make of what we've learned so far?
Yeah, Caitlin, what I make of this new reporting is that the Israelis may have had an opportunity, they thought. Some of these intelligence operations, you can only execute them if you actually have everybody in the same room. In any case, what I see Israel doing here, they're really throwing the kitchen sink at Iran. This is a Mossad operation, clearly. This is an air operation. It's targeting missile commanders, leading military commanders, nuclear facilities. I have one open question about the effectiveness of the attack on the nuclear side. I mentioned this earlier. There's a deeply underground enrichment facility called Fordo. Very difficult for the Israelis to target that. And if you don't, that means Iran can continue to enrich uranium and eventually produce weapons-grade uranium. So big question on Fordo. The number one thing that the White House will be thinking about right now, having been in the seat here not long ago, is trying to keep the United States out of this. I thought that statement was actually pretty good, saying that we had nothing to do with this. Do not come after us.
Yeah, don't protect them then. Don't protect them. Don't protect them. Turn the cruisers around. First of all, don't use the Iraqi airspace then. Who controls the Iraqi airspace that Israel flew over to attack Iran? Like, how did that happen? Oh, that wasn't our involvement. I don't know. They just, oops, we just looked the other way, I guess. How did that happen? Like, the idea that this is like completely outside of our involvement, how could this have happened? Who could have foreseen this? Like, is so fucking stupid. Who believes this? Who fucking believes this? God damn. Do we have another CNN link? This one's busted. CNN anchors keep asking us how America should protect Israel. Why don't they ever ask why we should protect them? The media pushes the Israel as victims narrative, even as Israel bombs these 3 sovereign countries and commits genocide. Yeah.
Of barrages, about 30 missiles apiece. Again, on October 1st of last year, we had 200 ballistic missiles in the sky at the same time heading for Israel. That entire flight from Iran to Israel takes 13 minutes, and there's only a period of minutes when they're in range to be hit, deflected, to try to protect the people of Israel. I cannot overstate how serious that kind of situation is. We were very fortunate in that attack to largely defeat it. There were no Israeli casualties. So here we have to see. I think Iran will try to do something like that in scale. Whether or not they can pull it off, if they're in some disarray, that remains to be seen. On the nuclear facilities, though, again, big question here is Fordo, because if you don't remove that enrichment facility and those centrifuges, Iran still has the capacity to produce weapons-grade uranium, and you have not resolved the problem. I think that is a big open question here.
Yeah, it is, as along with several others, including how the U.S. is going to respond to this. Brett McGurk, thank you for being with us tonight. I want everyone to stay with us. We are continuing to follow this breaking news as we are learning more by the minute about what the full scope of this attack by Israel against Iran looks like, how the United States is responding tonight, and what we are hearing out of the White House. We'll be back after a quick break.
On the season finale of My Happy Place.
There's something about Thailand that seemed very welcoming to me.
Dude, look at this fucking asshole, dude. Look at these fucking douchebags, dude.
For you.
Look at this is what Fox News is running with right now. Ted Cruz is on Fox News saying, I want every one of your viewers to know if you're a person of faith, you need to pray for Israel.
Tonight, I want to say to every one of your viewers, please.
Oh, I'm praying.
If you're a person of faith,
I'm praying.
Pray for Israel.
Oh, we're all praying.
Jerusalem tonight. And let me say also, pray for U.S. servicemen and women in the Middle East, in harm's way. And I want to give a message.
Once an election cycle starts going, Bennett starts his campaign and Bibi's just not as big as a fish. Right now, he has a tense, perfect storm of 68 majority where everyone can do their own flavor of fascism without losing too much politically. I've said for a long time this is what might have brought this coalition down because it was never going to be the opposition. With his bloc's polling at its lowest in recent memory, he needs the endless escalation to numb the tensions in his cabinet. And remember, the tensions in his cabinet are only a problem as far as the continuation of America's grand design in the region. Israel has to maintain its stability. The Knesset must maintain its power so that Israel can continue conducting its ethnic cleansing. It's not like some people will look to that and say, oh no, this is Benjamin Netanyahu's personal ambition to remain in power and not go to jail, which I'm sure, like I said, is a personal motivation of his, for sure. But in the grand scheme of things, the largest fear that America has to maintain Israel's stability is so they can continue doing exactly this. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu is able to do this before Trump's birthday military parade. Under no other circumstance would someone as fucking narcissistic as Donald Trump would allow a foreign country that we have full control over to fuck up his big beautiful day. Okay, there's no other world. The only reason why it is happening right now is because there are real fears of the coalition falling apart. While everyone is waiting and prepared for us to attack Syria, maybe we should knock the hell out of Iran and end their nuclear capabilities. Oh. Let's see what Fox News is presenting. I'm sure it's some reason. Oh wait, Trey is like unironically a reasonable party usually.
Israel, how many tens of thousands of rockets can Israel continue to withstand from so many different sources?
No,
at this point tonight,
no.
I would expect
Sean, say it ain't so.
That the Israelis, knowing Prime Minister Netanyahu for 30 years as I do, they will be prepared. The IDF is prepared to battle this war on all fronts if needed. And I'm sure the United States will, at the right time, engage if needed. Trey Yanks, thank you, in Israel tonight. Also, the IDF is mobilizing thousands of reservists after striking Iran's nuclear program and what is being described as so...
Yeah, ain't nobody talking about Iran's capability of fucking penetrating every single piece of the Israeli defense technology that exists, as they demonstrated last time in their incredibly restrained response to previous Israeli escalations. Both in the embassy strike with the first wave of drones that was much more limited, but the second time when Israel actually exploded Ismail Haniyeh, the principal negotiator and the chief of the Politburo wing of Hamas's civil governance division that Israel was literally negotiating with directly, when they killed him in Tehran, okay? And the Iranian retaliation that came after that, the warranted retaliation that came after that, showed Israel and the rest of the world that Iran has the direct capability of launching missiles from Tehran, from all different parts of Iran, and strike Tel Aviv. Okay, this is an important fact to remember. Now, I don't know how much work has been put in to beef up not just the Iron Dome, but all of Israel's anti-defense capabilities since then. But it seems like Israel is at least confident enough in the defense capabilities of both the Israeli state and also all of the coalition partners in the region that will also work to intercept Iranian missiles, whether that be Jordan, Saudi Arabia, or any number of different Gulf nations, or the Allied forces under the banner of, or the U.S. Central Command. Islamic Republic of Iran state media says the top commander of the IRGC, Hossein Salami, was targeted in the Israeli airstrikes and is likely dead. Where does Iraq currently stand? It's just a hollowed out region, still controlled by America. Chris Murphy. Israel's attack on Iran clearly intended to scuttle the Trump administration's negotiations with Tehran is further evidence of how little respect world powers, including our own allies, have for President Trump. That's your assessment? That's your takeaway. Like, there's plenty of anti-Trump lines that you can use here. Like, for example, Trump is not the peaceful dove that he claimed he was, and he had ambitions to nuke Iran for decades, and now it seems like he's the perfect president in charge. You can say that. But of course, you also want to do war with Iran. So you can't actually fucking criticize the main point here, which is we are allowing Israel to strike Tehran. Oh, this is the media manufacturing consent. We're joining UNC. Why are you following him? Because he's a U.S. senator? The fuck? I'm following him because I agree with him, chatter. Because he's my friend in real life. I know Chris Murphy really well. What do you fucking think? No, because he's a fucking American senator, dumbass. As opposed to Benjamin Netanyahu's utmost respect for Biden and Obama. Exactly. 5th Israeli wave of airstrikes on Iran now. They're so fucking disgusting, dude.
Trump in the East Room about this, and I asked him basically, are you trying to talk Benjamin Netanyahu out of strikes on Iran, or do you want to keep a nuclear weapon out of the Iranians' hands so bad that you would just say, it's not our war, and let him do his thing? And President Trump's answer was a little bit longer than what I'm going to Cliff's note it as, but he said, Iran just cannot be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. I'm just off the phone with some senior staff. President Trump, I'm told, is in the West Wing talking to his senior staff, and he is watching the news from the region about what is going on. And it's kind of an interesting place to be right now, the White House, because when most of the folks were leaving here around 6 o'clock after the nightly newscasts, there was a congressional picnic that was starting on the lawn. As I was walking back in through the gates, Pennsylvania Avenue is now completely closed. There are Secret Service patrolling. They're keeping people pretty far back, which is something that they do when there are big international incidents. There are heightened tensions. They just want to make sure that they have this area secure. But there are some guests from the congressional picnic still leaving as President Trump is in the West Wing trying to figure out what exactly is going on. He told me earlier today that Israel did not tell them anything specifically that led to the evacuation of American dependents, American military family dependents in the Middle East. But we know that they had some kind of a tip, whether or not the Israelis told us directly or our own intelligence in the region tipped us off. They didn't do that for no reason, because it was a huge operation that a lot of people thought was going to go for a couple more days, but it really only went about 24 to 36 hours. Something else, just being here yes.
Iranian state media now has confirmed what we reported earlier that we weren't able to confirm, that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard chief has been killed.
Dude, why the fuck is oh my god, all of these fucking monstrous pieces of shit, once they are useful to craft an elaborate narrative that will make Israel look like the victim somehow, will turn around and come back on the TV shows to be like, this is why we had to do it.
We have an ongoing dialogue with the United States, but this decision was a decision of the Israeli leadership. You know, we are independent, we take our own decisions, and for us, you know, it is not involved the U.S. in this attack. And we saw the statement of Secretary Rubio. It was a decision of the Israeli government, and it was taken by our forces.
If Iran responds and launches a counterattack, does Israel expect the United States to assist them in that response?
Well, first we We called the population. We woke up the entire people of Israel, about 10 million people in the middle of the night.
Oh no!
We expect
people woke up in Israel? No! Oh, it's peaceful slumber. But they woke up.
We are determined, especially after October 7th, to take
October 7th.
Not to wait.
Do you expect the U.S. to help Israel in response?
Well, we have our capabilities.
No, you don't.
You don't.
You don't have shit.
To attack the allies of the U.S., not only Israel, but other allies. That's the decision of the United States. But we have our capabilities, and we knew exactly what we were doing before we started this attack.
But this is going to be a crucial question, obviously, in terms of what Israel is able to do and whether or not Israel could be overwhelmed, depending on what an Iranian response would look like. And so I want to ask the question again, whether or not Israel will be expecting the United States to assist if Iran does respond to these attacks that Israel has launched tonight.
So I don't think we should go into speculation.
Do you love Israel?
We have our capabilities.
Do you love Israel?
Developed the technology, some of it together with the U.S., some of it with other countries.
It seems like you are asking me questions that seem like you are Hamas.
The United States, and we are
no politics.
On continuing
Say you love Israel.
To eliminate the threat, and we will do whatever it takes to make sure that Iran will not have ballistic missiles and will not have nuclear capability. We know it will be long. We know it will not be easy for the people of Israel.
Say you will go to Tel Aviv right now. Say you will go to Tel Aviv.
News tonight.
Will you travel to Tel Aviv?
And we are going to continue to follow this breaking news as we're learning more about the scale and what this attack looks like, and also real questions about what it means as far as what that response is going to look like. You heard the ambassador not saying there whether or not they will be counting on the United States to help Israel in that response. And still.
Oh my God, the statement from Secretary Rubio conveys that Israel struck Iran without the umbrella of American support, while Biden twice deployed U.S. troops and resources to defend Israel against direct Iranian strikes last year. Trump isn't promising Israel defense against Iranian counterstrike, though it's clearly planning for one. Grateful that successive Democratic administrations have provided Israel with the means to defend itself. This is, by the way, for all of the fucking Kamala, for all the Kamala would be different attitudes from all the fucking dumbest people on the planet. Kamala Harris's advisor is saying that the Democrats would be defending Israel harder than Trump. The Democrats would be better for Israel than Donald Trump. Like, the Democrats would let Israel go fly their freak flag even harder. I fucking hate, dude, our politicians are such gross, monstrous pieces of shit. And every single person that works in their fucking campaigns. Oh my God, dude. Yeah, it's funny because, like, people say we're single issue voters because we were like, the genocide is horrendous. And who the fuck can, in good conscience, vote for and reward these genocidaires? Meanwhile, the real single issue voters are the fucking pro-Israel people. But because they are so firmly invested and so fucking so important a part of American foreign policy that it doesn't even it's not even seen as a single issue voter, because everybody in either party and all the politicians and all the fucking military people, the military advisors, they're all firmly invested in destroying Iran and blowing up every country in the fucking region and giving Israel full control over the entire area. Everybody is just Ryan Ruth, but for Israel. Yeah. The decision to strike Iran was reportedly approved between Bibi and Katz on Monday per security officials. I mean, that makes sense. That also corresponds to the timing on America withdrawing troops from the region and embassy families from the region. So, you know, it was her turn. What is this? They're pummeling Iran. No retaliation thus far from Iran. They're probably fucking too busy licking their wounds and trying to figure out what to fucking do. Dude, this is not the official account of the Iranian military, okay? Remember, we didn't initiate it. This is not like a real account. This is a fucking meme account. Called it a few days ago, but now it's all but guaranteed that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are going to spend the weekend saying shit like Taco Trump refuses to nuke Iran. What a coward. Tyrant Trump stands with Tyrant Tehran while protesters get beaten outside of the military parade. I know. I mean, of course there will be a retaliation. I just don't know how much the capabilities look like now. Breaking: Israel's Ministry of Health has placed all hospitals on the highest level of alert. Yeah, they killed the top IRGC commander. Netanyahu now claiming Israel acted to prevent an Iranian nuclear attack on the United States. I expect Congress to pass a unanimous resolution to replace the president on Mount Rushmore with a giant sculpture of their Israeli icon. I do think that, I'm gonna be honest, I do think that in like the next 5 to 10 years, if we survive that long, there will be an intense, coordinated retaliation internally in America from a level of anti-Semitism that is previously unprecedented on U.S. soil because of how much our leadership have made it seem as though Israel does indeed control the United States and is doing it at the behest of Jews. Obviously, this is not the reality. America is the major power player here. But there are a lot of fucking Americans, and I'm telling you right now, there are a lot of Americans who look at the situation and they're like, what the fuck is this? This is insane. Extremism is already here, and there's already a lot of anger and resentment and enmity towards marginalized populations or minority populations. Okay? It's already here. That's why I always say it's like Americans are fond of easy to understand narratives, and conspiracies are incredibly easy to understand, especially conspiracies wrapped in bigotry is super easy to understand. Defense Minister Kotz publicly called the Labor Minister Ben Sur to make essential industry factories to stay open in spite of Interior Command's orders during the operation. Seems like prep is for full war mode now. Stay safe, guys. Bro, you're literally in Israel. Stay safe, guys. We're in fucking America. If there's one thing that never historically, with the exception of like 9/11 or Pearl Harbor, and maybe I'm speaking too soon, but you are directly in the crosshairs, like way more than the selfish American continent is. I mean, chatters in Iran. Oh yeah, well, that's true. But you should stay safe as well. I don't know what people can do. I don't even know what to say. Like, what do I say to my fucking Iranian chatters? What do I say to the Israeli Hasanabi heads? Like, everyone is cooked. government is advocating we send our military to support Israel. Our commitment to Israel must be absolute, and I fully support this attack. Keep wiping out Iranian leadership and the nuclear personnel. We must provide whatever is necessary military intelligence weaponry to fully back Israel in striking Iran. We are going to do everything in our power to fight this. Can we pledge that? I will be out on the streets to fight any war with Iran. Of course. Of course. Except, I think they'll probably arrest all of us at that point. Do a psyop. Do like a fake operation on U.S. soil to really muster up some anger and resentment towards Iran. Like, I don't think they have the capability of doing a fucking act of terror on U.S. soil, and it would be very stupid for them to do so right now. But I wouldn't put it past America to try to garner as much sympathy as possible. This is from Elant News. TV footage shows smoke rising from the Natanz nuclear facility in Iran. Just how will they sell this? Dem voter support for Israel is non-existent. Now Republicans are coming around. Poll shows 14% drop in support for Israel among the Republican voters. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not a fucking democracy, guys. What do you think I've been trying to explain to people? America is not a real democracy. Western liberal capitalist nations do not operate as real democracies. It's just a democracy in theory. It is a theoretical democracy. Clearly, there are a shit ton of issues that if there was like real-time referendums on, like healthcare, should it be for profit or not, of course the overwhelming majority of the public would say fuck no, in spite of unimaginable amounts of consent being manufactured to scare large chunks of the American population into thinking that socialized medicine is bad. Israel is yet another example of this. It is literally like an 80-20 issue at this point in terms of its ceasefire, in terms of pushing for a ceasefire. It's an 80-20 issue. It means independents are overwhelmingly majority in favor of a ceasefire. Democrats are literally almost entirely, down to like, I guess, 8% of Democrats that still want Israel to continue fighting, continue doing its genocide. But independents, even Republicans' majority position is to push for a ceasefire in Israel. America has all the fucking cards here. America holds all the cards. They can stop Israel. They can stop Israel tomorrow. They can stop Israel yesterday. They could have stopped Israel on October 8th if they wanted to. But they didn't. Because this is what the American government wants. And at a certain point, you have to realize, like, okay, well, there are a million different issues that seemingly are very popular, that would genuinely improve people's living standards in this country. And yet, you know, the money can and goes in only one direction. The government only engages in deregulation. The government only engages in tax breaks for the wealthy, and then maybe some meager tax cuts for the working poor in the process to justify the tax breaks for the super wealthy and corporations. And also endless amounts of money to the military-industrial complex, and also unlimited money to Israel. At a certain point, people go, all right, maybe it's not a fucking real democracy. What is happening? According to Israel Hayom, Israel imposed a full siege on the West Bank. Wait, really? Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir also mentioned in a statement that this represents a point of no return, which is a disturbing way to put things. No, it is a point of no return. This is Israel's final ambition. It's the final piece of the puzzle. Iran represents the only serious form of resistance against Western designs in this resource-rich region. They already packed up all the Gulf states. They're locked in. They're dialed in. They're pro-America unconditionally. Okay? Like I said, you got Hezbollah, which is also decapitated its leadership. Israel did, with unimaginable acts of terror. Not just the pager bombing campaigns, but also just like straight up the Dahiyya doctrine. They packed up Syria. They already had packed up Iraq. Iraq has been packed up for a minute. Syria is now under the control of a former Al-Qaeda leader who is also pro-America and will play the role of a loyal servant, at least for the time being, to American interests. Turkey is obviously a NATO attack dog and houses American nukes in its Incirlik base and on numerous other places. The final piece of the puzzle has been Iran. Iran, being as powerful as it is as a regional power, is a harder problem to tackle from Israel's perspective. Because Iran has Egypt. Come on, dude. America gives more money to Egypt than it gives to Israel in terms of aid, okay? Egypt literally is a vassal state. Egypt is a holdover vassal state of U.S. empire. Egypt is too busy fucking forcibly removing and deporting people that are trying to cross the Rafah border into Gaza to offer military aid, okay? Egypt is too busy. Egypt is too busy with its own business. The Houthis are the only state actor, I guess, but that's it. And they're far away in proximity, and they are the poorest country on the planet, so they're very limited in their capabilities. So all they can do is basically be a nuisance to Israel every now and then. Do you think Turkey is stronger than Israel? Yes, like a lot. But it doesn't matter. Turkey's only stronger than Israel because Turkey is a NATO country. The fuck are you talking about? Turkey is a like 100 million population. I don't know what the actual population is now. It's the second largest standing army in NATO after the United States of America. Turkey houses American nukes. But Turkey's 90 million. Turkey being having an incredibly powerful military does not do anything, because Turkey's not going to do anything to Israel. Turkey is Israel's dog as well as Israel is America's dog. Yeah, I mean, here, Benjamin Netanyahu in 2002 urging U.S. to invade Iraq. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations in the region.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. And I think that people sitting right next door in Iran, young people, and many others will say, the time of such regimes, of such despots, is gone. There is a new age, something new is happening. If you
He sounds American here. He is American. He's from Philadelphia. He grew up in fucking Philadelphia. He went to MIT. That's the other thing that is like so stupid. Benjamin Netanyahu is an American, okay? He's an American who worked with the American State Department. He is American intelligence. The idea that like he is single-handedly invested in Israel and is a separate entity that gets to dominate America is so fucking stupid. America dominates Israel so hard. Their fucking leader for the past multiple decades at this point, who seemingly never goes away, is a goddamn American who grew up in fucking Philadelphia, dude. He was born in Israel, dog. He's not American in nationality. Okay. I understand why no one wants to take ownership over Benjamin Netanyahu. It's understandable. He is Satan incarnate. But the reality is he grew up for a large chunk of his life in Philadelphia. Pennsylvania chatters be like, nah, dude, what? We don't know him. 6 years he lived there. Come on, go Birds. 6 years he lived there. He went to MIT and he worked with the American State Department. I say he's American. I think it's longer than 6 years too, by the way. He also does have American citizenship. Why did Israel strike Iran? And why were they 100% right to do it? Why Trump's diplomacy first, hands-off strategy worked? And why the nuclear doomsayers have no idea what they're talking about? We've got the facts and on-the-ground reporting and inside baseball, live in 10. FBI arrested, oh yeah, I already covered this. I know. They arrested him for giving masks to people at a protest. It is so fucking gnarly. Iran is planning to give a harsh response to Israeli attack. Iranian security source to Reuters. I mean, they're gonna say that, but I don't know what that means, okay? Now we'll see what Israel attempts to get away with. The West Bank is on full lockdown. Gaza cut off from the world after Israel bombed its last remaining fiber optic lines. The worst will come under the cover of darkness and with the world distracted. Yup. Charlie polling his audience. Should the U.S. get involved in Israel's war against Iran? Yeah, good luck. No, we shouldn't take part in the strikes, but we should certainly defend our allies, says Eali Yacobi. What is this? I logged in to say those are some dangerous ass stretches. What? The VOD of this got deleted. There was did the VOD get nuked? Maybe, possibly because they're going through, there was a blip. And then subsequent mass reporting. That's probably why. It's really annoying though. Or maybe it's what do you call it? Or maybe just like Twitch is busted. It could just be Twitch busted. York Times confirming reports of rioting inside the ICE facility in New Jersey. Jesus Christ. All right.
First thing tomorrow, and he's staying in town for the big military parade. And then you look ahead to next week, he'll be in Canada meeting with G7 partners for the annual G7 summit. They are the host, and so it would seem like the entire schedule for that just got upended.
Peter Ducey live for us, the White House. Peter, if news breaks, break in. We'll put you back on. You can give us the rundown. We'll get back to you. Thank you so much. Meantime, we want to bring in.
No, the VOD I think. Oh no. I think I've reached my storage, video storage. What?
Necessary military intelligence weaponry to fully back Israel in striking Iran. But you kind of, you conflict that with some of the other comments we're getting, like from Jack Reed, the senator in Rhode Island, who said that this is outrageous that Israel did this. They're putting lives at stake. This is the wrong time to do this. It seems to me, Jason, like we don't have the unanimity among Congress with Israel that we once had.
Yeah, even go back just 6 years ago, Democrats and Republicans, it was almost unanimous that we all stood behind Israel. But there's a big faction within the Democratic Party that's kind of gone off the rails. And, people like Chris Murphy, his post tonight is just outrageous. So we need to be united in this. Look, Israel is taking proactive
Jesus Christ, why not already reporting that security officials Netanyahu claimed that the was with Iran will last at least 2 weeks? Remember, this is exactly what they said on October 7th. The war with Iran will last 2 weeks?
They've proactively attacked Israel. The Israelis on October 7th lost over 1,000 people. So the world is a safer place if the nuclear program is totally dismantled from the leadership to the actual capabilities. That will make the world safer, and that is good for the United States and the entire globe. That has to happen, because without it, they're going to use those weapons. And if they have them, you can't take the chance that they have even one of these bombs that would they want to obliterate us, and they want to obliterate Israel.
Yeah, I mean, Rabbi Mentz, you have talked about this with me several times on this show. You sent me notes saying, listen, they're very close. You know this. It's a big concern in Israel. It's a big concern for Americans who are very closely tied to Israel.
This is a great night, fantastic night. Israel recognized we can't sit around anymore and wait to see what's going to happen. I love that our president is trying to negotiate, trying to get a deal. But they said this morning, we're going to continue doing this. Israel said, are you kidding me? Do you remember, I think it was 1981, Israel did a preemptive strike on Iraq and got out the nuke. The whole world condemned Israel. How dare you? How dare you strike? But behind closed doors, thank God Iraq didn't have it. You know it as well as all the people out there know it. Iran has to get rid of this. And do you know the people in Tehran? They're going to be singing and dancing. You're going to see it tomorrow morning. They're going to be singing. Thank you, Israel.
Thank you for bombing us, Israel.
Yeah, and nobody knows that better than Sheila Nazarian, whose family is from Iran, who escaped Iran. I just want to play this soundbite. Sheila, I'm going to get to you. This is the IDF spokesperson, and he's talking about how that Israel, at this point in time, had no choice. Watch. It's soundbite 2, Katie.
We have no choice. We are operating against an imminent and existential threat. We cannot allow the Iranian regime to obtain a nuclear weapon that would be a danger to Israel and the entire world. This operation is for our right to exist here, for our future, and for our children's future. The State of Israel has the right and the obligation to operate in order to protect its people, and will continue to do so. The IDF conducted significant preparations for this operation. We are well prepared both in defense and offense to defend ourselves. The IDF will continue to defend the state of Israel.
So it's really two questions, Dr. Zarian. One is, as Rabbi says, will Iran be somewhat pleased that this happened? And two, the people in Israel have been at war for the better part of 20 months, and the country is tired. The country is exhausted, and here we go again.
Well, the country is exhausted, but you have to go for the head of the snake, and that's exactly what Iran is. I think the people of Iran, the people in Iran, are indeed tired of this regime. They want change. They don't want just a strike here, a strike there. They want this regime finished, and so do the people in Israel, because you're right, they're tired. And just because Iran might have certain capabilities weakened by previous strikes and these strikes, let's not forget about all the proxies. Let's not forget that they can just tell Hezbollah, who we know has a significant military capability, go ahead and you guys strike. But I think that Israel and the statement that the IDF just gave that you played says, you know, we're ready both on the defense and on the offense. And I think what they mean by that is we are prepared for all proxy attacks as well.
If we have Katie Pavlich, can we bring Katie up? Because I have a question for her. It's interesting to me, Katie, when you hear about Peter Doocy talking about this, and you hear that the White House is trying to distance itself from this, you know, to whatever extent it can. But there's also this idea that, you know, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time before the White House, before the administration really has to get more involved with this. If Iran starts going after U.S. military bases, U.S. personnel, if it goes after U.S. assets in the Middle East, and if this thing goes on for more than a few days, then it would be kind of incumbent on the administration and this country to get involved. Am I right?
Well, I didn't read the statement from Secretary of State Marco Rubio as necessarily a distancing, as more of a clarification that the United States was not involved, because as you'll recall, there's been talk up to this point that the Israelis could not take out Iran's nuclear program without some kind of U.S. military support. The other half of that statement was
important
a warning
update
to the regime that...
Can we get an update on this, Chuck? Taco Trump is already folding on Iran. Yeah, except these people want to go to war with Iran. They all do. Every single one of them. The action against Iran is Israeli. The U.S. will assist in defense, detection, and interception, and may join in the continuation of the attacks. Israeli estimates war with Iran will last at least 2 weeks. Get your pre-existing conditions locked in. Brother, I am 3 years old. I'm about to be 34 years old. Ain't nobody is drafting me to no goddamn military. Also, I would serve crack before I serve this goddamn nation's interest in the fucking Middle East, okay? I'd rather serve crack before I serve in the U.S. military. Holy fuck. Every time a fucking leader says this will last 2 weeks, it just ends up lasting a lifetime, it seems. October 7, it was supposed to last 2 weeks, okay, post October 7. Russia's invasion of Ukraine, oh, it's just a military campaign. It'll only last 2 weeks. COVID, oh, it'll just only last 2 weeks. Now Israel's like, oh yeah, Iran, 2 weeks and we're out. It's over. Whenever some fucking world leader says this thing is going to last 2 weeks, no, we're cooked. Also, I mean, low key, this is the quickest way to transify the youth, if you know what I'm saying, okay? Everybody, being non-binary is so back in fashion. Do you understand me? Everyone's gonna be coming out being like, listen, I'm trans. Have you seen my coder socks? I love Hearts of Iron 4. I am in my heart of hearts is gonna be the most everybody get more trans right now. Do you know how many Fallout New Vegas DLCs I own?
Let's go live to Natasha Bertrand. She is in Washington about the status of American forces and assets in the
military
region
recruiters knocking down your door. You're like, listen, sir, I'm in the process of playing Fallout New Vegas nudity mod. I can't stop this. They're like, oh, okay, I understand.
And of course, the main concern for the Pentagon this evening is the safety of those service members, because the Iranians, they have been known to retaliate against the Americans when they defend Israel, and they have been known to attack American forces via their proxy groups in Iraq and Syria, particularly when it comes to drone attacks. And those drone attacks have killed U.S. service members in the past, as recently as last year. So they are, of course, on high alert this evening. But the U.S. involvement is really going to begin if and when Iran does choose to retaliate, because in the past, when Iran has launched the ballistic missiles at Israel, the U.S. has worked to help intercept those using its naval assets off the coast, using its air assets as well.
Yeah.
So the question is going to be how far the U.S. goes to protect Israel, given this Israeli attack on Iran that the president clearly did not want. Now, at this point, the Pentagon has not said anything. We have not received a statement from Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth at this hour, but the Pentagon has been making moves in conjunction with the State Department in recent days to kind of remove all non-essential personnel from U.S. military bases, as well as, of course, from the embassies across the Middle East. And we should also note that, look, the Pentagon, as well as the State Department, as well as the broader administration, they have known for at least several weeks now that Israel was possibly planning an attack on Iranian nuclear facilities. We reported back in late May that this was something the Israelis were considering, though U.S. officials were divided at the time about just how far Netanyahu would go. And so the Pentagon has had some time to prepare for this contingency. They have been moving assets into the Middle East, and perhaps most tellingly, in one of the more recent things that they did was to divert anti-drone technology from the Ukrainians to U.S. forces in the Middle East. Again, going to be really key if Iran decides to retaliate against U.S. forces there via its proxy groups who tend to use drones to attack U.S. military personnel and bases there, Abby.
Yeah, that is a significant move. Natasha Bertrand, thank you very much, and stand by for us. Look, let's go live to CNN's Fred Pleitkin, who just returned from Tehran. Fred, first, what is your reaction to what we're seeing, and what has the reaction inside of Iran been to this plan for a perhaps multi-day attack?
Yeah, Abby, first of all, the folks that we've been speaking to in Tehran says that a lot of them were just woken up in the middle of the night to those explosions that were happening in Tehran, saying those explosions were extremely loud, and all of them knew exactly that something big was going on. And now, one of the things, of course, that we know is that for the past couple of really hours, the Iranian state media has been reporting that apparently Hassan Salami, the head of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, has been killed in these strikes, and possibly some other top Iranian IRGC officials were targeted as well. So certainly the Iranians acknowledging that this is a big attack that's going on, that it's going on in various locations in the country, including, of course, the Natanz nuclear facility as well. The Iranians have not made any sort of official statements about possible retaliation, but one of the things that we've been doing over the past couple of days, Abby, is I've been in touch with senior Iranian officials who said to me a couple of days ago that if something like has happened now would happen, that the Iranians have a target list ready, as they put it, for retaliation against targets inside Israel, including, the Iranians put it at that point in time, clandestine nuclear facilities of the Israelis. So the Iranians clearly saying that they believe that they have a strong force, still a strong missile force, of course, drone force as well, with which they would be capable of striking back. Now, it's unclear whether or not this Israeli attack tonight changes anything, but the Iranians certainly have been saying that they've been gearing up for something like that, and that they have been ready for something like that as well. Of course, they then also entered that spat with the United States, where they saw that the United States was changing some of its diplomatic posture in the Middle East, possibly moving some diplomats out of there. In fact, it was Hassan Salami who said just a few days ago that if there was a direct confrontation, military confrontation between the U.S. and Iran, that the Iranians would make sure that the U.S. has to leave the region, which is obviously not language that is new, but clearly a ramping up of language, as, of course, at this point in time, there was diplomacy that was going on as well, these talks possibly still going on. One of the things that we've seen in the past with the Iranians, I've been on the ground when big strikes took place. Like, for instance, when the head of the IRGC was killed, Quds Force was killed in 2020, and the Iranians do take their time. They do calibrate their response. So that's certainly something that we're looking for now again, Abby.
Yeah, I mean, everyone is waiting now to see when the retaliation comes and in what form. But Fred, everyone is also watching and reading the statement from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, that first and foremost distances the United States from this attack.
Yeah.
Secondly, it notably omits an explicit statement of support for Israel's
Israeli
defense.
Opposition endorses.
Perhaps that is
Israeli
implied,
opposition leader
but if
endorses
you're
strikes.
in Iran right now, how are they reading that statement, and how do you think it might be factoring it in to their plans?
State media went back on their claim apparently and say he's alive. Headline from October 14, 2023 for chatters who don't understand the panic. At least 2 weeks is IDF for a year plus. Herzog is tweeting apocalyptic Bible quotes. Lapid is praising the Air Force, and Kotz is calling this a defining moment in the history of Israel and the Jewish people. Everything looks bad. Yes, all signs are pointing to this being the Hail Mary. Okay? Israel has salivated at the prospect of doing this to Iran for the past 30 fucking years. Okay? Look at the headline for that. The army believes the war in Gaza is expected to last 2 weeks, last weeks, maybe months. This was, of course, on the 14th this was in 2023, in the beginning. Is the VOD deleted? We don't know what happened. Twitch has been wonky today. I'm working on
probably trying to come to terms with what is going on at this point in time. But you do feel when you're on the ground, and we spoke to some senior diplomats from the Iranians a couple of days ago when we were in Tehran, that the equation between the Trump administration and the Iranians has somewhat changed. There is still a lot of distrust there, but the diplomatic process is being given a chance, or was being given a chance by the Iranians. They were still continuing these talks, even though...
Why is the NYPD account making a statement?
There are also different factions in
because
Iran
they want us to all go crazy.
Who have been very tough on this process, who said not to trust the United States, who says that Iran still definitely needs enrichment and needs enrichment to high levels. They want us to all
collectively lose our minds.
Right now, of course, could be completely different. Also, as the Iranians themselves also have varying positions inside the country. The supreme leader, of course, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been one who has been very skeptical of the diplomatic process and says he doesn't believe that it could come to a success.
Fred, stand by for us. Thank you for that great reporting. I want to bring in now CNN military analyst, retired Colonel Cedric Leighton. Colonel Leighton, the stated objective of this operation, according to Prime Minister Netanyahu, is to essentially eliminate the nuclear threat from Iran. Do you have a sense of how long that would take and what that would need to entail if they were to be successful?
Yeah, that's a great question, Abby. I think the key element about the nuclear part is one of the things that the Iranians have done is they have built some really hardened facilities all around the country, like in Natanz and Fordo, those two sites that are particularly known for their nuclear research facilities. And what is key about this is that the type of concrete that they use is actually a very specialized hardened concrete. Now, the Israelis will tell you that they actually have a way of penetrating those particular sites, but it's questionable whether or not they can do that with the types of bombs that they have. So the Israelis would have to mount waves and waves of attacks. Those attacks would have to come in basically in a series of sorties. When what we probably saw this evening was the first two sorties of those attacks going through. The Israelis believe that they have actually achieved a lot of what they set out to do with this, certainly in terms of the decapitation part of this. But for the nuclear part of that, I think it remains to be seen. I think it will take a while for them to be certain that they have actually destroyed Iran's nuclear capability, especially all those centrifuges that you often see when we talk about the Iranian nuclear program.
In the studio now with our analysts and reporters, Jim Sciutto, hearing what Colonel Layton said there, I mean, what's your sense of where this war, if it does in fact become all-out war between Israel and Iran, where it stands in the historical context? A lot of people are saying it is a big moment for the region.
Absolutely, there's no question it is. And it's interesting, I heard from lawmakers in the last couple of weeks that there was concern that Israel wouldn't go just after the nuclear sites, they might go big, and that would very much lead to a war. And that's what, it's already a war between Israel and Iran. And the only question is, how does Iran respond to this? The next question is, does the U.S. get...
Dude, what are these... Dude, no, we have been listening to American media, both from CNN and Fox News, for what, the past 2 hours? Or almost 3 hours now. And at no point did a single person so far say, hey, why is Israel doing this? Like, why is this allowed? Not one person. Their coverage is identical. Every single person is basically saying they have, Naftali Bennett. They'll bring on Jonathan Kunkunkrius, Danny Danon, to be like, yes, Iran also has babies of terror. Like, not a single person is going, hey, do you think it's appropriate to violate the sovereignty of a regional power this way? In a severe escalation of war? With the hopes that you can draw America into the battle as well? Don't you feel like you should stop doing the fucking genocide of Palestinians? Like, not even a little bit like, hey, don't you have your hands full murdering all the children in the Gaza Strip? Incredible. Not a single fucking peep. He said, why king shit? What is this? Why is what is happening now a serious danger? Those who rule Israel believe in the doctrine of end the world and the necessity of hastening the coming of the Messiah. The Iranian leadership is dominated by the idea of paving the way for the... What are you sending me, bro? What are you sending me? Schizophrenic chatters, I swear to God. Calm down, man. Yeah, tonight's Israeli strike on the Islamic Republic of Iran's nuclear facilities and capabilities was an act of self-defense. This is a civil rights organization, by the way. An American civil rights organization that is supposed to be tasked with defending American Jews from anti-Semitic attacks. A civil rights organization that Twitch gets their notes from in terms of combating anti-Semitism. A senior IDF official told Channel 14, we brought about an unprecedented achievement, a significant blow to the top of the Iranian military and the Revolutionary Guards. In addition, also the nuclear scientists, the executors. We have a long and broad offensive plan for the days ahead. Complex days lie ahead. The Iranians will respond. If the public is disciplined, there will be few casualties. We are at war. By the way, they started this. If there's even any retaliation at all, just expect the most annoying, the most endless victimhood narratives. Like, even if a hair on the arm of an Israeli civilian or enemy combatant or fucking Benjamin Netanyahu is harmed, you will hear the most annoying victimhood narratives, like as though the Israeli government did not do this. Just endless cry bullying from the genocidal state, the apartheid state that is doing a genocide. Israeli source tells me Israel was able to surprise Iran. Israel managed to hit several targets in the heart of Tehran to eliminate multiple senior Iranian regime leaders simultaneously in different spots. The source adds, even though Iran will retaliate, this is a surprise and execution at a level similar to what Israel did in the Beeper operation. They're fucking lunatics, dude. I cannot imagine what it would be like living in the backyard of such a psychotic, genocidal state. God, I feel so fucking bad for every other country that has to be neighboring Israel. It is just a ticking time bomb. Like, you will at some point be fucking assassinated by American weapons. No matter what. A fucking ticking time bomb, dude. Insane.
And you see some of that footage floating around on X, to be able to send blistering strikes with pinpoint accuracy. It means those pilots have to have that shield. This is out of Star Wars almost, to be able to go in there and not have those missiles begin taking or firing at those F-35s means that the intelligence has to be impeccable. Don't forget, Israel for the last decade has flipped hundreds of informants on the ground, which led to the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, which led to the assassination of Hassan Nasrallah. Israel's got Iranians giving them intelligence because they're so fed up with this regime and the IRGC. They've got assets flipped for years, and what you're seeing now is the full activation of a percentage of Israel's capabilities, and any dead IRGC commanders are just the tip of the spear in terms of what Israel's capabilities are. And I say to the IRGC, Trace, if they're listening, and Sheila can correct me, which is, we're not here to warn. Your move or it's over. Yeah, and that's where we're at.
Okay, but very quickly, you know, it's a good point. But when you talk about places like Natanz, we know that the nuclear capability, the whole operation is deep within the earth. If you don't have those U.S. bunker buster bombs, is it worth even going after those sites?
Israel did get some heavy bunker busting bombs that were given to them by the U.S. the moment Trump came into office. The exact number and their deployability, I can't tell you, but Israel does have that bunker capability. And I believe from what I'm hearing, Esfahan was specifically targeted because that's where the uranium does get processed. However, Israel's not done, and whatever deep damage they were unable to hit, there's going to be more of these strikes coming. Israel's setting a pace right now, precedence. And like Eli Kohanim just said, this is historical. Iran has been bullying the Middle East since Carter left office.
Iran has been bullying the Middle East, not Israel?
Keep pounding here and do this Gulf a favor, do everybody a favor. The only people that are standing back right now, everybody's behind these attacks, Trace, except for Qatar, who's secretly behind them. Qatar's a sandbar in the desert if they weren't lighting fires and putting them out at the same time in the middle of negotiations with Hamas. But Israel...
I fucking hate these animals, man. They're so racist. Like, it just sucks because sometimes I feel so alone in my coverage on stuff like this, where like what he is saying is insane, okay? What he's saying is just pure Islamophobia, okay? Pure unlimited Islamophobia that he is basically trafficking as though it's like a serious political commentary. And I can't even fucking point this shit out because everybody also feels that way, you know? Are you okay? Why wouldn't I be okay? It just sucks. It sucks because like every time I do commentary on stuff like this, I also am very aware of the audience reception And while this community is sizable and very active and very progressive, and you guys are not oblivious to the ways that these guys operate, the broader American public's attitude is kind of close to that, guys. And it's so difficult to just cut through that noise and be like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, oh yeah, these guys are all fucking terrorists, they're all violent. It's like, are we watching the same world? Are we experiencing the same reality? Like, everything you said about Iran is applicable to Israel and America 100 million fold. It just, there's also never any justice. There's never justice in this. Like, evil always thrives, and it's just so devastating to watch unfold, you know? At least the one good news is the federal judge ordered Trump to return control of the National Guard to California. So there is that.
Means the right to control the National Guard, in this judge's opinion here, belongs to the states and not to the feds. Now, how does this play out from here? The judge put his own ruling on hold until tomorrow, Friday at noon. So nothing goes into effect until tomorrow, Friday at noon, to give the Trump administration a chance to appeal this. They've already filed a notice of appeal. We don't know how this is going to come out. This is the first ruling of its kind. This statute has only ever been used once before, but it didn't go to court that time.
Come on, man, take the filter off.
Yeah, so they...
Brother, my primary responsibility is to you, the viewers, and obviously taking the fucking filter off is just a fantastic opportunity for a million of my haters to just take advantage of the situation and my weakness. Having like an emotional weak response, for them to just use and abuse to actively undermine how I'm most valuable, like actively undermine the value that I bring to the fucking table, which is when I am a million. You're not that famous, bro. Okay, dude, I'm fucking exaggerating. What do you mean? Why are you taking everything so literally? No, I do not have 1 million haters. Who gives a fuck about your haters? My haters are the government. It's not just like random fucking dipshit Twitch streamers, dude. I'm talking about the American government, the Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Patrol, Israel, Israel advocacy networks that exist in the United States of America and all our other Western world.
I think the fact is also that Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass were completely incapable of controlling this situation. It took 5 days for the mayor to impose a curfew. Also,
fucking Andrew Cuomo, apparently, who, you know, didn't say my name, but mentioned me when he was attacking Zoran.
I think that elapsed between the hearing and this ruling being released. It seems to me that it was preordained.
We just watched the New York mayoral race, and Andrew Cuomo literally mentioned me when attacking Zoran. He did. He just said you did conversations with someone who said 9/11 was America was responsible for 9/11.
What does this have to do with? Give forums to extremists who blame America for 9/11.
That's what he was talking about. You give forums to extremists who blame America for 9/11.
I didn't say that I would boycott Cornell Technion because they're pro-Israel.
You absolutely have at least 1 million haters, brother. I'm sorry to tell you. No, I don't. Shut the fuck up. You guys are so dumb. I know they haven't stopped striking Tehran. You do, lol. Yes, you do. You don't even know it, but you do. I am me. Okay? I go out in the real world all the time. If you think I have more haters than fans, that says more about what kind of content you consume on the internet. Yes, if you go on Twitter, you might get this false sense of this asymmetry, this false sense of like overwhelming hatred. You're just extremely online.
Uranium to build fuses, to assemble a weapon that could be delivered. If that's the case, you simply can't wait around and hope for the best. The Israelis must have made the decision based on the intelligence available to them that we had now reached the point of no return and that we had no further opportunities to negotiate. Because that's what the Iranians do. They love to show up at the negotiating.
I already covered this. Yeah, this is for all the Kamala would have been different chatter.
Seriously, but using it as cover, as smokescreen for their nuclear ambitions. That could be what happened here.
Yeah, Nathan Sales, good stuff. I want to bring in Ali Stuckey with the political aspect of this because he makes a very good point where, you know, the bottom line here is it's up to Israel because Israel thought that their backs were against the wall, Ali Beth, and this administration may disagree with that, but it's really not their call.
Yes, you know, a previous guest, the ambassador, said that Israel is its own country. It can make its own decisions and defend itself. And I think everyone, no matter what wing of the party you're in, whether you are afraid that this attack is going to escalate the possibility of a war, or whether you think Israel should go all in, can agree with that Israel has a right to exist. It can do what it wants. However, Trump is in an interesting position right now because, on the one hand, this is 61 days. It seems like maybe he did okay this. On the other hand, he's signaling on Truth Social that, look, I asked for diplomacy. I want to handle this diplomatically. Now, whether or not that is what he is doing or it's a signal to Russia and China to kind of calm them down about this, we don't know. It's going to be interesting going forward.
What are your guesses on the stock market tomorrow? Not good. Use your last remaining dollars to subscribe. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your $6 a month subscription or your free subscription in the form of a Twitch Prime keeps me editorially independent. Thank you. I gotta remember to do a call to action more frequently. The Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS. Thank you for your contributions. I can't even go through all the fucking gifts. All right.
We look like fools.
It's crazy because like CNN already moved on. Fox News is just like going full tilt on the fucking war with Iran, Israel high narratives. That ad break reminded me of a simple time when we used to watch reality TV instead of watching the world burn. Yeah, well, what are the next steps of escalating the situation you see happening? I mean, depending on the Iranian retaliation, Israel says they're going to continue bombing. They haven't stopped bombing Iran, by the way. While we were having this conversation, they have still been bombing Iran. They are not going to stop bombing Iran. Let's be real. And
faceted drone.
I guess it's just entirely dependent on if, through the barrage of missiles, Iran gets to open fire back at Israel, and what kind of harm they can do in their retaliation. Iran is already, Iran is going to declare. I don't know if they're going to declare war or if they're going to fucking say that they're going to respond. It seems like they are. Justin, Deputy Chief of Staff, Iran's Armed Forces, Abul Fazl Shakarchi. People should not feel worried at all. Israel, which carried out this barbaric act with the help of America, will pay a very heavy price. I feel like these motherfuckers are gonna tell Israel that they're gonna attack again. They're gonna just be like, yeah, we're telling Israel exactly where we're gonna attack, exactly when we're gonna attack. You know, we're just gonna play patty cakes, and then they're gonna fucking get nuked. CNN, Iran to declare war on Israel. Holy shit. I don't see that on CNN at all. I don't know where that guy's getting that from. They said that last time and nothing major happened. That's not true. That's not true. Iran's retaliation was major. It was a major blow to Israeli defenses. Now, I don't know how much better Israeli defenses have gotten since then, but it was a significant blow to Israeli defenses and Israeli confidence. Now, that was a strike. That was a restrained retaliation to say, look, we can fucking strike Tel Aviv. Don't fuck with us. Israel seemingly is confident enough to feel like they can't do serious damage. Or even if they do serious damage to Tel Aviv, to Israeli civilians, like kill a bunch of Israeli civilians, I assume that Israel hopes that America will, I guess, go to war with Iran alongside Israel. I don't fucking know, man.
Wanted to move him to a more important position, which of course,
like, if Israel did this against Trump's wishes, like, okay, then invade Tel Aviv. Okay, yeah, show us the truth. Invade Tel Aviv tomorrow. You have the cruisers right there. You have American forces, like, right in the region. Invade Tel Aviv. It's already an American state. Might as well fucking annex it permanently. Okay? If this is, like, out of our control, if the situation is out of our hands, invade Tel Aviv. Invade Tel Aviv tomorrow. Okay? The United States of America, please invade Tel Aviv. Please. Do it. These motherfuckers are invading California with the American military. Why not Tel Aviv? Tel Aviv is literally just as America as Los Angeles is. You know? Ynet reported security officials claimed the U.S. would join the airstrikes if the preliminary results of Israel's operations are successful. Obviously, it's an Israeli report, but not American. But keep in mind, this could get even worse. No, it's gonna get worse, I think. The spokesman for Iran's armed forces on state TV and is promising decisive retaliation at a heavy price to be exacted against Israel. America's being explicitly named as their key supporter in this massive attack.
A number of sites in Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Tehran's nuclear enrichment, what he calls weaponization programs, were targeted. There are reports that a number of Iranian commanders and nuclear scientists have been killed. Israel declared an emergency situation across the country after the strikes. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio warned against any retaliation by Iran on U.S. positions in the Middle East. Rubio said the U.S. was not involved in the attack. He said Israel advised the U.S. that they believe the strikes were necessary for self-defense. A spokesman for the Iranian armed forces say Israel and the U.S. will pay a heavy price for the attack. They joins us now from Oman. So, Noor, we've heard an unrepentant Israeli Prime Minister justifying these attacks.
We certainly have the Israeli Prime Minister addressing the world, really, in English, saying that this was an attack that Israel had the right to do. He called it a preemptive attack. He said it was in the interest of protecting Israel, but also of
Bro, I've turned into the Arab dad meme right now.
Very keen on
standing up and watching Al Jazeera.
Narrative of Israeli-U.S. coordination. That line, of course, being also repeated on Israeli news outlets, that there was coordination. No
standing up and watching Al Jazeera in the living room.
The U.S. and Israel did not stand apart on this. The Israeli media in the past few minutes reporting a fourth wave
wearing this
of airstrikes
while wearing a soccer jersey.
The list of assassinated officials, academics, and nuclear scientists.
Ya Allah!
To Mossad sources speaking to the Israeli army radio. According to them, it is long, it is unprecedented. Some security sources say that what Israel did to Hezbollah in 10 days taking out the leadership ranks in 10 days. It has done, or at least attempted to do, in Iran in just 10 minutes. If that is true, this would really spin the region into something completely uncharted in terms of tension, in terms of repercussions. And of course, Israel is in a state of emergency. The airspace is under lockdown. There are no flights going in or out of Ben Gurion Airport. All normal daily activity in Israel has been cancelled in accordance with the instructions of the Israeli Home Command, and Israelis have been instructed to stay close to safe areas. Those areas, of course, being the shelters that Israel has in various cities.
Iranian Supreme Leader responds.
Of course, Israeli-Palestinian citizens.
Okay. Message from Supreme Leader of the Islamic Revolution to the great nation of Iran following the Zionist regime's crime this morning. Following the Zionist regime's crime against our beloved country this morning, Ayatollah Khamenei, the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Revolution, issued a message to the great nation of Iran. The message is as follows. In the name of God, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the great nation of Iran. The Zionist regime at dawn today opened its dirty and bloody hand to a crime in our beloved country and revealed its evil nature more than ever by striking residential centers. The regime must expect severe punishment. The powerful hand of the Islamic Republic's armed forces will not abandon him, God willing. Several commanders and scientists were martyred in the enemy attacks. Their successors and colleagues will immediately resume their duties, God willing. With this crime, the Zionist regime prepared itself for a bitter and painful fate, and it will definitely receive it. Sayyid Ali Khamenei. I, for one, believe that he really DM'd this over Telegram. No, this is, guys, this is fucking Lookner, okay? It's like a decent account, a fairly reliable account, and they just take it from Telegram groups. He's not, this is a translation of what he said. He didn't actually tweet or send this message with the fucking emojis. Casualty number is climbing, including Iran State TV says casualty numbers are climbing and include women and children. The buildings targeted were residential apartments, buildings where military commanders and other families live. State TV said. Classic. Khamenei, not Khomeini. Yes, I know the VOD for today has disappeared from my profile. I know. We are working on it. Can you guys please stop freaking out?
Iranians saw these.
We are working on it.
In the capital and other cities was during the Iran-Iraq War. And I remember as a child growing up in Tehran, the capital would come under attack on a daily basis.
What the fuck?
So those memories linger with that generation. The new generation, however, has never witnessed anything like this. And so it's going to be very much a shock, and we're seeing civilian casualties already as a result of this attack. So it's going to be very difficult for Iranians to come to terms with this finally happening inside their country. And of course, the question they will have is, what will the officials do to respond? And just want to tell you that we've heard from the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. He has issued a statement paying condolences to what he says are martyrs, the nuclear scientists and officials from the military. And he's also warned Israel that there will be a bitter and painful fate that is awaiting Israel.
Okay, well, Al Jazeera correspondent Ali Hashim is also with us here in the studio. Ali, just how dangerous a situation are we in?
This stuff acts as a sort of reset button for Israeli politics, just like the Beeper attack was. Yeah. Leaders Yair Lapid, Yair Golan have been more explicit in opposition, been more explicit than ever on ending the war. Now they both praise the Air Force, just like they did with Lebanon, where their educated now they praise the Air Force, where their educated Ashkenazi base lies. It's always been a tension that the liberals supporting the hostages was the same guy sitting in the drone room. This reminds everyone that what irreparable fascist death ball we live in to go back in place. Yeah. I do fully believe that Trump didn't want him to strike tonight, but the strike is still fully in line with U.S. foreign policy, just jumping ahead of what Trump was ready for. I think if talks broke down, which given Wickoff, this would have come eventually. I think the entire negotiation process was to try and see if Iran would budge to a maximalist denuclearization position, shutter its entire civil nuclear capabilities, like its energy grid, which was never going to happen. But knowing that that was never going to happen, I think it was inevitable. Like, I don't think this was the retaliation that like was going to come after the deal fell apart. I'm warging. Did I say warging? What is warging? Did I say warging? Oh. I've never had my shoulder make the noises that it just made. It was like crazy. It felt like it was like completely out of its socket. It was like, that's why I was scared, by the way. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, they were always going to do this, but I think like the timing of it, why now? Why now? Because I think Benjamin Netanyahu is worried about the Israeli government coalition falling apart, and then they won't be able to continue their genocide. They won't be able to continue their death and destruction campaign. So it's like a last effort. Is a last opportunity Hail Mary attack that they've been gearing up for decades.
The strategy here is that Israel sees Iran as an octopus with arms, and it started hitting the arms. Hezbollah in Lebanon, neutralizing the Iraqi militias in Iraq, also Hamas. So, and then it hit the head. Now also it's using the same strategy and dismantling the command and control in Iran by killing several IRGC commanders. In this way, it's kind of limiting Iran's ability, or at least this is how the Israelis are seeing it, to initiate a response.
And with that strategy, as you say, the Israeli military says it's launched a wave of strikes against not just the military there, but nuclear sites in a major escalation.
We've seen pictures from Natanz, we've seen pictures from Qom. We don't know if it's Fordo that was hit or not. This is not only, it's not only a major escalation, it's very dangerous. It has dire implications on the surroundings. I mean, you know, this is a nuclear facility. It's not a joke. We saw what happened in Chernobyl. We saw what happened in Fukushima in Japan when there is an explosion in a nuclear facility. So this is not just about hitting a facility or facilities that are owned by a regime, as the Israelis describe the Iranian establishment, that they see as an enemy. But they are trying to dismantle the whole establishment, and this is clear from all these hits that they've done today. And they're saying that this is not going to end any soon.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, well, continue.
Sure. Yeah, Trump is furious. Any coverage of the sort is fucking bullshit. Remember, unless Trump invades Tel Aviv, okay? I'm gonna say it once again. Unless Trump invades Tel Aviv right now, anything short of that simply means he loves exactly what Israel is doing, and he wanted Israel to do this, and this was always a part of the plan. The notion that Trump is so angry with Bibi Netanyahu is just as stupid as it was when people were saying that about Biden. Okay? That's it.
It's very obvious that there will be retaliation. Neither Israel nor the United States will be able to disrupt or destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. They may do some damage, but this provides more justification for Iran to go more underground and hide its facilities. I see this criminal attack as part of a concerted effort to intensify pressure on Iran to give more concessions at the negotiating table. I don't buy Marco Rubio's statement that this is a unilateral Israeli attack and the US was not involved in this. This is nonsense.
And
this is not an attack that Israel
will indeed, forgive me for jumping in there, but how might Iran respond? And what do you think are its actions, its options, I should say?
There is a long list of options. Based on my knowledge, the Supreme National Security Council, Iran's highest security decision-making body, has already convened an emergency meeting. They have either decided or are deciding how to respond to this Israeli attack. So there will be retaliation, but I can't say how or exactly what specific targets will be attacked from Iran, but there will be a massive retaliation. This is not something that Iran can ignore.
And do you see this very much as an attack on Iran as an entity, as it were, as opposed to attacks on individuals?
That's why I said Iran is under attack. This is an attack against the state of Iran. It's an attack against its facilities. We are talking about a nuclear facility. Israel carried out attacks in residential areas in the capital, Tehran, all in violation of international law. So this is an attack that's...
that also doesn't matter, because you just slap on Iran as a state sponsor of terror and then you move on, you know?
It's a matter of time, or we don't know exactly whether it's going to be in the coming minutes or hours, but there will be a retaliation from the Iranian side. I can't believe that this attack could have been carried out at least without the consent or without coordination with the United States. Rather, I'll put this attack as an American attack carried out by its proxy, Israel.
Ali Darani, stay with us, if you will, as we continue our coverage. We're going to cross to Tawhid Asadi, who joins us from the site of one of the attacks in Tehran. What more can you tell us?
Well, actually, we are at the scene of one of the explosion sites. Reports came out at around 3:30 a.m. in the morning that Tehran has been attacked and several places inside the capital of the country were hit. And now, as you can see behind me, there is this one of these buildings that we can show that smoke comes out, but this is not the only place that has been attacked. We have several military places, including the IRGC headquarters, which is reported to be hit. And added to that is several residential buildings that were attacked. And this one that you can see behind me and the smoke comes out from is one of the instances, but this is not the only place that has been attacked. We know that also when it comes to Iran's nuclear facilities, we are seeing reports coming out that Natanz, the nuclear important facility for enrichment, is attacked, and this is one of these. Also, reports are coming from cities across the country, including Elam, including Hamadan, including Tabriz, about the sound of explosion being heard. But another very important line of development that we can hear is the assassination of IRGC commander Hossein Salami, which was confirmed, in addition to some other important figures, such as one IRGC commander and two important nuclear scientists, Feridun Abbasi, who is a former head of Iran's nuclear atomic organization of the country, as well as Dr. Tehranji, another nuclear scientist, which was assassinated in this round of attacks. The situation is highly escalated. We are anticipating different reactions from the Iranian side. So far, we have heard statements from the army, statements from other officials that there is going to be a tough response down the road. And behind me, if you can hear now, we've got the sound of explosion. Iran says it could be related to the air defense of the system, which is activated, which is 100% prepared according to the Iranian
How the
officials.
fuck do they not have it activated already all the time?
Reports came out about these strikes. We hear sounds of bullets. We hear signs that could be attributed to the activation of air defense system. And also, there are reports coming about the possibility of next wave of Israeli attacks again from the...
Bro, this is the type of shit I will never understand. Like, Israel does an insane attack on Iran, and then everyone, including the fucking NYPD, is like, yeah, we're making sure that we're protecting, out of an abundance of caution, we're deploying additional resources to Jewish and Israeli and other sites throughout New York City. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? Like, Israel's the one that just fucking, okay, why not Iranian places? You know what I mean? Why not? We're out of an abundance of caution. We are going to defend our Iranian American citizens or anything like that. It's like, bro, it's not like Iran struck itself. Israel struck Iran. What is happening? It's crazy.
About potential practical attacks taking place, and footage is coming out, and right now I'm seeing shows that one skyscraper in Tehran has been attacked, and also there are unconfirmed and confirmed reports about the further escalation. The one footage that came out from RIIB, the state TV, showed that some civilians, including women and children, have been killed in these strikes. Sources of which remains to be seen. Some say it would be airstrike or missile or anything else. We don't have exact detail.
The headline on Haaretz front page in Hebrew is Israel has opened war on Iran, which means that every level of the military's upper echelon has already acknowledged this will be serious and long term. It really is a point of no return, terrifying. I don't think Israel has the military prowess or the power, the manpower specifically, to even conduct a full-blown ethnic cleansing campaign in the Gaza Strip, let alone go to war with Iran. This means we are going to war with Iran. They do not have that capability. Considering that there's not a lot of appetite from America to go to war with Iran, I don't know how the American government will find a way to make it seem like we are also involved in this, and we have to do the right thing and defend our allies, defend Israel, and fucking go to war with Iran at the behest of Israel. Fars News Agency reports Chief of Staff of Iran's Armed Forces Major General Mohammad Bagheri has been killed in Israeli attacks. Wait, what? I thought he was literally fucking in a military bunker. Didn't he just, am I crazy, or is this a different dude? This just came out. I don't understand. I thought he was literally now in charge or something. Same dude, Iranian state TV got it wrong. He is dead. By the way, loving the peaceful president. I mean, his reign has been so fucking peaceful. It's crazy. I haven't felt more in peace than when he deployed the Marines to Los Angeles, and then now will most likely deploy the Marines to fight against Iran at the behest of Israel. You know? I feel so at peace You know, we are gonna peacefully explode. I feel like I'm in too much. I feel like too much peace. We have too much peace. He needs to fucking, you know, maybe start some wars. You know, he's ending too many. I feel like we still have to have some wars. You feel me?
Coordination at face value. I think that this probably was not good timing for the United States, and I think that Secretary Rubio's department wanted to go ahead with the next round of talks and then perhaps come to a decision point. But this is something that I think we'll argue over for a while.
Presumably this now scuppers talks over Iran's nuclear program, and if so, is that what Israel would have wanted?
Well, I think Israel would have wanted the talks to be successful, as the United States did. The problem was success for Israel and the United States is defined as Iran not having a nuclear enrichment capacity. And Iran, once the negotiations got down, said, no, that's a red line. Physically, if you can enrich to any percentage, 1 or 2%, you can enrich to weapons grade percentage. So that's the problem. When it became apparent that the talks wouldn't work, then I think Israel grew extremely concerned and felt that you know, Iran was building a capacity while time was being frittered away. But I would advise, if I were advising the Secretary of State or Mr. Witkoff, I would say go to Muscat to show your goodwill, because if this conflict escalates, you know, the United States is a democracy responsible to its population. You need to, if it escalates, in order to do that, you have to show that you made every reasonable effort. Iran, on the other hand, has kind of painted itself in a rhetorical corner, and I think that it would be very, very difficult for them to show up at Muscat on Sunday.
You talk about
isn't that crazy how tall she is?
Escalation there. I mean, could this have been prevented by the US telling Israel not to take this kind of action?
Well, you know, Israel has a long history of pursuing its own security interests when they view that it's serious enough without waiting for or consulting the United States. So you go back to the 1967 war, which not only did Israel not inform the United States, they actually shot a U.S. ship in the region, which they said they mistook for an Egyptian ship. The raid on the PLO headquarters in Tunis, the invasion of Lebanon in 78, the attack on the Iraqi
Bro, she is so heavy, I can't even carry her anymore. She's like 120 pounds, fat ass.
It's important enough. They take their matters into their own hands, and I think this may have fallen into that category.
Okay, David Desroche, thank you very much for joining us. Let's speak to Alan Fisher now. He joins us live from Washington, D.C. So where does this leave then the U.S. National Security Council meeting scheduled for Friday?
It happens at 11 o'clock local time, and there are critics on social media who suggest that the situation is grave enough that Donald Trump should convene that meeting a lot sooner. He was at
Don't fat shame. I'm sorry. She's fat. It's true. She should know.
Event. As the attack was taking place, he made some comments, but it was about the picnic and
120 pounds is hard for me to carry.
And then he retired to the White House. We are told he has been fully briefed about what's happening. We think
that's why I work out every day.
This was going to happen, given that 24 hours ago, the United States said that it was going to carry out a partial evacuation of its embassy in Baghdad, and also
does Iran have military allies? No.
Would be able to leave other embassies in the region if they felt at risk. In the last couple of hours, we've heard from Marco Rubio, who, of course, you'll remember, not just holds the title of Secretary of State, but is also the acting National Security Advisor. He said that this was a unilateral action by the Israelis. The United States was told that, as far as Israel was concerned, this was carried out in their own self-defense. And in the meantime, the United States has managed to make sure of the safety of its operations and facilities across the Middle East. Certainly we know that the embassy in Jerusalem has told Americans to effectively stay indoors over the next 24 hours or so because of what may come. Certainly Donald Trump was hoping...
Bro, do you think BRICS will do anything if this escalates? What? Yeah. Yeah, India is gonna fucking nuke America. Yeah, India's gonna nuke Israel. Briggs. That's so funny. No. No one is gonna do shit. China is, again, restrained to a fault. China is non-interventionist to a fault. Russia is too busy trying to conquer Ukraine. There is no one to help Iran here. Who the fuck can help Iran? Someone said Pakistan. That's funny. That's a good one, chatter. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Pakistan is gonna help Iran by invading it. DPRK. Iraq, okay. Uh-huh. Good one. Yeah. I think a lot of people fail to understand America's relationship with virtually every country on the planet. Like when I say the United States of America is the hegemonic superpower, I think some of you think that that just is a fancy word that I'm using, and the word has no meaning behind it. Like, many of you fail to understand what a hegemonic superpower is. Okay? It's not a Digimon. It's not a different kind of Pokemon. It means like it is the primary superpower on the planet, the most powerful nation on the planet, the most domineering force on the planet, as in nothing compares to its awesome power. Okay? And with that, and the reason why it has this status is because of NATO, because of post-World War II gains, because of its victory in the Cold War, and its endless domination of the entirety of the global South at the behest of empire, imperial needs, unequal exchange. Okay? In the process of developing this level of power, now, the hegemonic powers can still lose. They lost in Vietnam. They lost in Afghanistan. Okay? But, and they will, depending on how this goes, they might lose in Iran as well. But, because of their status right now, they still have tremendous allegiances, partnerships, security contracts, mutually beneficial security contracts with virtually every country in the region. That's why it's funny when you guys like point to all these other like surrounding countries. You're like, well, would they come to Iran's defense? Fuck no. I genuinely believe that Israel, Iran has the highest likelihood of bringing about World War III, more so than Russia, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, or India, Pakistan. I think Israel is going to continue to strike Iran until Iran missteps and attacks American troops, and America will step in. This genuinely has the capacity to kill millions. Yes. Yeah, I think that's the goal. Like, the U.S. couldn't compete their goals against Yemen. How the fuck do they expect to touch Iran? Great question. The answer is simple. They don't. But it doesn't matter. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Because think about the beyond the unimaginable death toll in Afghanistan and in Iraq. Think about the domestic consequences that had in the United States. Instability, economic hardships, like people's material conditions worsening, because there isn't an endless amount of money in the United States of America. At the end of the day, you know, the money's got to go in one direction, and we've just geared it towards a war economy, military Keynesianism. But even with all of that, as capital owners generated tremendous value out of this endless war, there were consequences both for the victims, much more severe penalties for the victims, undeserving civilian victims of American imperialism, but there were even internal consequences as well. So when I say America has tremendous power to make life living hell for every other country on the planet, that comes with a cost. While Iran will obviously suffer tremendous casualties in the process, America will also suffer. America won't win the war against Iran. If it can't win a war against Afghanistan, if it can't win a war against Vietnam, how the fuck is it going to win a war against Iran? Yeah, I saw we already posted the statement. With this crime, the Zionist regime has prepared for itself a bitter, painful fate, which it will definitely see. I don't know. We'll see. It's definitely very important for Israel to get the U.S. heavily involved if there's a prolonged war of cities, as it would be exhausting for Israel. Yeah, but there's no land to fight a war or attrition. The only option is a war of cities. Iran has a massive arsenal of missiles and strategic depth, while Israel has nuclear weapons and every Western power at its feet. Iranian Atomic Agency chief says the Natanz reactor has been destroyed. I'm embarrassingly mind blown by that argument. So what's the point then if we haven't, in air quotes, won before? Wait, is that a serious question? Wars are not meant to be won. It's not like monarchies where you just go in and you take over that land, and then those serfs are now a part of your military, and they're like forced, and you know, steal all the women and enslave them, and you go into the treasure chest inside of a fucking castle, and then you take all of the treasure from the castle, you ransack the village. You know, it's not like that anymore. Nowadays, war is not meant to end. It's supposed to be continuous. Civilization 7 at comment? Wait, what do you mean? I mean, it's not conquest. War is for profit and resources, yes. And profit and resources does come through. I mean, there's spoils in terms of natural resources. I mean, look at Iraq. Okay? And not just like the petroleum, but also the rebuilding of Iraq. All of those contracts were given to the American companies, given to Western companies to rebuild Iraq. Halliburton is a great example of this. Dick Cheney, former president of Halliburton, who then became vice president, gave a fuck ton of contracts to Halliburton. No, not the Halliban. That was a lot of money exchanging hands. That was a lot. It was a tremendous revenue opportunity. Comparing the U.S. now to the U.S. in the 1970s is insane. Okay, I'm comparing the United States right now with Afghanistan to what might take place in Iran. I'm not comparing it to the 1970s. If anything, due to the enshittification of everything, the American military, by my assessment, is worse off than what it used to be in comparison to other global powers. Like we fancy ourselves, think that we have the best technology on the planet, but the American military dominance doesn't come from our technological achievements or our technological prowess. It comes from our logistics. It comes from the fact that the American military has cruisers, like, you know, sailing cities basically, and satellite technology and targeting capabilities all around the planet. You can be anywhere in a matter of moments. Military bases everywhere. We have endless global presence. We're everywhere at the same time, all over the world. And I think enshittification has kind of ruined that even. One of the greatest examples of this was with Yemen, when the American military had great difficulties refueling. Like I think they struck the Yemenis, like the Yemeni militias struck one of their refueling ships, and then it was over. Like it disrupted a big part of their naval presence in the region. How long does this war continue, for example? How is the military both more funded than it has ever been, yet also downsized? I don't know. Why is Boeing making airplanes that fucking fall apart mid-air and doors explode, even though Boeing profits have gone up and Boeing revenues have gone up? It's because Boeing is a bank. Everything is a bank. Every corporation that used to, under normal circumstances, like invent things or make products that were the best or better than the competition, no longer does that. Their primary purpose is to move money, move numbers around. And there is an endless appetite for cutting costs, corner cutting. Everything is heavily financialized, and I do think that the military is also hit with this financialization through the public-private partnership. Israel official account posting more propaganda trying to explain why it had to attack Iran today. Yeah, I don't think anybody buys this shit, but it doesn't really fucking matter. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know who is childish enough to believe the really awful propaganda coming out of Israel on why they had to bring America into a potential global war. Like, they can say a million different things, but ultimately it's just bullshit.
And it's after 4 hours when the strike took place, and this is the house. This is a residential place in which there are several civilians living there, and also it was Dr. Tehranji, an Iranian nuclear scientist.
We just watched this.
What the reporting bears out on that front.
So Aaron David Miller, perhaps you can apply your diplomatic interpretation skills to the Marco Rubio statement in which he says, in effect, we were not involved. We're going to look after our soldiers in the region, and no statement of support for Israel there. Is that...
This used to be my field of study. It's called the defense death spiral. Defense systems get more and more complex. We buy fewer machines that are more difficult to maintain and don't work as well. Meanwhile, older systems have to limp along, often without enough spare parts. All of this is driven by big five tech firms and their strategic manufacturing across many congressional districts as possible. Israel's government plane Zion Wing has taken off from the Ben Gurion airport. The aircraft did the same before the Iranian attacks in April and October last year. What is that? Is that fucking Benjamin Netanyahu's airplane? you think Iran will build a nuke? I think if Iran had nukes already, Israel wouldn't be able to blow Iran up like this. It would officially become a nation that, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they do, but I feel like if they had a nuke, it would be over. And by that, I don't mean like they would nuke Tel Aviv. Of course not. Tommy Vitor with maybe the dumbest take of this entire ordeal. The U.S. and Iran are supposed to hold their 6th round of nuclear talks on Sunday. This is a massive fuck you by Netanyahu to Trump, and it completely undercuts all of Trump's claims that wars would never start if he was president. I don't get it. This guy worked with Barack Obama. He was his foreign policy guy. He was former Obama NSC staff. Like, why is he saying this? Norman Finkelstein, 2008. George Bush, the U.S. president, has called Iran and North Korea rogue states. Do you consider Israel a rogue state? It is more than a rogue state. It is more than a rogue state. It is a lunatic state. The only country in the world where the population overwhelmingly supports an attack on Iran is Israel. Mr. Bonicelli. Mr. Borelli. Mr. George W. Busharelli. You're lucky he doesn't have internet? Yeah. From the horse's mouth?
Of Israel, it's a crazy country. It's like a junkie. Every few years they go to war. They need their fix. They're lunatics. American Jews don't want to defend that.
Yeah, and Israel is carrying on in a lunatic fashion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. Was I that off? Maybe.
I would like to ask you.
And Hezbollah, who you went to meet?
I would like to ask you. Name me another country in the world. 2003, Israel was the cheerleaders for the war in Iraq. 2006, it went into war in Lebanon. 2008, 2009, it attacked Gaza. Now it talks about attacking Iran. If you read the Israeli papers every day, they talk about, should we attack Gaza? Should we attack Lebanon? Should we attack Syria? Name me another country in the world that falls into that category.
Well,
that's a lunatic state.
Israel would point to a number of its neighbors and say exactly the same thing.
You show me how many countries has Iran planned to attack? No, let's ask a simple question. How many countries in the last 10 years has Iran attacked?
When you look...
No, that's a fair question. How many countries in the last 10 years has Iran attacked?
The history of Israel, do you not have some sympathy or understanding, people would ask, as to why they feel threatened and why
we're not talking
they
about
consider...
why they feel threatened. We're talking about a country that every 2 or 3 years goes to war. And if you follow the press as I do, every day they talk about let's attack this country, let's attack that country. That's not normal.
So,
and when I call the lunatic
why
state,
is it that the Israeli people vote in this government that you say is responsible?
Is this a live video? No. It's just Israel's behavior doesn't change. So it kind of feels like it's Norm Finkelstein responding to something in real time, but actually it's from many, many years ago. This is why, like, you could point to most people who are knowledgeable about Israel's actions or Israel's history. You could point to any number of different criticisms that they've had about Israel at any point in time, and you'll be like, what the fuck? What is this? Is this a comparison? Is this like, when is this from? Is this from yesterday? And you will also say the same thing tomorrow, and a year from now, and 2 years from now. It's just, It's the same reason why you can look at my commentary from like 2016 about any number of different issues, whether it be Black Lives Matter, police brutality, the mistreatment of undocumented migrants, using them as a fucking red herring and mercilessly attacking them. And it is identical to what I say now, because unfortunately, things don't change. At least things don't change for the better. Things only change for the worse. It's the same problems that persist and perhaps get worse overall. No, this is not around the. This is around the time when Netanyahu won his first election in 1996. First election since 1996. Oh, okay.
Responsible for that.
I think it's a regrettable fact. I don't say these things with glee. I'm not happy about that fact. As the American economist, the Nobel laureate Paul Krugman, put it in the New York Times last week, he said it's perfectly obvious Israel's headed towards national suicide. It's become a crazy state. And he says it's not good for Jews, it's not good for the world where Israel is headed.
And yet it's still seen, of course, as the safe haven, the homeland for the Jews. Well, you have a right to live there, although you're banned. Right. Would you
I
go
think that's
back?
a contradiction in terms, but we'll leave that aside.
You are sponsored by PBS. I am sponsored. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. Your contributions are what keep maintaining my editorial independence. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for $6 a month or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You too can show your support for the broadcast, or you can offer gifted subs to others in the chat. PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service, thank you. Exclusive. Brett Baer spoke to President Trump by phone tonight following the start of the airstrikes. Here's what he said. President Trump was aware of the strikes beforehand. There were no surprises, but the U.S. was not involved militarily and hopes Iran will return to the negotiating table. What the fuck are you saying? Like, I can't be the only person that looks at this and thinks this is like the most schizophrenic way of dealing with issues, right? Like, this is insane. Hey, I just killed a bunch of your citizens, okay, by sicking my attack dog on you. And also, the one thing you told me was a red line, because the conversation that we're having is about the nuclear facilities and enrichment of uranium. My attack dog blew one of your nuclear facilities up and said it's gonna keep blowing your facilities up. But we would love for you to return to the table. We would love to keep negotiating. I mean, this is just like, this is like a fuck you. You know what I mean? This is just a fuck you. What are you going to do about it? It's disgraceful. President Trump, Iran can now have a nuclear bomb, and we are hoping to get back to the negotiating table. We will see. There are several people in leadership that will not be coming back. A reference to some of the Iranian leaders who were... Oh, yeah, it is a flex. Like, he's flexing. President Trump has spoken to Prime Minister Netanyahu several times in recent days. The Trump administration reached out to at least one key Middle Eastern ally to acknowledge that the strike was going to happen, but that the U.S. was not involved in the strikes, and the goal is to still get Iran back to the negotiating table. Breaking, American refueling planes took off from the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and supplied fuel to the Israeli aircraft. More proof of U.S. involvement as they try to pretend their hands are clean. Don't let them. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the veracity of this, but I am not even remotely confused. I don't need to see this to be like, oh, wow, I can't believe the United States actually was involved in these attacks. Of course they were. You know? The Zion wing that departed is the government plane, by the way. They usually serves either BB or Herzog for official flights. All airspace is now closed. Yeah. Iran is going to retaliate. I just don't know when. perhaps in the next 2 hours. Preparing for a response in the next 2 hours. Khomeini, Israel should expect severe punishment. I don't know. Of course you'd cast out being funded by Qatar. I am not funded by Qatar unless you are admitting to being a Qatari national, because the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. Your $6 a month donations in the form of a subscription, or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime, is what keeps maintaining my editorial. Okay, right on the money. Qatari Cat with 100 gifted subs. Okay, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by Qatar, the glorious nation of Qatar, the only honorable nation of Qatar, and Al Jazeera, its state broadcaster. Please don't take tomorrow off. I'm not going to take tomorrow off. I will. Is Jordan a real... Do you think that Jordan is a real country? They do not produce anything except for collaboration. Yeah, there it is. Jordan has not and will not allow the violation of its airspace and will not be a battleground for any conflict. Wow, we really expected Jordan to say something or do something different. What's next, dude? I'm sorry, the entirety of this region is so dominated by American puppets and Western puppets, sometimes directly planted in power, like this fucking manlet, okay? It's just, there's nothing. Like, the Jordanian citizens can't do anything, the Saudi citizens can't do anything other than, I guess, rebellion, potentially. Same with every other country, okay? Every other country in the region. And I don't even think the UAE guys want to do anything anyway. I think they just kind of like it. So there's one country that is like less likely. The Saudi and UAE are the two countries in the region where the citizens are like, oh yeah, we care about the Palestinians, but like not really. Fuck them. That is not accurate at all. What the fuck? Egypt, the government of Egypt's not going to do anything. They're not. I mean, look at the one country in the region that is doing something. That is what I'm saying. There's so many puppets, but I think among those puppets, there's enough resentment. These are not democratic nations. America is not even a fucking democracy. But these countries are not even like a theoretical democracy. Okay? What are we talking about? You're referring to Gulf states that literally are ruled with monarchs. Monarchs that love traveling to the West. Monarchs that will never use the tremendous amount of power that they have to actually, you know, bring Israel to heel or to stop American intervention in the region. They rely on American intervention in the region to continue their position of power. The populations of these countries are, of course, resentful towards Western intervention, but it doesn't matter. They can't do anything. Western powers always has a way. In Turkey, you got NATO. So both of the parties, both the opposition parties and the coalition that they build, and the dominant party and the coalition it builds, will always be pro-America unconditionally because they're in NATO. When you're talking about a monarchy, it doesn't even fucking matter. Yes, yes, the VOD is back. I'm going to publish it later. I know the VOD is back. IDF is WMD posting. Ugh. I wish the Iranian leak story was true and they just fucking data dumped all of it through like WikiLeaks or some shit. Or through like Telegram channels. I don't know. I don't even know where you can get this information at this point. Like all the Israeli information that they said they hacked. Oh, that'd be so sick. I was reading some opinion on Israeli approval. Turks have like 93% disapproval of Israel, including 86% strong disapproval, yet Turkey still allows the flow of natural gas from Azerbaijan to Israel. All the countries in the Middle East are so under the thumb of America, it's crazy. Yeah. Yes. Felix reposted this earlier. Yeah, this is, I saw it as well. He said, if you think these strikes happen without U.S. intelligence, it's a miracle that you are somehow able to read. Especially galling to see that the narrative advanced when just yesterday, former CIA analyst Asif William R. Rahman was sentenced to 3 years for leaking Israel's October 2024 plans to strike Iran, which ultimately occurred. Plans that also detailed U.S.'s assessment and response prep. This hero went to fucking, was sentenced to prison for doing the brave thing and leaking this information. You know? Just to be clear about the refueling tweet, those are recon platforms, not refuelers. Thank you for the clarification. Regardless, this doesn't change whether or not America was involved in the strikes. It certainly was. Iran has released documents from Israeli regime secret files revealing that the IAEA chief Grossi has been fully coordinated with Israel and acting on its orders. Don't be surprised. I know a lot of UN officials acting on Israel's orders. We must get rid of them. I'll name them all. I don't know. Are you Chinese? Yes. White Chinese. I am white Chinese, and as a white Chinese man, I must end the broadcast for the night. I'm gonna go spend time with my family. Hopefully nothing crazy happens, but I'm too tired. 9 hours and 20 minutes, but I'll be back tomorrow as always. Hopefully nothing insane will take place when I'm offline. But I'll be back tomorrow. Another half day, just light work. You already know what it is. Love you all. Peace in the Middle East, which seems increasingly less likely. Bye-bye.